not hate to say that we were kidnapped and brought here. It's true. It's not hate to say that we were Jim Crow, discriminated and segregated. It's true. It's not hate to say that the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in this country, came up with a hypocritical desegregation decision 9 years ago, which they haven't enforced yet. That's not hate. That's true.
Yeah, I can't hesitate, no I can't stutter. Wish my life was as smooth as the butter. Shot my mother, she the realest queen you ever seen. Only dream is to purchase her the finer things. Living dreams, she remind me I'm my only child. Pray to God, hope the homie let me stay a while. Make her smile, I got plans for a better time. Better rhymes, take me higher, that's a better climb. Every sign, fire mine when I take my time. On the grind, pay my dues like I caught a fine. I ain't lying, plenty truth when the beat drop. Talking about when the feds let the heat pop. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. What? I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see our blood splatter. Yeah, need an old school beat just to break down. Up with the Vietnam, had a breakdown. Came back, tried to eat, but his skin black. Ain't the truth, cause I'm spitting all these real facts. Just to come back, give you real hip hop. On time, every time, like a wristwatch. Getting missing, getting lost, like a good cop. Busting hard on these beats, like a hood spot.
You don't get freedom. Freedom is never safeguarded. Anyone who is depriving you of freedom isn't deserving of a peaceful approach by the ones who are being deprived of their freedom. And begin to see that the only way you can get freedom is to get it the same way the white man in this country got it from Peter.
Yeah, lately I've been feeling like I'm Malcolm. Speak the truth, gotta put it in the album. But who am I? Another brother in the rap race. Light skin, but to my kin, I'm in blackface. Colorism got me questioning my own path. For my people, I will suffer our own wrath. Body bag till I'm dead with a toe tag. For my people, for the block where the folks at. They can't kill us anymore, give them roast back. Get them roast back. They can't kill us anymore, get them roast back. Get them roast back. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. No.
He says he got it from England. He was willing to pay the price. It's not hate to say that we were kidnapped and brought here. It's true. It's not hate to say that we were Jim Crow, discriminated and segregated. It's true. It's not hate to say that the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in this country, came up with a hypocritical desegregation decision 9 years ago, which they haven't enforced yet. That's not hate. That's true.
Yeah, I can't hesitate, no I can't stutter. Wish my life was as smooth as the butter. Shot my mother, she the realest queen you ever seen. Only dream is to purchase her the finer things. Living dreams, she remind me I'm my only child. Pray to God, hope the homie let me stay a while. Make her smile, I got plans for a better time. Better rhymes, take me higher, that's a better climb. Every sign, fire mine when I take my time. On the grind, pay my dues like I caught a fine. I ain't lying, plenty truth when the beat drop. Talking about when the feds let the heat pop. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. What? I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see our blood splatter. Yeah, need an old school beat just to break down. Up with the Vietnam, had a breakdown. Came back, tried to eat, but his skin black. Ain't the truth, cause I'm spitting all these real facts. Just to come back, give you real hip hop. On time, every time, like a wristwatch. Getting missing, getting lost, like a good cop. Busting hard on these beats, like a hood spot.
You don't get freedom. Freedom is never safeguarded. Anyone who is depriving you of freedom isn't deserving of a peaceful approach by the ones who are being deprived of their freedom. and begin to see that the only way you can get freedom is to get it the same way the white man in this country got it from England.
Yeah, lately I've been feeling like I'm Malcolm. Speak the truth, gotta put it in the album. But who am I? Another brother in the rat race. Light skin, but to my kin, I'm in blackface. Colorism got me questioning my own path. For my people, I will suffer our own wrath. Body bag till I'm dead with a toe tag. For my people, for the block where the folks at. They can't kill us anymore, give them roast back. Get them roast back. They can't kill us anymore, get them roast back. Get them roast back. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. No.
He says he got it from England. He was willing to pay the price for freedom. When you're willing to pay the price for freedom, then you get it. But the Negro in this country has never been willing to pay the price for his freedom.
I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. No. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. No.
All of the price that we've been paying in the past has been freedom for the white man. We fought abroad so that the white man in America could be free today to sick police dogs on us, to beat our people in the heads with police clubs, and to turn water holes on little women and children and babies simply because they want to walk down the street like decent human beings. That's now the only way you can have peace is to eliminate those injustices, and the American white man is not going to eliminate them. He's going to talk that pretty talk, but he'll still continue to practice those inhuman deeds.
Yeah. Word. Yeah. Pops left, had to learn to become a man. There's some things in this life we don't understand. Make a plan for your fam, gotta hold it down. Keep it 10 toes, only keep the real around. This a lesson from the street, I just took it far. Feel the pain in my verses, feel it in my bars. When you broke, it'll push you past your limits. I was hungry, switch it up, making digits, yeah. Gotta reinvent yourself if you want the wealth. I'm in the trees, rolling sweets like a Keebler elf. New ideas just to complement the vision, New hustle marathon, that's the mission, yeah. In this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. Yeah, in this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. In my bag, but I can hardly find myself. Expectations, degradation to my mental health. I was living through a screen, thought I knew my dream. Posting for the likes, I was such a fiend. I've been humbled by the life, got a lovely wife. The things are going left, yeah, she the only right. You gotta love your own, watch it slip away. It's more about your actions than the things you say, yeah. In this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. Yeah, in this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. Yeah, do it for the cause. Yeah, do it for the cause. Do it for the cause. Word. Yeah. In this life, you just gotta focus on you. Don't pay attention to all the nonsense, all the hearsay, everything that you're working towards, everything that you believe, you can manifest. Word. Yeah.
A special welcome to the 2021 Black Blockchain Summit. It saddens me that we couldn't physically meet at Howard University due to our current circumstances, but I'm delighted to meet you all. My name is Javid Mitchell. I'm a junior computer science student at Howard University. Following the 2019 Black Blockchain Summit, I became interested in blockchain technology during the Howard University Blockchain Club launch. Since then, I've been intrigued by blockchain technology. I currently own over 10 different cryptocurrencies and non-fungible tokens, and have placed second in the first ever HBCU Students Battle for the Cryptos. I remind you of the team, revolutions and reparations. Have a great conference. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Black Blockchain Summit 2021. I am Todd Shern from the Howard University Computer Science Department. As an original blockchain producer, I am proud of the summit's growth in depth and breadth. Unfortunately, circumstances didn't allow planned in-person interaction on the Howard University campus. It remains an honor to virtually convene blockchain and cryptocurrency experts around the revolutions and reparation theme. The 2021 Summit agenda highlights use cases for private, secure, immutable, traceable, decentralized ledger blockchain applications. Real estate, NFTs, supply chains, sustainable energy wards are among emergency blockchain applications to be presented during this summit that can empower Black people worldwide. Revolutions and reparations. Blockchain truth empowers. Have a great summit.
Hello, I'm John Falchicchio, Deputy Mayor for Planning and Economic Development. And on behalf of Mayor Bowser, welcome to the 2021 Black Blockchain Summit. We're really excited to have this partnership with I Love Black People as well as Howard University to really talk about innovation and the future of how we are the capital of inclusive technology. So I'm actually coming to you from the campus of Walter Reed, where Children's National has an innovation center. This is going to be joined by an innovation center near the campus of Howard University, the National Center for Health Disparities, as well as what I hope the blockchain community will embrace, the Golden Triangle BID Innovation District. That's going to be on the east side of our central business district. It's going to be a place-based center for innovation. We're looking at ways to make sure that blockchain is a part of that, including in workforce development. So just yesterday, met with a group of people who are trying to be the intermediaries between companies like yours and our apprentices to make sure that they seek opportunity in the great jobs that you'll have to offer. DC is actually the best place for workforce. We have the most highly educated workforce in the nation. So what we ask all of you to think about is locating here in the District of Columbia, not just for the opportunity to coordinate and collaborate with highly trained, highly educated individuals from around the country and around the world, but also we know that blockchain is going to be an area that the federal government looks to regulate. We want to make sure that blockchain is part of the community of District of Columbia so that you can influence and advise and educate those federal government partners as well. So with that, have a great summit. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and make sure you think about DC. Check out obviouslydc.com for all the incentives that we have for companies like yours, and think about locating right here in the District of Columbia. Have a great summit.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on which part of the world you are in. I wish to welcome you all to our Black Blockchain Summit for 2021. I'm quite excited today to be talking about the relationship between the revolutions that we have fought as the Black people and also the issue of reparations that is quite topical today. The reparations scenario is quite interesting, in the sense that you always, or at times, you look at reparations as a way of compensating for the losses that were incurred. And quite often, you would expect or think, that would apply to a situation where the colonists or colonizers came and plundered and looted resources from the African people, for which they have to pay back. But because they consider themselves the victors, in one sense, that they have to rewrite the history and tell the story as to what happened, and the basis by which they claim to want to be compensated for loss or for exploiting the resources of other people. But also at the same time, we have to take into account, that for those the colonists to relinquish the power and authority they had on the African people, this had to be done forcefully. You can go back to the time of the slavery itself. People don't talk about, the insurrections and the resistance that started building up when the African people were trying to protect their people from continued enslavement and poaching by these Western merchants, who found, that it was appropriate to use other human beings, as a commodity, that you could go and sell to somebody else, for a fee and so forth. But we had to change that scenario through armed struggle. It starts off from the time of that, slavery was beginning, and then to the time when our brothers and sisters in the in Haiti fought against suppression and oppression, against the French. And when they defeated the French, instead of the French compensating the Haitians, for all the exploitation they did, compensate them for forcefully taking their ancestors away from Africa, the French in reverse were requesting that they should be compensated. The reparations must be paid to them. And as you know, the Haitians spent almost over half a century paying the French, for supposedly the infrastructure that they had left behind in Haiti. But they are not taking into account that that infrastructure was actually done through Haitian labor. The same situation you'll find happening in the former colonies, the Portuguese, the French, and the English. They all, when they were forced out of these countries by the people they were oppressing, they, in reverse, wanted to be compensated, for having to relinquish, the control that they had of those resources. And that was done in many cases through preferential treatment for French companies or British companies or Portuguese companies when it came to award of contracts for infrastructure projects for major exploitation of resources that were discovered in those countries. So what would normally happen is that when they got those contracts, they would inflate the prices of those contracts so that at the end of the day, something that if the countries, the liberated countries, had gone to open tender or looked for other people, it could have cost them, let's say, $10,000. But because the French or the British or the Portuguese had that preferential treatment they required, they would charge, 10 times, 100 times the actual cost of those services, which was a form of trying to get reparations, from their former colonies. Right now, so I could look at a situation where we have to put blockchain into context, of what our lives today as Black people are concerned. Essentially, I look at it as a way in which we can take stock of what we are doing to what's happening in our lives. Taking stock of all the minerals that we have in Africa today. Who is exploiting them? How much of it are they extracting and taking out? What is being left behind? The same thing happens even to our own, socio-political situation. Holding our own, leaders, our own, people accountable for what they are doing. Are they providing to the masses equitable distribution of resources? It's each and every one of us, each and every African person getting his fair share of the resources that we have. Right now, you also have the issue of the land being exploited. I mean, you have got so many of these countries now coming to buy land, but we need to take full stock of how much land do we have, how much is being sold out, how much is being left for the benefit of the local people and so forth. So that we have that balance it all the time. That's where we are all constantly taking into account, and you know exactly what you have and what has been taken away. You should know who has taken it and how much of it he has taken and so forth. So I think as revolutionaries and as Pan-Africanists, Pan-Africanism is really all about looking after your fellow brothers and sisters. Uh, uh, so what we really need to be doing is to now utilize the technology behind the blockchain uh, to enhance the quality of life of our people, proper and effective management of our resources, so that we can all be able to benefit from what we have. Uh, so I see this conference, being quite important, in the sense that it gives us a way of relooking at our situation in a different light altogether. Uh, the revolution is on one hand, and then you've got the reparations on the other hand. How do you balance the two? And how do you have the two interact? So that who is defining, who is worth to be paid reparations and who should be paying the reparations, and where it is appropriate, to have a revolution to change things, where you have to find other means to bring about a change. So I'm quite excited that we're going to have this conference, and taking into account that there are ways in which you can try to balance and also try to make a thorough analysis for the relationship between the revolutions that we have fought and what we have to fight in order to get the quality of life that we want, and also getting fair compensation for the resources that were taken away from us, and also fair compensation for what is being exploited today, so that it's not an indirect way in which we are being made to pay reparations to our former colonizers and exploiters. So I'd like to, again, wish everybody, all of us, to enjoy the summit, that by the time we go back at the end of the summit, we're all changed people. We're not the same people as we were when we first came here, but because we have gained new knowledge, new understanding of our situation, that we are going to create the kind of life and environment that we seek to have as a Black people. Again, I want to thank you all. I love Black people. I hope you also love Black people, and we create the lives that we deserve.
Greetings and welcome to the Black Blockchain Summit. I am Nana Akua. I will be offering libation for today. I go, I go, I go. Anyame, Almighty God, Mother, Father God, Creator of all, we salute and acknowledge your presence. Asaseya, Mother Earth, Insanio, this is your drink. Nananom, Abusum, Orisha, Loa, Netarua, all deities and divine spirits, and Sa, this is your drink. May Abusiafo, my personal ancestors, and all Abusiafo, all the enlightened and elevated ancestors with representatives here today, we salute you and request your presence here today. Insanio, this is your drink. Nana no, I am Nana Aquia Adabor. I come before you today to give praise and supreme gratitude for all that you have done. Thank you for all the blessings, those big and those small, those prayed for and those graciously given without asking. Thank you for life. Thank you for health. Thank you for strength. Thank you for growth and intellect, for gratitude. Thank you for everything. Thank you for another year of the Black Blockchain Summit. Thank you for I Love Black People. Thank you for all the sponsors, partners, organizers, and hosts of this event. We ask that you bless the summit and its endeavors, propel the goals and objectives for this effort, and manifest all that its intentions and aspirations call for. Bring blessings to all involved, those present online and those present in spirit, showing their support and solidarity. May you catapult our efforts for Black success. May you increase our efforts and success in ending racism and xenophobia. May you enhance our knowledge and expertise in the fields of technology and cryptocurrency. May you empower us to continue to uplift Africa and Africans around the globe so that we may reach true and complete freedom. These things we ask, Mother, Father, God, and we trust that you hear us. And we have faith that you will indeed bless us. And we say, Madasi, Madasi, Madasio, Ashe, Ashe, Asheo. In addition to giving praise and honor to Almighty God and the ancestors, I also wanted to take this moment to share some ways that we can further protect ourselves in these difficult times. I compel you to be gentle with yourself. Implement self-love and self-care on a daily basis. Go outside and absorb all the nutrition that the vitamin D of the sun offers. Inhale all the breath-cleansing feel of fresh air. Continue to boost your immune system with all the herbs, vitamins, and healthy foods that God provides us. Love each other from a distance while embracing the spirit of our loved ones. But when necessary to be physically close, mask up and wash your hands, face, and clothes thoroughly after contact with others. Honor your homes and the spirits that reside in them by removing your shoes and not laying on your beds or sleeping space with outside clothes, keeping toxins of the world from entering your personal space. Speak love, light, and positivity to yourselves and others. Cultivate a heart of gratitude, even in times of adversity and despair. Continue to love one another, empower one another, encourage one another. No matter what we face, we will make it. We will be well. We will win. We will not only survive, but thrive. So continue to press forward and never give up. And know this, we love you, we love you, we love you. I am because we are. Peace and blessings.
Jambo, karibu sana everyone. My name's John Wanaina Karanja. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Melanin Solar, as well as BitUp Africa, where we're building a distributed energy platform on top of blockchain. My presentation for the Black Blockchain Summit for this year is on driving sustainable energy adoption in Black communities globally using blockchain technology. Just to give you some background on what we've done, BitUp Africa has been around since 2016 for about 7 years. And we've been sort of driving the adoption of Bitcoin technology across the African continent, leveraging meetups and We've also been the co-hosts of the Black Blockchain Summit for the years 2018 to 2020. And I'm personally glad to see the summit going on with the new co-hosts as well. So we believe that the COVID-19 pandemic has created a dramatic shift in the way we perceive the digital world. And it's become more incumbent for us as a society, as a people, to leverage off technology to solve some of the key challenges that we've been having. And we all know that the past decade or so has seen Bitcoin increasingly being adopted across the world, and more notably in Africa for P2P transactions. So how I came across sort of working on this idea around distributed energy with a focus on solar was I was working with Mr. Sinclair Skinner, who is also the co-host of the Black Blockchain Summit and co-founder of I Love Black People and bitmari. And they were in 2017 deploying this platform in Zimbabwe, where they had people from the diaspora or from the United States funding activities in Zimbabwe. And one of the things that we came to notice was a lot of this funding was going to fund what we call solar water pumps, which were very interesting in an idea because you could see the connection between the need for funding, Bitcoin, because Bitcoin was the medium for funding, and the need to access to energy. So we decided to pursue the space and enter this industry with the goal of connecting 500,000 households on a distributed peer-to-peer energy market by the year 2025. So what is the challenge or the problem that we face across the world? We have in Africa, for example, 600 million people who do not have access to reliable power. And that forms about 17% of the world population, being in Africa as a whole. And this market is also a huge potential because it has a potential value of $2 trillion, with only $60 billion of the $2 trillion being captured in the market. The key challenge that we faced when we met the community of farmers and households is that they were getting access to solar on a debt-driven model, or what you call a lease agreements. And since they rely on seasonal incomes as being farmers, when they have a bad season, they're not able to make payments on time for those solar systems. And you find sometimes those solar systems being recalled by the companies, which leaves them having spent some of their hard-earned resources on acquiring these systems, and also not having access to those systems because they're not able to pay for the systems in full. So this is obviously a very big problem because without access to reliable energy, you cannot build a foundation of other economic activities and even social activities like education. So you find that in these households, the families use kerosene lamps, and sometimes they don't even have any sort of source of energy. So the children were not able to do their homework, and this forces them into sort of a circular problem of where they're not able to get a good education, so they're not able to get out of poverty. So we need a practical solution using today's technology to solve these problems of the past and the present. So how do we achieve this? We achieve this through a concept called cryptocurrency mining. And if you look at this article by the World Economic Forum, it explores how cryptocurrency mining could become a new phase of energy storage. We have kilotons of energy that falls on the world from the sun every day, and very little of that energy is captured. So what if we could use cryptocurrency mining or solar mining to capture this excess energy and store it in the form of digital tokens at a large scale? That would be through Bitcoin mining, which has inherently in the past been done mostly in China and Europe and the United States, but is now beginning to diversify onto the African continent And my colleague, Mr. Christian Krikoba, has been able to do some advisory projects in the Congo for this. And we're seeing increased interest by large energy companies to tap into cryptocurrency mining as a way to store excess energy in the form of digital tokens. Melanin Solar takes this idea to the next level, where we're now trying to see how we can get the average household across the world. And we are focusing obviously on melanated communities, on Black communities where the problem is highest, to store this excess energy, which is abundant in many parts of the Caribbean, Africa, South America, Southeast Asia, in the form of digital tokens. And this is how we're going about it. So if you look at Bitcoin mining, for example, around the world, it currently uses 74% renewables in its energy mix. So it is a very efficient system for tapping into energy that would otherwise be wasted. And if you can store this energy, then it means you can store value, and you can store this resource and use this resource to fight the challenges we're having with adverse climate changes around the world, as well as obviously the lack of access to resources that are heavily abundant, like I mentioned before. We've seen, for example, that Bitcoin is increasingly being used as a settlement monetary network, and it moves money very efficiently, more so than the legacy financial system, which leverages huge brick and mortar resources. So if you think of any big city around the world, and there are many big cities here in the United States, the tallest buildings will always be banks or other financial institutions. And you can think about the huge resources they use in terms of brick and mortar, paper, just to conduct business. All this can be replaced by a digital settlement monetary network that is very pervasive and is well distributed around the world, and that communities and countries, governments, basically any institution or individual can leverage for their financial needs or for the financial movement of value. We are seeing also innovations around the Lightning Network, which is allowing for what we call the automated economy or the machine economy, where we'll have peer-to-peer payments not happening not only with humans, but with machines as well. You can think here of the Tesla self-driving cars. They will need to operate on a machine-driven digital currency than one that is more so human-driven. So we're seeing this shift into digital, and the energy sector is not being left behind. If you come closer back home in Africa, you can find the peer-to-peer market for remittance has grown heavily in the last year, especially due to the pandemic. We saw Nigerians move $500 million in cryptocurrency remittance in 2020, which was a huge jump from the previous years. And this means that people who were previously financially excluded can now participate into the mainstream economy, reducing challenges of poverty, crime, and even increasing their economic power to build sustainable ecosystems. Also, in the year 2020, the WIFE protocol was launched globally. The protocol has since been utilized in over 20 countries to date, whereby we have people leveraging CPU power. So this is power that processing power that you find in normal computers, mobile phones, and using the same concept with Bitcoin at a large scale level, but now inside a smaller scale environment, like in a household, to mine cryptocurrencies using the WIFE protocol. And this protocol, in particular in Kenya, where Melanin Solar ran its first pilot in a place called Singaraine, Kajiado County, we are able to demonstrate that the same model of solar mining or energy saving using digital tokens is possible at a household level and at an institutional level. So we were able to deploy the system into a dispensary, church, and school, where it has been operating for almost a year in terms of research and development. And the protocol itself has a 20-year proof of work mining schedule, where the vast majority of the 100 million tokens or rewards will be mined, ensuring the maximum distribution of solar microgrid ecosystems around the world. Encapsulated immutably in the Genesis block of the protocol by the protocol developers is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals 7, 9, 11, and 13, which talk about clean technology in energy, sustainable communities, like the one we're building in Singaraine, innovation and industry. We're talking about startups being built on top of this technology, and then climate action in terms of how can we harness the huge sustainable or renewable energy resources we have while decarbonizing the more pollutive energy resources such as coal and even diesel, and in the case of Africa, charcoal and kerosene as well. So the goal as a company, like I mentioned before, is to target key countries. Among them, we have Kenya, Rwanda, Nigeria, Ghana, DRC, Malawi, and Zambia, as well as the Caribbean region, where we're engaging with talks with solar vendors. And we want to reach between 500,000 and 700,000 existing solar sites, which are currently worth $60 billion, and build this 2 trillion peer-to-peer energy market, leveraging blockchain technology. Our solution is a smart box, which is deployed in these households next to the inverter and the solar meter. The smart box allows people to engage in digital energy storage, like I mentioned before, through cryptocurrency mining, peer-to-peer transactions, leveraging the Lightning Network, allowing people who produce energy to become, who consume energy previously, to become producers of energy. And we call them prosumers. And they're able, using mobile batteries, to create peer-to-peer markets in the villages where the trading of energy can be safer, because batteries are safer than, for example, kerosene, paraffin, and gas. And they can leverage off the Wive protocol for rewards, rewarding the adoption of solar and solar batteries, and use, of course, the Bitcoin network for traditional remittances, as we saw in Nigeria. So one of our objectives is to increase, through our education program, more miners across the world. We currently have about 50 active miners on a daily basis on the network globally. Increase the number of Lightning hubs. The Lightning hubs for Bitcoin are growing very dramatically across the world, and also train more engineers. So we have a program to train 2,000 engineers, and there's a picture of some of the engineers who deployed the Melanin solar system. You can see it there on the image on the right, bottom right, for testing in Kajiado, Kenya. And we want to train about 2,000 blockchain engineers in particular, who will be responsible for deploying these systems across the African continent initially. Yeah, so that's the end of my presentation today. You can learn more about the Wive protocol with a community of over 1,000 members around the world. Visit www.wive.io, at wive.io on Twitter. And the Telegram group is t.me/wive.io. For the blockchain engineering program, you can visit melanin.academy or BitHub Africa. And to reach out to me, you can contact Wanena Karanja at bithub.africa. So it's a pleasure being here, and I wish you great deliberations at the Black Blockchain Summit. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are. In Botswana is afternoon. It's 11 minutes past 3. So we are in the mid-afternoon. Thank you so much once again, guys, for joining us at the Black Blockchain Summit 2021. We are here to, together with Colleen, with Trek, and Linda is supposed to be joining us in a few minutes. Before we can begin our discussion or our chat, I would maybe love for you guys to like introduce yourself to the people and what do you do in the space, you know, and what can people learn from you. And yeah, I can start with you, Colin. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Let me first say that it's great to be back to the Black Blockchain Summit. This is my third time attending, my third time being fortunate enough to attend as a contributor, as a panelist, as a speaker. So it's great to be back, and I want to say to everybody, let's see you all again next year. As you can see, my name is Colin Thompson. I'm a co-founder of Exchange.io. We are an educational and workforce network for assessments, training, coaching, and the awarding of digital certifications. And it's very apropos for today's topic. So what can you learn in today's session? Really, again, our theme is enhancing community-based Black education through blockchain. So today, I hope you walk away with some very strong ideas on how these community organizations can benefit by using blockchain. I think between myself, Trek, Linda, we have some great insights on how these community-based initiatives can really benefit from the use of blockchain.
Thank you so much, Colin. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, Trek.
Hello, hola. My name is Trek with 2Ks. I have a company called Trek Smart Consulting, and I cover mainly two areas that relate to blockchain and crypto space, which is branding, and the other part is the NFT side of the space, as far as being able to do what I call ghost minting. And I do, as Colin was talking about, deal with some parts of the education, as far as at least being able to help people get the basics and some advanced level stuff. But the primary focus of what I deal with is the branding side and the NFT side of the crypto space. So that's me in a nutshell.
Hey, thank you so much. Yeah, we are diving deep into the topic of the day, enhancing community-based Black education through the blockchain. So I think the key word there is Black. So we have been doing a lot of community-based education on the blockchain. If you can go on YouTube or you go on Twitter, you will find a lot of communities people are building communities to educate people about the blockchain. What is very important, why do you think it's important for us today to be talking about the Black community, or to be talking about community-based Black education? Why is it important for us today in 2021 to be talking about the Black community or the community-based Black education today? Why do you think it is important? Before we can get into the topic of blockchain, I just want us to talk about that. Why is it important?
Well, I think the standard of education in rural areas, urban areas, is very different from other areas. And I think we have to be mindful of that, because if education is not made available to everybody the same, there's going to be some lacking. And data tells you, experience tells you, that the Black community, education available to the Black community is not on par with not just other majority communities, but not on par for individuals to be able to make it in the world, as far as having the skills they need to make it in the workforce. So in order for us to really take control of our destiny, we have to support these community-based programs that are designed to help people of color. Because we know that if we don't help ourselves, nobody will help us. And when we think about what an education or community-based program must have to succeed, there are several things a community-based or an education-based program needs to succeed. I'll talk about three of them really briefly. The first one, the topics that are being taught must be valuable. You must be teaching skills, topics that are going to be valuable, either helping people to obtain work or helping people to obtain additional education. So that's one thing. The topics must be valuable. Then the method of teaching must be effective. You must be able to ensure that people who are there are really getting it, are really gaining value from that lesson. And finally, this is why we're going to talk about today, there must be easy access to the transcripts or learning records. And I don't mean a paper a certificate. You must be able to provide that learner with access to their own records. And that's something that is missing, and the blockchain can help support. I will go into that later, but those three things: the topic must be valuable, the method must be effective, and there must be access to those digital transcripts and records.
Yeah, Trek.
So I think I'm gonna approach this a little differently based on my experience and some of the things I'm aware of how education has worked globally for Black and brown people. Basic bottom line of the importance for a Black-led community development for education is if someone outside of your community is educating you, they are deciding what you get to be educated about, what is considered practical for you based on how they see you. Case in point, what we have going on in the American education system. Questionably, what we see happening all across the African education system over the decades. Same thing applies in Latin America. Two groups that I would say definitely understand very well about not having outside education, or at least having a tandem of community-based education and then also dealing with the other system of education: the Jews, Koreans, Japanese, and the Chinese. They do their community thing and they'll deal with the bigger system when they go into other areas and regions. But as far as like the Black community go, we ain't pick up on that lesson yet. So that's why I say the importance of it is.
Okay. Welcome, Linda. We have just started. This is like our first discussion. We are looking at our topic, enhancing community-based Black education through blockchain. My question was, why is it important today to focus on the Black education? Like here, we're not only talking about the whole community, we're talking about the Black community today. Why is it important that we address that?
Good morning, Alaka Nani. Thank you for having me today. Good morning and good afternoon, everybody else. I think that education is the basis for a lot of things, for many things. And in order for any community or for any individual to grow, to be better, and to do better things in life, he needs to have a basis. And that basis, those roots are education, right? And when we say education, we can mean a lot of things, but one of the main things in education is, for me, it's not only knowing the technical stuff, but you also need to know your background. You need to know your history. You need to know where you come from in order to know where you're going. And when you have those roots, they ground you. They help you move forward. They help you have a wall or a chair to sit back on when you feel like things are getting rough. I would say for education, I'm not sure if you mentioned that, but I'm the founder of Amazingly Africa. And basically what we try to do is we try to enhance digital literacy and digital equity. So we want to make sure that especially women and youth have access to the digital skills needed that a lot of the 21st century and this fourth industrial revolution runs on, right? When it comes to coding, when it comes to being able to be literal on a computer, or being able to articulate yourself in front of an interviewer. So I feel like education and also access to information is something that us as Black people, we don't necessarily have, as Africans, we don't necessarily have. And that's the fight that I'm doing. And that's what I do every day as an IT specialist. I try to really move that message forward to say, hey, once you have the basis of your basic education, whether it's primary, elementary, middle school, high school, even when you're in high school, when you go to college, make sure that whatever major you're taking, make sure you have some other skill that you can make money on the side with. Make sure that it's not just this this one job that's giving you money, right? Because most of the time we will go and find jobs in communities that don't necessarily pour back into Black communities. So when we go spend our time there, our days and nights, and we're away from our families, at the end of the day, what can we show for our family? What can we show for ourselves for the future? So when I say get those extra skills, it's so that at some point you're able to go back to your family and go back to pour into your family, your community with what you gain from those skills. So that's what I would say about that.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. I still want to like drive the point of the Black-based education. The kind of education the Black community gives to its people is different from what I'll say maybe the other races do. Like what I learn in Africa might be different from what you learn in the United States. Your history in the United States is different from my history in Africa. So having all these different types of or different kind of experiences and different types of education and histories and maybe kind of challenges that you face and that I face that are different. We face challenges differently, like the issues of race, issues of inequality, issues of cultural differences. How do we educate the people that are coming, or the next generation that is coming? How do we educate them to give them a voice, to give them power that we might not be having today as the Black community through the blockchain technology? How do we do that?
Let me jump on top of this one first. I think one of the things that we need to be doing is changing the expectation, changing what the idea of what Black education is. As Linda just mentioned, her program are making sure that these learners know how to code, know how to have these 21st century skills. So when you think about Black education, people typically think about history, and that's it. We have to change it such that when we think about Black education, we think about the full spectrum. Yes, history, but also STEM, science, technology, math, and E is engineering, right? We think about that as a basic part of what Black education is, because we do go about learning different. I think, and I went to an HBCU, Howard University, and I know there, when we were matriculating into the program, we felt we had to succeed. We had to learn this just so we can try to compete in the workforce. So I think the mentality has to change from where, if you're not a person of color, you may feel like your education is more expected. You're going to be put in the right classes. However, we now have to put the expectation back on people of color that when you think about Black education, it's more than history. We're also talking about those more technical lessons, this full spectrum of learning, and not just what's historically known as being Black education.
Okay, anyone can jump in?
Linda, you could go before me because I'm still trying.
All right. So I would say I definitely agree with Colin, Mr. Thompson. It's a lot more than knowing your history, right? Because once you get to know your history, once you get to know where you come from, if you have the chance to do that in high school or in college at an HBCU, if not, you'll have to learn that on your own, as I did, right? So I would say that once you're past that, once you get that information, it's like, now what? What do you do with that information? What do you do with the knowledge of your history, of your past, once you have the full spectrum, knowing that, Black history didn't start at slavery, it started thousands of years before that, right? So what do you do with that? You realize that, hey, your ancestors were actually architects, right? They were astronomers, they were mathematicians, they were scientists, they were physicians, right? You realize that they were in the full spectrum of STEM, like he just mentioned, not just STEM, there was arts, music, so many things. And you realize that now you have to choose a specialty. You have to realize your own future, right? Because it's not just about knowing your history and spilling out your history in debates and this and that and doing all these things. For a long time, when the internet came about and people started really, when that information started being proliferated everywhere, there were so many debates about the historical facts of this and that, but we started, it's just the tip of the iceberg, right? There's so much more underneath. There's so much more that you can know. So for example, there's this university in Nigeria, it's called Obafemi Awolowo University. And basically what they do, it's a university in Nigeria with over 2,000 students with different backgrounds and ideas, and they're all learning how this new level of governization can be used for tokenizing and also leveraging blockchain, and how that can give them a boost in the primary skills that they currently have. And so whether it's business ideas, agricultural ideas, so many things. And so, and it was, or they had I think a huge conference. It was organized in conjunction with Crypto TV plus Nigeria, and the program was called Campus Be Cat. And when I saw that, I was like, oh my, this is amazing. I had no idea this was actually going on the continent. And I want to see more of this around in the diaspora, not just in Africa, but also here. And it's actually interesting because when you think about blockchain and you think about advancements in technology, you think about it outside of Africa. So the fact that it was happening there, it was really great to see. And I think that the more we discuss blockchain, the more we discuss technology and other forms of STEM, the less hidden and the less mystic it will seem, right? The goal is to really demystify the technology arena, the science and technology arena, and the blockchain arena, to really let people know that, hey, this is something that you can do too. This is something that you can get into as well. And there are just different ways and fashions in which you can get into that. And that starts with educating yourself about blockchain.
Awesome. Thank you so much for such a beautiful discussion, I'll say. Maybe my next question will be, having learned about your culture, having learned about all that, and now trying to educate yourself on the new technology, or trying to educate ourselves on the new technology, what strategies as a community, as a Black community, can we implement to try and enhance this education that we're giving to ourselves and our children? What kind of strategies that can we implement as far as blockchain is concerned? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a hard line distinction between institutional education and education in general. I think that when it comes to how do we get our community together, it's a simple thing. Just say, hey, I'm gonna host this event. It's gonna either be at my place, in my backyard, at the church, at the community center, and then throw it out there for the community. And the other part is you have to be consistent on the follow through. If you hold it for 3 months, twice a month, and only 2 people show up for the first 2 months, guess what? That's how this thing plays out. Like, for the time that I got in and how the meetings look back then compared to how they are now, that's what it was. If you really want to talk about grassroots level, like, all right, really community based, like, it is a slow adoption process. If you really are saying, I want to get people in at the ground level and be able to walk them through, and not on the end of, oh, I have this institution name behind me or this degree name behind me. Because I know people who have hella more degrees than me that I can run laps around when it comes to this blockchain stuff. So when we talk about education, and if it's really about doing it at grassroots level, and I'm not saying institutions, educational institutions can't do stuff, but what I've experienced is educational institutions move very, very slow when it comes to hey, let's do something community-based. Oh, hold on, we got to have a meeting. Oh, we got to talk to this person in that department. Hold on, we got to get a clearance for this in that room. It's a lot of big process, as opposed to over here in the States, a lot of Black folks are connected to a church. X amount of Black folks have a living room or some space that you could at least sit 5 people in where you live at, whether it be an apartment, condo, or a row house or whatever. If we're talking about actually getting it at a community level, it is literally, hey, I'm gonna just go collect some videos on YouTube and I'm gonna filter through for the best things that give the basic part, and I'm gonna just host some kind of thing. And it doesn't take much. Hey, I'm gonna serve water and like Kool-Aid and crackers. Come through and let's talk about some crypto stuff. That's the basic bottom line stuff.
Yeah, sorry for that. Do you think the strategy that you are saying, has it been working so far? Would you say it is working? And if it is working, how is it working now in the era of Corona? Or is there also a way in which we can improve the way we do our communal education?
So here's the other thing that I think about when we say education, using blockchain technology, right? As far as how are you doing the provenance and validating if someone knows something. This decade, in my opinion, will be the culling decade of institutions and people who put enough work in to become the next CompTIA for the blockchain crypto space. This is what this race is going on right now. But then in my mind, the way I look at it, in the 5 years after, this will be just like how general education works in higher education institutions. You pay into the thing to get that certification, and then you have X amount of theory stuff. Again, I'm not knocking the institution side of it, but if we're talking about actually giving people the practical side stuff, it doesn't take 3 years, 4 years for you to understand this blockchain crypto stuff. You can learn CSS and HTML and the basics of Solidity in like 6 months if you grind out, 3 months if you really, really go hard. And that's like free information. That's not paid stuff. So as far as like, is the community-based grassroots thing working? Bitcoin wouldn't have got where it did if it didn't start out that way. I've been in a number of states and a number of countries, and hey, we're having a meeting at this bar. Hey, we're doing something at such and such's house. Come through. Like, that's how Bitcoin started out. Aside from the internet part of it, when we started doing face-to-face interactions, that's how that worked out. So I don't see why we can't do the same replication of just hosting events and having, and I see people who do it now. I got a homeboy out of Chicago, that he does stuff where he streams on YouTube, the metaverse, IG, all at the same time. And he's educating folks globally, like locally in his city, state, nationally as the US, and then globally for who taps in when he does the live stream. We could do it. It's not just because of how technology works now, it's, yes, you can do in person, but you can now also cross out into the metaverse. And I'm watching people do this. Just saying, it's there.
Yeah, so let me just jump on something that Trek said about going hard, right? And we're talking about how to really get more of these community-based educational services to be more successful. How do we get those learners to want to learn the topics? A moment ago, I talked about those 3 things that were key for any educational program. The first one I said was the topic taught must be valuable. So a part of the issue is the community may not think these topics are valuable. And when we say valuable, we mean a couple things. Will learning this help me in my career, help me get a job? Will learning this help me get a promotion? Or will learning this help me earn more money? Now, I'm talking about, of course, teenagers and above. So the question is, how do we wrap these topics up to make them valuable? We all know the education is there. YouTube, Google, whatever, the education is there. But how to wrap it up, put a bow on it, right? And really make the people in the community want that. And I'm going to tell you, it's hard. It's hard because right now we're competing with apps. We're competing with TikTok. We're competing with all these things that take the valuable attention. And it's very hard to try to talk somebody into believing something is valuable. I'll give you an example. I've been trying to educate people in our community on blockchain for a long time. They'll listen for a while and then they'll peter out. But you talk to them about cryptocurrency, especially starting last October through about May this year, they went and they actually started learning things. And once the bubble once things sort of leveled out, they petered out again. So it's how do you keep folks' attention on these technical topics when they may not find them valuable, except if it's something like crypto. So crypto, as we know, crypto is not blockchain, right? Crypto is enabled through blockchain. So trying to make people see the big picture and making them really want to learn. And that's an issue that's been around for a long time. And I don't think we're winning this. I really don't think we're winning this because year on year, we're not seeing these high increases of Black people being capable in the industry. We have a lot of pioneers there, but we're not seeing the year on year increase that we're seeing in people of non-color, people not almost white people, but white people, right? We're definitely seeing them learning at a higher rate than we're seeing in our communities.
Yes, you're talking about the value, like if something is valuable to someone. So having a community, like a Black community, I do understand our community is divided into groups, right? There are young people who are very enthusiastic about blockchain. Some of them are so enthusiastic because they're interested in making the money. Some are interested in the technology. And then we have the elderly group who are really not very much interested in maybe the money. They don't even understand what you're talking about. They're not even interested in the technology. So how do we build this community of different people of different age group with different understanding of the space and different understanding of and acceptance of the technology? How do we, match them? How do we bring them together into building this Black blockchain community?
I think I would say that it's important that when you want to talk about the value of something, or if you want to talk about how important something is, I've learned that if you're going to just do your groceries and somebody just comes shoving a paper at you trying to sell you something, no matter how important it is, I'm not going to buy it because I'm not there for it, right? And so I think that the way that we can go about it is by meeting them where they are, right? So we know how important it is, and they will not know how important it is until they know how important it is. Then they will be interested in it, right? So how do we make sure that they know how important it is? It's by meeting them where they are. We talked about these platforms like TikTok and Instagram. I am actually trying to use those platforms at our advantage in order to meet them where they are. They are on those platforms, right? We can't take them off those platforms. Nothing that we're going to say is going to take them off those platforms. As much as we would like it, as much as we know that these are the higher institutions, these are the big four, the social media gurus and whatnot. So it's like, you can use these platforms, you can use the Instagram, you can use the TikTok, you can use the YouTube, and you can be able to curate programs or maybe advertise whatever program or anything that you think that you have going on those platforms. For example, if I have an event, I will advertise it on Facebook, I will advertise it on Instagram, right? Because when Trek talked about the community, the Black church, and saying, hey, let's go meet up at this restaurant or this bar. The problem is now, what about people who may be interested in it, but they're thousands of miles away, right? How do they also collaborate? How do they also participate in that, what may be an amazing conversation and an amazing learning experience, right? So if anything, COVID has taught us that we're able to do work online from around the world. We're able to do things online. We're able to collaborate online. We're able to, get things done online. So for me, it's being able to provide these educational resources, being able to provide that important information, but also being able to collaborate potentially with people who have already done it and maybe newcomers and say, hey, let's collaborate. You have an audience, I have an audience. Let's bring our audience together. Let's push that information even more. And hopefully one or two people will take that back and bring that to their family, to their community, right? So I think that using these online platforms, using resources that we have at hand could really play to our advantage instead of trying to, we can just run up the escalator instead of taking the stairs. So the escalator is already there. So I think that would be my approach to it.
Can I piggyback on that, Alakani? Okay, so I'm gonna add a caveat in regards to the meeting people where they are. One of the things in trying to educate people and put people on to this blockchain thing, and as Linda pointed out about if you're going to the store for a particular thing and somebody tries to sidetrack you with whatever it is they're pushing, you're just like, whatever, keep it pushing. Operational environment to me is the meet people where they are. If I'm a 25-year-old and I'm a coder and I know all this stuff about Solidity, I can't talk to a 65-year-old about fixed income. That is decades beyond me, right? If I'm a 45-year-old and I barely understand how my smartphone works and how to turn on the Apple thing and the face recognition stuff, I'm not talking to the 19-year-old per se about NFTs and how they could have a music career because I know that my nephew is into rapping or singing or whatever. It's one of these things of, until you start really like figuring out where you fit in, what is your interest, what is your level of understanding based on your operational environment, right? If you're a 65-year-old who is looking at retirement, you ain't out here splurging on no 12,000 NFT. Like, no, that's not your operational environment. So the bottom line is, as far as the community education thing, yes, we have the internet. Like I said, I know people who are doing stuff in the metaverse and through YouTube and IG and all that stuff right now. So it's not just about, let me talk to the people who live on my block. You can do that, but you can also reach out to other people. But the bigger part of it is the follow through. When you're trying to reach people in their operational environment at their level, it's the follow through part. And as far as I understand, globally, Black people, because of the track record of other things previous to like our lifetime stuff, we are very skeptical of things. You have to continually come at us about it. And one of the things that we really don't like talking about in this space in regards to the Black community is you cannot save everyone. You will, in my opinion, work to save as many as you can, but you cannot put everyone on. There will be the people who are just like, no, I don't want to deal with it. I'll wait until the system comes down on me and that's it. You cannot, the hardest barrier to entry I have come across in this space, and it is not just because of blockchain or being techie, it is the mental barrier. And I'm talking about over like 8 years at this point of trying to educate and put people on. The mental barrier in this community is honestly unlike any other. But like I said, operational environment to meet people where they are. Just figure out what part you fit in to be able to reach out to others.
If I can add to that, just really briefly, because Linda was talking about.
Colin, we only have about 5 minutes. Okay. Maybe if you can just wrap up before I have you guys give me like your last word, maybe, yeah.
Okay, so I'll wrap this into my last word. So going back to one thing Linda said about the escalator, and meeting people where they are using the applications. I think what came to my mind is, I think what's important is that we have advocates. We have people who do have some clout. I don't mean just followers, but people who are viewed as being successful, having them really become advocates for this higher learning that we're trying to get more into the Black community. They can become anything from athletes, entertainers, to writers, but people who they'll listen to. Because quite frankly, as Chuck said, a lot of these efforts start with 1 or 2 people and they grow slowly but surely. And the question is, do you focus all your attention on the people in the room, or do you focus attention on getting more people? And quite frankly, it has to be both. It has to be a balance between both. And the best way to do that is really make sure, it goes to my second point, the method of teaching must be effective. So make sure they're learning, because if they learn, they get the benefits. They get that promotion. They are skillful at a new job. They earn more money. They become advocates. They invite people in. So you have to really start to develop advocates and hope that you have trickle down. What's the old saying? Each one teach one. Each one teach one. Each one teach one. Each one teach one, and continue that. Now, because we are in this 21st, 22nd century IT app, mobile devices, we do need to have people who do have clout in those spaces to really become advocates for some of these grassroots programs. And also, just for example, just saying STEM in the Black community, right? Just making sure Black folks understand that when you hear STEM or advanced courses, that does include Black people also, and not just 1 or 2, right? It can include the whole community. So I'll wrap up there, and I kind of want to say thank you again for allowing me to join the program. I'm quite sure our credentials will be there for folks to come check us out on LinkedIn, YouTube, or whatnot. But Colin Thompson at exchange.io. Thank you.
Trek, just 1 minute or just your last word.
Man, I had a point and then I totally lost it. But the last thing I would say is, in regards to using blockchain and having it be a provenance or a proof of our education, if you aren't getting into having wallets, and especially wallets that are Web3 capable, that are smart contract capable, this decade is going to be where wallets will be your validation. Oh, you went to MIT and you got your degree, but you don't got a MetaMask wallet? What does that mean to me? You can't prove to me that you actually did anything in this space. So last word is, start looking at getting wallets, because they are going to start mattering in how people validate and verify what you say you know, because you went to an institution and got a degree. And again, I'm not knocking the institutions. I'm just saying wallets are going to have a growing relevance in this space. So start educating yourself on wallets and actually engaging with them. That's it. Oh, last thing is Trek with 2 Ks. So it's literally TREKKW, the number 2 KS. You can put it in any search engine. I'll always come up. That's it.
Thank you so much, Linda.
So I would say for my final word, since this is about enhancing community-based Black education, for me, I think my goal has always been to promote digital literacy, right? So if you're able to promote digital literacy and promote that through STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, those are hard skills that anybody can do and make money off of without needing to have an employer, without needing to have somebody who will give you a paycheck, right? You'll be able to put your skills online. You'll be able to advocate for yourself, to promote yourself, and also around your community, and be able to make money for your community. Another thing I would say about that is the way that we can go about having youth especially be interested in this arena is having the representation, right? So as an IT specialist, I know that growing up, I didn't see many women who were working behind computers, who were necessarily scientists or working in technology. So I had to basically create my own image in my own mind and find who were the women in the past who have done this work, right? So it's also bringing that representation, having those advocates for you, basically saying, hey, I've done this before, you can do this as well. It's about empowering people. Black community, I think Trek and Colin, you've mentioned that there's this block of mental change, right? There's that mental slavery that we're still in. And it's hard, right? That's the last frontier. Not everybody is able to be emotionally available. Not everybody is able to really to move past the trauma that they've been, or past the boxes that society have put them in. So it's important to have that representation in order to move past that mental block, in order to really be able to say, I can do this as well. I can have those skills. I can gain those skills if I do not have those skills yet. And I can educate myself online. And that's also one of the things we're trying to do at Amazingly Africa, which is provide those online courses for women and youth, especially, to be able to have those 21st century skills, those digital skills. And they come in different shapes and sizes, but we specialize in 3 different ones: SQL, networking, and Linux. And so if you're trying to learn about that, if you want to know more, visit us at www.amazinglyafrica.com, and you can email me at amazinglyafrica with 2 A's at the end @gmail.com. Thank you so much for the platform. And this was my first time on Black Blockchain Summit this year. So I'm really excited for more.
Thank you so much, Tim. It was a wonderful discussion. I think the only challenge is our time is very, very short. We still have to discuss a lot of things. I think next year we're still gonna continue with our discussion. I think when we talk Black education, the issues of financial literacy, and all there's so many issues that we need to discuss. But because of time, thank you so much, guys. And I do believe people will reach out to you, and you will get to have a lot of people asking you questions. You, Linda, about your engineering, STEM, science, technology, maths, and all that. With you, Colleen, and with you, Trek, I think you're still going to have a lot of people coming to you to get to ask you a lot of questions as far as blockchain is concerned, because there are a lot of few Black people who are involved in Bitcoin and also are involved in blockchain. So we have to bring more people in, and we need to find a way to do that. We have to find a way to bring in more people and make people understand and find value in blockchain, because if they don't find value, they're not going to come in. So thank you so much, guys, and hope to meet you again soon at our next Black Blockchain Summit 2022. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having me again. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello, good people. A very good afternoon, good evening. On my side is 17:26 Botswana time. So I don't know what time it is where you are. So good morning, good evening, good night. We're meeting again for the Black Blockchain Summit 2021. And I'm so honored today to have with me Charlene and Maureen, who will be joining me on a discussion to talk Bitcoin evolution, Bitcoin and blockchain evolution. So we're gonna take that journey together for about 40 minutes, and we'll call it a day. I hope we're gonna have a very fruitful discussion, a beautiful discussion, and it's so beautiful that the 3 of us are all ladies. So it is Ladies' Day today. Thank you so much. I'll start off the session by having the 2 beautiful ladies introduce themselves and what they do, so that people can get to know them a little bit better. Yeah, I'm giving the button to you guys to take up the talk.
I can start.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Charlene Federico. I actually wear a whole lot of different hats. I'm the founder of a fintech company called Guidify. We match women of color with financial advisors, financial coaches, and wealth education. We also teach cryptocurrency classes. I'm a moderator of the Black Bitcoin Billionaires Club, which is the biggest club on Clubhouse dedicated to encouraging the Black community to get smart about Bitcoin. And I also run a Twitter Spaces discussion series called Bitcoin in Nigeria. And that's a discussion series that we have monthly, and we engage the influencers, founders, developers, and ecosystem builders that are leading the Bitcoin revolution in Nigeria. So I wear a lot of Bitcoin hats, and I'm super excited to be here today with the Black Blockchain Summit. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlene. Thank you. Maureen?
Hi, everyone. My name is Maureen Murad, and like Charlene, I am also a multi-hyphenate, as we call it. I am an attorney. I have a business called Crowdy Advisors, which helps startups raise money via equity crowdfunding and debt crowdfunding. And it also has the opportunity to not only build community, but also, maybe attach a token or some sort of perk to the crowdfunding campaign. I'm also a professor at the University of New Hampshire School of Law, and I teach blockchain in the law, tokenomics and crypto regulations, and smart cities. I am also a member of the CFPA, the Crowdfunding Professional Association, and I'm on the Education Committee and the Legal and Regulatory Affairs Committees.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's so amazing that today we are joined by people who have different skills, I'll say, different expertise. And I do believe those skills we're going to be able to use them in our discussion or in our talk. It's more like a chat. So we're just going to be having like a chat. So today we are talking Bitcoin and blockchain evolution. Maybe we look from the very beginning, from 1991, with the start of a technology or a technology that was proposed by Stuart Hubbard, who proposed the 10 of blocks. And then we have Nick Szabo on BitGold. And in 2008, 2009, Satoshi Nakamoto talking about peer-to-peer currency, cash that can be used by people by sending money from one person to the other. And here we are today. We've seen a lot of developments that are happening today in the crypto space. Can you maybe take us on a brief of what you understand about Bitcoin and blockchain, and what do you see or you think is going to be happening in the next coming future?
You can go ahead, Charlie.
I'll start. So I'm a banker by trade, and I'm looking. So when I think about Bitcoin and blockchain, I'm looking at the banking industry. This year, 2021, has been a breakout year for Bitcoin. You're beginning to see attention from institutional investors, the large banks, the large global multinational banks that have once shunned Bitcoin and cryptocurrency are moving into investing. They're offering Bitcoin and cryptocurrency to their largest and wealthiest investors. And I think we'll continue to see the world kind of shift in that space. The other thing that's really interesting about this year, 2021, is we begin to see more countries start to clarify regulation around Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. It's the first time we've seen the SEC, the CFTC in the United States actually start to issue their positions. Around the world, you saw China decided to ban cryptocurrency mining. The Central Bank of Nigeria had a number of different positions on cryptocurrency, the latest of which they banned cryptocurrency use for banking institutions. So you saw, I just think that, this year was just pivotal because you saw the crypto regulation come into focus. You see institutional investors around the world beginning to invest. And I think this will continue. Cryptocurrency this year has been recognized. It's always been a financial asset class, but the world is beginning to recognize it as a financial class. And I think in particular on the world stage, you're beginning to see and hear stories about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin changing lives, creating pathways for financial future for families, creating pathways for financial future for whole communities. And of course, it's really hard to talk about Bitcoin this month without recognizing that just a few days ago, El Salvador recognized Bitcoin as legal tender. That is huge. El Salvador is a country that had been plagued by economic challenges, and they have decided to be, blockchain forward but Bitcoin forward in terms of using Bitcoin as a tool to drive economic independence as a country. And I think we'll continue to see Bitcoin on the world stage as a tool for economic independence and financial independence for families, for individuals, and for communities, and for whole countries.
I agree with all of that. And I also want to point out that, from the very beginning, mass adoption has always been a thing that, that the community wanted to achieve. And for better or worse, having these institutional investors be part of it, I think will help with mass adoption because, PayPal or Venmo or Circle or, Goldman Sachs, these different companies that have their reputations will, that are not necessarily good. But I think by bringing Bitcoin and blockchain into the focus for people who might not have known about it otherwise is a way that we get to mass adoption. And I guess when you think about like what the journey was, I think the journey didn't necessarily start around, the technology, right? It started around, what seemed interesting or sexy, if you will, like the crypto aspect of it. But I think as time has gone by, the conversations have kind of matured so that we could see that, yes, and on the financial services side, the technology is great and there's this potential for generational wealth to be built. But I also think that, being open to also seeing all of the other industries that can be better by incorporating the technology is something else that's also kind of exciting, I think.
So talking about mass adoption and acceptance, do you think at the moment with the banks and all these, is it EFTs and all that happening, is it because people are actually adopting Bitcoin, or this big institution are looking for a way to control the market? Because it has always been about control. What do you think? I'm not trying to put you in a corner or anything, but having this discussion so that what do you think this is about? Is this about adoption or acceptance or what?
I can tell you what, I think it's about returns. I mean, I think it's just about returns. I mean, it is the highest performing asset class we've ever seen in the history of investments, period. Like, I think it's a numbers game for Wall Street. I don't think that the global banks wanted to invest. I think the client interest and attention to Bitcoin pushed many of these investment banks to take a second and third and fourth look at it. I think they didn't have a choice. I think it's about money.
Maureen, what do you think?
I agree, but I also think, I think when you think about money, it kind of aligns itself with control, right? But I agree. I think that the big wigs, they didn't want to get in on it initially. They talked lots of trash about it. We saw lots of, CEOs, like Jamie Dimon of JP Chase, and all these other different high profile people, if you will, saying all these different things about Bitcoin and cryptos. And then, shortly thereafter, clearly changing their positions, right? And buying into it. And, essentially even pumping the market in some instances. But so yes, I think a lot of it does have to do with the numbers and the fact that people had to pay attention because their clients, where they were going to get their returns from and their fees, et cetera, were also very interested. I also feel like on the side of the average person, that the average person is who really was pushing the conversation. And I think that shows a testament to the community, right? Granted, there are some people on, I think there's a continuum and there are extremes, but I think for the most part, people agree that this is something revolutionary. And as Charlene said, in terms of the returns on this type of asset class, the fact that now there are so many different research projects and different companies trying to find a way to get in is a testament to, how revolutionary this all is.
Yeah. So do we all agree, or do we believe that Bitcoin and blockchain are there to, disrupt the financial market and to disrupt the way we do our day-to-day transactions with the institutional banks and all that? Do we see that happening?
Absolutely.
Definitely, yeah.
I think it's a better system of money. I think here in the United States, sometimes it's harder to see some of the challenges, or it's harder for the US, folks in the US to see the challenges with the monetary system that we have. But if you zoom out and you look around the world, then you see some of the problems. You see hyperinflation, you see unemployment, you see what happens when there are governments that make decisions that don't necessarily support the economic viability of communities for an entire country. And so I think that Bitcoin as a use case, I think the strongest, and I've said this, and I truly believe this, I think that the most elegant use case for Bitcoin is in Nigeria, full stop, right? You see where a stronger, more efficient system of money can flourish and can allow people to build generational wealth. In the United States, it is absolutely a great use case as well, but we don't have some of the challenges we don't have some of the order of magnitude of challenges with our financial system. So yeah, I mean, I think that innovation, Bitcoin is an innovation to a system that was working for some, but not working for all. And if capitalism doesn't work for all, is it really working? I don't think so.
I think the other thing to really take into account is that in the US, we also have this legacy system around money, right? That other countries don't have. And so they are able to kind of prop up a system or be part of the system a little more easily. But on the other side of that, we do hear about people saying underbanked and unbanked and, and trying to go to places like Haiti, where my family's from. And I think that if we're going to talk about that, we also have to talk about the infrastructure that is lacking in a lot of these places. So yeah, all you need is a mobile device. It doesn't have to be a fancy cell phone, and you need Wi-Fi. And you could say that here, okay, you need that. But I mean, do you have electricity? Do you have electricity regularly? Do you have an ability to not only just have electricity, but the Wi-Fi connection? A lot of these places, especially in the Caribbean, have, I don't know what it is with Mother Nature, but like these natural disasters just keep coming. Like, they're not even able to bounce back for some of those things. And then, then we're trying to introduce something new. So I feel like introducing something new is great, because I think it also helps people not only build generational wealth and all of that, but this just gives people access, like people who are on the street selling sugarcane and things like that. And, this could also give them ability to kind of expand their businesses and things like that, and they wouldn't have that opportunity if not for this type of technology. So I do agree that it is disrupting. It's already disrupting. And if it wasn't disrupting, then we wouldn't have all these regulators in on it. We wouldn't have all these high profile, high net worth people talking about it, and things like that. I don't think we'd have the interest if it were not disrupting. So I guess the other thing is, not only is it disrupting financial services and how we transact and how we deal with people, but it's also it's also disrupting free flow of information, just data, period, ownership of certain types of assets, not just digital assets, but maybe what those digital assets represent, like NFT art or real estate, or or being part of a supply chain or logistics channel. So I think it started with financial services, but it's going to spread into other industries for sure, or it's going to continue, I should say, spreading into other industries.
And one more thing. Can I just add one more thing? I just think it's giving people hope. You know what I mean? And I think people need hope. Everyone needs hope around the world, depending on whatever financial situation you're starting from. It's giving people hope and a pathway to have ownership and agency over their own financial life. And that agency, like being able to lead it and control it at your will, that is powerful. And that is what every family, every mom, every dad, that's what they want to do. They want to be able to build their own financial life for their families. It's a very human desire. And that is what this technology is offering for the world. And it is revolutionary, because there are people in communities around the world that for reasons that have nothing to do with them are in situations where there's not a lot of hope.
Yeah. And I think it gives you a level of freedom that you don't have either, because you have this power. For sure. Yeah, I agree.
Talking about innovation and hope. Today, when we're looking at what is happening in the crypto space, not talking only about Bitcoin, but talking about the crypto space that is blockchain and all these applications that have been built on the blockchain. So don't we think that it becomes a little bit confusing for the newbie, for the person who is coming into crypto, to try and understand all these things that are happening, NFTs, metaverse, DeFi, all these. So how do we justify, or how do we say to a person who wants to follow this revolution, follow this evolution that is happening in the Bitcoin, to say this thing can work, when each and every day we are trying to improve something by creating something, instead of improving something by actually building it and improving it, but we are coming up with all these. So how do we help a person who is new to understand this evolution that is happening?
I think there are a lot of ways.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think, it is very innovative and it's complex technology, and but it's not impossible. I believe that one of the best way to understand Bitcoin is to understand someone's story. You need to understand what Bitcoin is to that person and how Bitcoin has changed an individual's life. And then you can put it in context for you and your story. One of the things that we do at the Black Bitcoin Billionaires, where we teach people, we have a number of different rooms for specific audiences. We have a room to focus on our senior community. We have a room to focus on parents trying to teach their kids about Bitcoin. We have a room to focus on specific newbies. I think that there's a cultural component to this. I think we want to, when you're talking to someone about Bitcoin, you really need to make it relevant to their understanding of the world and how they move in the space. And that's one of the reasons why the Black Bitcoin Billionaires Club exists. When I'm talking to women about Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, I'm going to talk to them in a way that's relevant to the things that they're experiencing in their lives. And so I think that when you're sharing this information with your family and your friends, I think you have to make it relevant. You have to make it relevant to where they're starting from. And yeah, it's complex, but I think this is a topic that folks can't afford not to get. They can't afford not to get it. Like, we absolutely have to make sure that our communities are proficient and fluent in this information so that they can be ready for the next generation of finance. So.
And I think that is incumbent on the community to not necessarily stay in the echo chambers, right? Because we often talk to people who kind of already get it. There's like a language, there's a lingo to it. And I think being willing to have these different places, like Charlene was saying, that people can go in and, it serve as a safe space, because even though, we've been, in this community or being part of this movement for some time, things are still continuously changing. I'm always learning something new, right? I mean, and so now it's like, even though some people might feel like they're super new, I still feel new sometimes too, especially on the legal side of things, because it's like, oh, all of a sudden, people are like really paying attention and making all these different, I guess, providing all these different ideas or thoughts around like what should be regulated, et cetera. But the point is that even with these people who are coming in, I think by making sure that they do feel like they're okay with bringing, their questions or concerns, and you being able to explain it to the best of your ability, by also giving them resources too, because sometimes people, especially in the beginning, I found that people like described, how blockchain works differently. And in some instances I got it, and in other instances I was like, that doesn't really make sense to me. So I think, also encouraging people to seek out different resources that they can, hear, because you also don't want to be on a path where you only have this like very narrow focused view for something that's so big, right? That's so expansive. The last thing I'll say is that with the new folks, I also feel like a lot of times because the way that their interest got piqued is because of like a specific event. I think it's good to use that specific event that piqued their interest to see like what else they'd like to know. And I think having a story or some sort of narrative around something that they can relate to is helpful to understand like why this is something we should care about, why this is something so great.
Okay, cool. Still on that. Yeah, there's a lot that I'm saying, there's a lot that is happening in the space, right? So many projects that are coming up, many technologies that have been developed, and I still believe there's still going to be more that are going to be developed. So my question maybe is, in this evolution of Bitcoin and blockchain and whatever that is related to blockchain and Bitcoin, what makes a project accepted? Is it the technology, or it's actually about who is hyping it?
Who is hyping it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure I got the question.
yeah. Like, let me say, for example, today, Doggy Coin, which is a meme coin, is highly given so much, I want to say, exposure, power, because Elon Musk was hyping it. Was talking about it, and now everybody is like, yeah, Doggy is the thing. That's why I'm asking, with this development, is it about the technology that we are following, or we are following the hype?
It's a little bit of both, right? Yeah. I think you use the hype to get people to talk about the technology, honestly. And I guess there's just, the thing is the level of the hype can get out of control, right? But I do think one of the things I teach at the law school in economics is the idea of value. Oftentimes we confuse value with price, and we think if it costs this much, then it must be valuable. And we do this all the time with the things we buy, our clothes, blah, 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 right? But especially with Bitcoin and other cryptos, I think we have to be especially careful about how we assign value to something just because there's a price associated with it. And so with the projects, I try to be the person that's like in the middle that tries to be like realistic. Like, yeah, this is cool, but what can I do with it? Or yes, Elon Musk is talking about it, but like, does Elon Musk really care about money in my pocket? Like, what's his end goal? Like, why is he boosting this? And he goes back and forth, right? 1 minute he's all about Bitcoin. Next minute, what about the environmental effects? Next minute he's back. I'm like, so I guess this is the benefit of being around for a while. You see the flip-flopping. And I think, obviously with the new folks, they might not see that. So they only come in at a point where, they just see the hype part. But I think having some history and looking back is going to be helpful for you to determine, what this hype is about and whether this is something you should be, looking into.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think hype, hype is a good on-ramp, but as long as we don't allow people to stay there, right? If it brings them in and gets them interested, great. But the next step is, let's give you some fundamental tools to evaluate this cryptocurrency as an investment. One of the things, to your point, the difference between value and price is really important. We encourage folks to have a rubric, a list of 5 things that they're looking for when they're trying to evaluate their coins. They should be looking at the development community. They should be looking at the circulation, the supply. Like, these are tangible, actionable data points that if you can't tell me those things about this currency, this Dogecoin, whatever, then it doesn't deserve your time or investment, right? And especially, and I think that's why we encourage folks to use Bitcoin as the starting point. That is your true north. That's your North Star. You start there, you understand the properties of Bitcoin, you compare that cryptocurrency to Bitcoin. Usually, if they've actually spent the time to understand Bitcoin, there's not a conversation after that. If you understand the properties of Bitcoin, why Bitcoin has value, where that value comes from, and then you compare those other coins, the fact that many of them are centralized, the fact that many of them have exploding supplies, then you understand that, hey, you know what? Even if it's a penny, it's not worth a penny
Right. Not even that. Yeah.
It's not even worth a penny, right?
Yeah.
It's not even worth a penny and not worth my time and attention. So it's like, creating this level of skepticism and it's really teaching, to your point, Maureen, technical analysis, tokenomics, and financial decision making around whether or not this is an investment that deserves your money.
Okay, awesome. Moving from hype, let's talk legitimacy. So how do we, with this technology that we are building, the Bitcoin, the blockchain, and all that, how do we make maybe the legal institution, for example, which I believe there's been so much wars going on between Bitcoin and the legal institution, whether to regulate cryptocurrencies or not to regulate, how do we bring this institution to understanding the value? You speak about value, not in monetary terms, but in terms of what it can bring, the solution that it can bring, the change that it can bring. How do we bring the legal institution to understanding the value of Bitcoin and what it can bring, so that this wars that we see, can somewhere end? How do we bring legitimacy? I think that's the big question. How do we make Bitcoin legitimate? When you talk about regulations, I'm not only talking about the United States and SEC and all that. I'm talking about the whole global village, the whole world. How do you bring legitimacy to it?
It's a hard question. So I understand the question. We all know Bitcoin is already legitimate, but how do you get these other
yes.
around the world to believe in, and to acknowledge the legitimacy? I think it's the problem that we're all grappling with right now. But I actually think that the way you do it is you show impact. You show and tell the stories of how Bitcoin is changing lives. If you look at the fintech revolution that's happening in Africa, you have all of these wonderful blockchain and Bitcoin financial services organizations that are popping up and changing the lives by giving families access to financial services they didn't have before. You can't argue with those numbers. You can't argue with, people being able to achieve higher quality of life. You can't argue with that. And I think that's what you do. You see those results and tell the stories and make sure those stories are told over and over and over again, and point to the folks whose lives are better and what they've been able to achieve as a result of this innovative technology. And I think this is a problem, or not problem, a challenge that we will continue to work on. And I think the other part is there's a huge education component that needs to happen in the regulatory community. I think here in the United States, we do have some regulatory leadership that are very well-versed in blockchain. If you look at Gary Gensler is the head of the SEC. He used to teach blockchain technology at MIT, so that's great. But he represents a larger regulatory body where I'm sure there are varying levels of understanding of this technology. Arguably, same deal around the world. The regulatory bodies of these countries are still trying to understand it. So they're having to understand blockchain and regulate, and try to, manage the whole tax implications of it. It's a lot. And so I think those of us who are in positions of knowledge need to actively reach out and be a part of these discussions so that the regulatory bodies are well informed and they can do their jobs effectively.
Maureen.
Yes, I agree. I'm sorry, I was trying to get myself off mute. So I agree, especially with the fact that we already know that Bitcoin is legitimate. And I do think that we also have to be okay with the fact that not everybody's going to get it. Not everybody's going to want to get it. Not everybody's going to be interested. I think the benefit of this is that this gives people options. We know that as great as this is, at least for the time being and maybe for the next decade or so, this is not going to necessarily upend the financial system in such a way that it will only be about blockchain, only be about Bitcoin. If anyone thinks that, I think they're misguided because they don't realize the legacy issues that are grounded in money that was never, ever, ever intended to include any of us that have the skin color, right? And they will fight to the death to make sure that that system remains. But I think what they're afraid of is the fact that we now have an option, right? We have a way to disrupt what they're doing, or a way to say, we don't want to deal with that we don't want to be part of that financial system. And so I'm going to, move and do something else. And I think that's where some of the issues with, the narratives around why it's not legitimate or why it's not this or that, to kind of create this storyline that, the traditional way is the best way or the only way. And even though at the same time, these same traditionalists are dipping their feet, right, or their toes on the Bitcoin side. So
yeah,
in a big way.
So I agree with Charlene, but I think we also have to be okay, because I've also seen like conversations on Twitter and different chat groups where people are like just barking at others because they don't necessarily accept this to be true, or they don't agree. And I think we have to be okay with people being open, and that people are going to come to this with their own perspectives and their own life experiences. So maybe you might think one person is only getting Bitcoin, investing in Bitcoin to be a hodler, right? To be someone who's going to use this as something that they could potentially, pass on to their children, et cetera. And then there are other people who are like, oh yeah, we want to be able to use Bitcoin for everyday transactions. Whichever side you're on, I think the point is that you have some freedom, you have the ability to have some power over your financial life that doesn't require you to go to the man, right? And so however you want to do it, that's really on that person. And I think we also have to be okay with the fact that not everybody's going to agree on how to do that.
Yep. Maybe my next question will be, do we foresee in the future Bitcoin and the government, or we call them institutional or national digital currencies working together? Do we see the nations integrating Bitcoin with their digital currencies, or do we foresee a situation where they will make sure that Bitcoin dies and only the digital, national digital currencies are the one that stand at the end of the day?
Yeah, so there's always so much talk about the central bank digital currency.
Yeah.
So I have a different opinion. I actually think that those CBDCs will help adoption, right? So, I think it gets people comfortable. There's a whole segment, particularly in the United States, that of folks that just they're skittish about technology, they're skittish about anything. So those folks need the government, they need a government sanctioned option for payment. Do I think it's going to kill Bitcoin? Nope. You can't kill Bitcoin.
Right.
But I do think that it introduces legitimacy for something beyond the normal digital payment system that we're used to, right? So we've been paying on digitally through Visa and MasterCard before, but essentially digital currency is a little different.
Sorry to chip in, we only have 5 minutes. I think maybe you present your points and then you also wrap up, give us your last word before I hand out to Maureen. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, you continue here.
Yeah. You know what? I think last points. I think that Bitcoin is the great equalizer and the great enabler. I think I'm looking forward to countries around the world really using this technology and system to drive financial independence for themselves and their communities. I'm excited about the future of blockchain and Bitcoin. And, I think it's so imperative for Black communities around the world to be fluent in this technology so that we can engage in commerce around the world.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for allowing me to be here.
Yeah. Thank you
So
so
one
much.
comment
Maureen.
on the CBDC before
Yeah.
I close as well is that I agree that the CBDC, because we're now digital. One, CBDC is not crypto, right? Not really.
Yeah.
But I mean, I know I might get some rocks thrown at me, but that's the beauty of innovation, that as problems arise and technology is available, you find a way to solve problems, right? So with the CBDC, especially in places that are, you know, considered third world, or like they have issues with the actual, you know, physical money getting into people's hands, if the government is willing to find a way to digitize that, that obviously, you know, they have their own motivations, but I think in the long run it still benefits the people of that country, because now they have access to technology, they have the ability to, you know, and I guess this is things we've all talked about already, they have the ability to have power over their financial lives, they have the freedom to move around. Granted, the infrastructure is an issue, but I think that, you know, for the most part, people all around the world have some sort of device or some sort of access to, you know, something, some mobile device that they might be able to use. And if not, then this is upon the government to find a way to make that happen. Because if you're going to create CBDCs and issue those, and it will have the same value as, you know, the country's money, then you need to find a way and make sure that people can get access to that money. Because otherwise, what's the point of having the CBDC? So I think it does help with adoption, especially in places where, you know, they have no choice but to really rely on the government because of how things are in that country. So obviously not all countries are even interested in providing this access to their people, right? So the ones that are, I think, are going to lead the way. And that also helps people realize, okay, well, if, you know, this can't be available here, but I know that it's available elsewhere, like, you know, I think that creates interest. And again, that's back to like thinking about like, how can I be part of this, even if I can't have it right here in my backyard? So as closing, I want to echo Charlene that it was a pleasure chatting with you both today. I am excited about the future. I think the past is an indication of like how the future is going to be. We had some rocky moments, right? We had some, you know, moments where we were, you know, questioning our life's decisions, etc. But I think that also comes with the excitement of something new and innovative that will not only help us being like, you know, the people on the call right now, but also something that you can pass on to generations. And I think that is what really is the benefit. And I know that, you know, there's a generation of us, like the millennials, we've seen a lot in our time period, right? So, you know, we've gone from house phones to CD players to all types of stuff. So I feel like being able to continue to innovate and pass that on to later generations will just be, you know, an awesome thing. So thank you again for having me.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, ladies. It's been a very beautiful discussion. And now I believe that Satoshi is a lady. Also, I had wonderful ladies in the discussion.
Right?
Thank you so much. I hope we meet again, maybe possibly in the physical in 2022 when this coronavirus thing is gone. Thank you so much, guys. It's been an honor.
Absolutely.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Sure,
Fantastic, thanks.
Doing good.
Great. Yeah, we're happy. We're here on the Black Blockchain Summit 2021. And here we have Black blockchain leaders. My name is Tongai Choto. I'm co-founder of AfriBlocks. We're a global Pan-African freelance marketplace, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Super excited. The topic is enabling Black land and asset ownership using blockchain, enabling Black land and asset ownership using blockchain. And with me here, we have three Black blockchain leaders that are going to lead us through this discussion. So I'm just going to give them, you know, a minute or two to introduce themselves, starting with Chris, then Eden, and then Tony. You can take it away, guys.
Yes, my name is Chris Bates. I have been working in the blockchain space for about 8 years now, I guess. I started working in community management and then moved into cybersecurity and have moved towards research and moved away from working in the industry directly. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Great. Eden?
Yeah, not as long as Chris, but I've been around since about 2016, 2017. Initially started working on cross-border transactions using crypto.
Make money. So I think in
Excited to be here. How are you guys doing?
Great.
Sure.
fantastic, thanks.
Doing good.
Great. Yeah, we're happy. We're here on the Black Blockchain Summit 2021. And here we have Black blockchain leaders. My name is Tongai Choto. I'm co-founder of AfriBlocks. We're a global Pan-African freelance marketplace, and I'll be your moderator for this session. Super excited. The topic is enabling Black land and asset ownership using blockchain, enabling Black land and asset ownership using blockchain. And with me here, we have three Black blockchain leaders that are going to lead us through this discussion. So I'm just going to give them, a minute or two to introduce themselves, starting with Chris, then Eden, and then Tony. You can take it away, guys.
Yes, my name is Chris Bates. I have been working in the blockchain space for about 8 years now, I guess. I started working in community management and then moved into cybersecurity and have moved towards research and moved away from working in the industry directly. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Great. Eden?
Yeah, not as long as Chris, but I've been around since about 2016, 2017. Initially started working on cross-border transactions using crypto, and then worked at some of the exchanges for a bit, kind of focusing on retail, getting folks onboarded. And now I'm working with DAOs.
Thank you for the introduction. Then Tony?
Hey, how's it going? Been in fintech for about 20 years, doing institutional with State Street and Fidelity, and Bitcoin in 2011, and Ethereum in 2018. And that's when I started my journey with community development, and mainly focused on yield generation, which has morphed into what you see in meme coins like SafeMoon. The main communities that I help run are Bankroll Network and Elephant.money. And Elephant.money is the sort of distillation of everything we've learned at Bankroll. And mainly we're focused right now on continuing those yield generation contracts
stablecoin, and with an end game pointed at like NFT marketplace to leverage the stablecoin, which is backed by collateralized BUSD and the Elephant Money token.
Great, great. Thank you so much for that introduction. I guess around our topic, enabling Black land and asset ownership using blockchain, I see the two things that come out, which are land and assets. So I'll start with Tony. Let's start on the basics. What is land registry, and what are the current challenges that need to be solved or are being solved by blockchain technology?
I think right now, the biggest issue that you have is with mutable databases, your land registry and ownership can be taken away from individuals, families, organizations at any given time. And when you have a public blockchain solution, then the worries and fears there can be alleviated, especially you have situations where there may be political instability, things going on with, we still have genocide today. So in many instances in Pan-Africa, you still have issues where people literally, you own your house today, you don't own it tomorrow.
Understood. Eden, you can take on the same question around, what is land registry and what are the current challenges that are being or will be solved by blockchain technology?
Yeah, I agree with what was just said. I just also want to kind of add that when we think about these, we'll call the ledger a database, right? There's still someone that has to have that power over who's inputting that information. And so my mind starts to think about what are the alternative ways to kind of make sure that we're removing a centralized authority from these, data sets, whether it be a blockchain or, the way that we manage land registries now. So I think for me, I think that when we kind of expand on blockchain, and we can see that growth happening now, where we're seeing one asset and it's owned by the community, for instance. So like kind of zooming out versus just having a land registry. Let's say there's a home that's owned by, your family DAO, for instance, and you have it managed over, I'm kind of looking ahead. Let's say we've got smart devices and we're managing the property via a system of smart contracts to say it's my day to be in the house. The land was owned by our grandfather, so I own 12 shares of said house or something like that. So I think my mind goes to how can we manage land registries in that way? Because, anywhere in the world, we have corruption. It's everywhere, whether it be New York, where anywhere, it's really anywhere in the world you have it. And so I kind of hesitate when we talk about using blockchain in that way around land registry, because we're still having to assume that we're trusting that same system. We're trusting, whomever is in charge of this permissioned blockchain, right? Or who's putting that information in. Is it in this particular area? Is it the chief? Is it the governor? Who's inputting that information? So I have some hesitancy around that sort of a system, because I think it relies on a lot of the existing kind of issues.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting, because I guess in this discussion we'll say not your keys, not your land, something like that.
Yeah.
I like that you mentioned community. That'll be my next question to Chris around, how can we educate the community that, the difference between, is this really your asset on the blockchain or it's not your asset, pertaining to things like, do you really own it, or it's still owned by this corporation that's saying, it's blockchain, but you still don't have, the access to it or the ownership.
So when someone has physical control of something, that's like 95% of ownership. And when we're talking about digital assets, especially relative to land, that's something that becomes a slippery slope, because then you have countries that have squatters' rights. So, for example, if I'm to buy a piece of property in England, and I have this blockchain title for it and I'm not living there, a squatter comes in and stays in that home, well, that person actually has rights over the home, even though I have the blockchain title. So there are elements of the legal ledger that controls the titles being one element, but the actual regulations and laws that dictate how land is traded are another element. So people will get into contracts not knowing the actual legal ramifications of long-term ownership or short-term ownership or the caveats that come with it. So this is kind of where there are elements of economic exchange and economic interaction that people have no idea about how to go about doing them, and they rush into these things because of fear of missing out. And then you have people rushing into real estate investment, gold investment, blockchain investment, because you see other people making money, and instead of trying to do research on these things, they just rush into it and say, oh, well, how do I, this person did X, Y, and Z, I'll just do that and follow their path and make money. So I think in the rush to have people extracting value, we need to reframe our perspectives and say, is this person rushing to value actually going to do something that has long-term gain, or are they just participating in a short-term fad? And I think it's going to better help the community to be able to step back and start to look at these things and be more judicious about getting involved in a movement rather than just rushing in because other people are making money.
Yeah, I like that, you know, you're taking it from that point of view, because that's literally what, you know, the summit like this, you know, is meant for, to educate people on things like this. Like, you know, there's this, you know, everyone is doing it. Should we do it, or you should, you know, start to learn from it? Which brings me to my next question. You kind of touched on it a bit, Chris, but I'll pose this to Tony around what the major difference, what's the difference between digital and physical assets? You know, what the connection, where is the connection? Because I think that's something that, you know, our audience really try to figure out, like, okay, I own this land, so what do you mean I should own it on the blockchain? Like, what's the difference? Things like that. So yeah, you can help our audience with that.
So fundamentally, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yep, and just, and I think Chris actually just he touched on that. One thing I would say is, when it comes to digital land, I think that's very similar to what we enjoy today with Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, where we don't have this mismatch of ownership. When not, you know, like we started before in the beginning, you know, not your keys, not your crypto, not your keys, not your digital land or your NFT. So there's no, so with digital, you don't have an issue. And I think with physical property rights, I think that's where, and I think Eden touched on this in the beginning, we're going to have to go with solutions like, multi-sig in terms of verifying these transactions. You're going to have a willingness by municipalities and governments to take their existing systems and transition to a solution. And you're going to see solutions where a user or community may have to stake certain assets, crypto assets, against a title, and then also have the participation in a sort of multi-sig transaction with the existing government. So there has to be a willingness by local and higher level government agencies to participate in a solution. And then you're going to have people potentially vote with their feet, because it is a little slippery with, what Chris said.
Yeah, that's really helpful. I guess I'll pose the same question to Eden, but this is also around, we're talking about land. We also want to get a bit into real estate, like, your apartment, your school, into that real estate space. How can people, say, get started, or how can people understand the connection and the differences between digital and physical assets?
That's a really big question. And I think just to, again, have it not focus on things like title ownership, because I think it's a very important but very specific kind of use case. So again, you said schools. So I'm thinking about hotels, or, using your apartment on Airbnb. And one of the ways that I kind of explore, when property, the example that I like to use is sort of digestible. You think about Airbnb. So if you've ever Airbnb'd your home, you know that you're paying Airbnb for the honor of being able to allow people to come into your home for a set period of days, right? So let's think about that apartment that you put on Airbnb. If you were to have that on, Banana Chain, whatever it is, like that's the organization, and a day is indicative of one banana coin, right? You could then, you have your home, you've got 365 banana coins affiliated with your home. You can then think of your home as sort of not just an asset, but also a form of like asset generation, because that home can then be rented or, put into whatever blockchain, and you can have it managed by, and I'm thinking hopefully, a couple of years ahead, you can kind of have that home managed. Maybe the insurance for the home is on smart contract. So if the agreement between me and Chris is that Chris is going to stay in my home for 3 banana chains, and we've got it locked up in a smart contract, and he damages my door, no offense, Chris, and let's say that costs, in the smart contract, the agreement is 0.10 banana chains, and we can kind of have that arbitrated automatically versus paying, a system or a centralized group like Airbnb for those kinds of services. What I'm trying to kind of illustrate is that we're thinking, I think that when we talk about ownership, it's kind of this binary of like, I own a home, or I own 10 coins of this thing. But if we kind of like look at it from a collective, ownership doesn't necessarily need to mean I own this home. It could mean I own stakes in various things. I own pieces of various objects, or like I own a piece of this organization, or a piece of this home, or my beach house, whatever it might be. We kind of think about it from a collective perspective versus like I own this one thing. I think that's a much better perspective, because you can generate a lot more return. And then also it goes back to something Chris said that I really liked. He said, why are we only extracting value? Something along those lines. So when we think about home ownership or ownership in this way from a, how am I providing value and not just extracting? That's, I think also a really helpful way to think about land ownership.
Yeah, that brings me to the next question around, we talked a bit about security, but I also want to talk about privacy, because, when someone thinks, that I'm registering my land online, we're all tech savvy, but, as talk about my grandfather owns land and we're telling them, their information is going to be online. The next question is, so everyone is going to know that I own this land, things like that. So my question to Chris is, how do we make sure that security is well done? When, there are these companies that are building solutions around land registry on the blockchain, which is great, but how do we make sure, or as a community, go back and look at stuff like their code? Is this information, private? Is this information secure? Is this not another centralized, solution that we're trying to run away from?
I think one of the biggest problems is the illusion of understanding. So you have millions and millions of people who drive cars every day. How many of those people can look under the hood and tell you what a carburetor is, or tell you where the brake lines are, or tell you how the brakes work? Most of them can't. So when it comes to buying a home, how many people can go and tell you what the real estate laws are, tell you what's legal, what's not? Most of them can't. They participate in these activities and transactions with the illusion of understanding, because you can participate, because you can pay for the house, because you can pay for the car. It feels like you understanding or understand it. How many people get on the internet every day and don't understand it? Most people don't understand how the internet works. So I think the problem is there is this premise that people need to understand blockchain to use it. That's just wrong, because most of the things that people use, they don't understand how they work. So that said, the issue is not getting people to use it, it's getting the right people to use it, because right now regular people don't do the land transactions anyway. It's real estate agents. So we shouldn't be trying to make this system so that the average farmer, the average homeowner just goes in and sells the property themselves, because that's not how it works now anyway. Mainly because there are rules and regulations that go with selling homes that the average person doesn't have time to learn, so that they end up not doing an illegal transaction or doing something that ends up messing up their own finances in the process. So the reason people go to real estate agents is not because they don't know how to use the internet, or not because they don't know how to go to Remax's website. It's because all of the complexities associated with selling or buying a home are why we have actual real estate agents. So I think the issue is, although transactions and movements of assets can be simplified or made transparent on a blockchain, that process of legal enforcement is something that still is necessary in a superlative layer. So it's like, I can't enforce a contract that I make. That's not the way enforcement works. So if I make a contract with Eden about renting her home, I come in and kick the door down. Who's going to enforce that I need to owe her money? It can't be one of us. There needs to be third-party enforcement. So this is why when we're talking about implementing blockchain solutions, the governments or some sort of third party has to be involved, because otherwise the enforcement is coming from one of the two parties, and that's not actual enforcement. So this is where the systems of infrastructure being available does not equate to enforcement. And this is where if I'm doing business with somebody internationally and I send them Bitcoin or whatever, Ethereum, to send me a widget, and that person does not then send me a widget, who do I go to correct that transaction to then enforce my side of the contract? Well, if there's no legal authority under which we're both operating, I can't go to anyone, which is why most users or most people who are in a situation of purchasing actually want some sort of third-party authority that they can go to. So this is kind of where the future, I think, is, for the sake of protecting people, has to be a combination of open access ledgers, but also authorities that oversee the ledgers. Because again, if we have a dispute and where there is no third party that we can go to, then we have a problem. And that this is where there are some problems solved by creating an immutable ledger that's not associated with any government, but then that creates a whole nother set of problems if in fact we don't have a third party to enforce a contract. Because
Understood.
well, I was going to say, enforcement is not the same as execution. That is a very important caveat. A self-executing contract can't be self-enforcing. Those are two different things. Enforcement is not execution.
Understood. I guess the question that I would have is, I'll ask this to Tony, like, how can community be that third person instead of, an organization or say, a company? Now, let's say it's community, people who are already participating in that land registry, in that blockchain technology around, their pieces of land and things like that. How can community be the people that actually govern or manage that solution?
I think this is where we really, and just also in the interest of time, We really, when I say interest of time, I really mean our community is decentralized, our community is digital. Our digital selves are more important than in some ways, our real world selves, or where we're actually physically located. We can operate on an even playing field in the digital world. And I think this is a good time for us potentially to transition and talk more about what digital land ownership means. The reality is that governments move very slowly. They require tons of coordination. Sometimes they don't have the budget or interest to participate in these activities. And that's being pretty much proven out. So when we talk about the African diaspora as a whole and what our strategy should be, I think it's more important that we focus on digital land ownership, and that in that case, the sky's the limit. You can participate in ecosystems like Decentraland. You can participate in owning a spaceship or a space station or a region of a planet in Star Atlas on Solana. These are productive digital land and property assets that generate revenue, where you're one of the important things that we believe in at Elephant Money is that we're borderless, and we don't necessarily have 100% focus on this is just for Black people or this is just for African. The largest a large percentage of our members come from the EU and United States. The point is that everyone's swimming together, and when that value is created, it's more important that as citizens of the digital world that we're all participating together. And you really can only do that once you separate yourself from where you actually live, and then value can actually travel and do what it's supposed to do. People on Axie Infinity, you can buy Axie land right now. And that's borderless. It doesn't matter where you are. You can be in Venezuela, you can be in South Africa. There are people in the Philippines that have used Axie as a replacement for work and labor. And those NFTs are productive assets, and they have a sponsorship mechanism where you can someone in someone more affluent, doesn't matter where they are, can purchase a team of Axies and then sponsor those out to people to actually perform in the arena and earn income, and that's a lifestyle. So really, I think the opportunity here is really to, we're all going digital. Physical land is important, but the thing is, if you can earn on the blockchain, then you can change your situation. You can move to a more stable place. Not just, I'll end on this. Because of climate change, the continent of Africa and many other places around the world are being impacted. You can't live where you live right now. People are going to get displaced in a major way. So it's going to become more important that we're actually generating income and have passive income streams from digital land, digital properties, productive digital properties, not just cryptocurrencies, and be able to take those resources and move to a safe location.
Great. I think one thing that I also liked is the mention that most people actually, a very large number, actually maybe 90% of people who use the internet don't really know how it works. So I guess it's because it got to an extent where the usability is super simple, to the extent that people don't even need to know what's behind. So my question to Eden is, I guess you can also mention use cases that you have seen or that you have heard around, that learning curve and that UI, UX, that usability that makes people, want to jump in and makes it all easy. You don't have to think about, that whole technology because, like Chris mentioned, that's not your background. You're you just, you just own an apartment and you want to get into this, but, how do you get into that in the most, shortest learning curve as possible?
It's a wonderful question. This is a big issue. I've worked, like I said, with a couple exchanges, and this is the number one question: usability. If you don't fix usability, adoption will not increase. And I'm just talking about the basics of crypto. Level 10 crypto is having your apartment on a blockchain, but like level 1 is just getting started in 101 of crypto. And the interfaces, the UI is so complex. And then we also think about it from this perspective of who's designing it. If it's an English forward or a Chinese Mandarin forward design, those things really impact how we process information. If English is your second language, or if you don't speak English, if a lot of the materials that are being created are for someone whose primary language is X, Y, and Z, right? The adoption curve for folks coming from other backgrounds, it's going to be much steeper. And so absolutely, I can't remember the exact word, but it's airport design, where you're not relying on any words, but it's just something that humans will intuitively be able to understand, whether you're in an airport in Zimbabwe or, anywhere in the world, you're able to kind of figure out what's going on. That's intentional design. And so when we talk about really simplifying UI and UX and making it so that, you said your grandfather was like, why would I put my information online? Let's say whatever was built, if you're just trying to teach him the basics of crypto, when we think about, I'm assuming he has a mobile app, most of the world uses mobile apps versus web apps. So when we think about things like that, are we building mobile-based learning tools first? Are they being built by folks that speak a plethora of different languages or have different experiences? Because that really impacts the design. And so I think today, if you were to go to the App Store and just type in Bitcoin, whatever app you pull up, whether it's, from the Coinbases to the more, smaller apps, there's still a really high level of complexity. It's still, I have to walk friends through it all the time. And so I think we have to really get to the point where, we're on this call right now and we're using the internet and we didn't have to log in or do anything. It just kind of worked. And a lot of that is intentional design. Mm-hmm. So I like to think about these products as being human first and not crypto first. I don't even want to see the word crypto or coin or blockchain. I just want it to be focused on what can the user get out of it? Like, why am I here? I think I would think about, and even that's kind of a technical term, but I think if we were to just kind of think about it from the perspective of how is this going to empower and support the person, whether it be economically or whatever it could be, rooting it in that design versus this is a technological blockchain crypto, whatever the word might be, that can be really to customers, even when we think, or users, even when we think it's not, because we're in it. We hear these words all day long. I think something, I might say, yeah, yield, but not realizing that's off-putting to someone who may not be spending, 12 hours a day, researching on the internet. So yeah, I think that's really important.
Yeah, I like the term human first. So my question to Chris would be, how people are listening right now, how do they get started? You can go on Google, do your own research, but are there any resources that worked for you that you can recommend to people to go read around? Because again, this is something that people also need to kind of do their own research before they jump in. What are your thoughts around that?
So I think first off, people need to be honest with themselves about what they're doing, because people will get into blockchain technology and crypto and then say, oh, I'm here for the technology, but they're really trying to make money. That's 100% okay, but people need to be honest, because if you're saying you're in it for the tech, but you're really there to make money, then it's actually going to be more difficult for you to make money, because there's all these hoops you have to jump through pretending you're in it for the tech. And on these notes, like one of the issues with simplifying the interface is that a lot of times when you simplify the interface, you sacrifice security. So there are things about what is happening with the move to simplify the interface that then negate any of the benefits for the blockchain itself. So there are things about the movement of the technology that they're not unique to blockchain. The same thing happened with the internet in terms of making things more complex, making things less complex, making them more complex. The same thing happened with computers, Apple, IBM, graphic user interfaces, everything. And so it's more so, where do these technologies fall in our society? I don't think people need to be using them in their everyday life. So for people to try to get into it, it's more so, where is that person at in their regular life, like in their life already? Pivot from that into the blockchain. Don't try to start new, because there's people like me who are seniors in the space. You're never going to catch up with me. I have 2 degrees, working on a 3rd. It's not like I just figured out this thing magically overnight. I've put in years and years of work to learn about this technology and learn about this space. So people like myself didn't just get here overnight. It took years and years to get to this level. So I think if people really want to become experts, they're gonna have to be prepared to put in years of work. It's not something that you learn overnight. It's not something that comes like you just figure it out. No, you have to put in years and years of work to truly understand it. Now, if you just want to make money, then you learn how to trade. You learn how to look at candlesticks. You learn how to do arbitrage, because then you can apply that to Beanie Babies. You can apply that to Pokemon cards. Arbitrage is not something that's restricted to to Bitcoin, to Ethereum, to tokens, to stocks. You can arbitrage meat if you really wanted to. So I think what people have to get a better perspective on capital. They have to get a better perspective on technology and people, to see how capital flows between people to establish value. Because once you start to understand those things, the way that the blockchain space is developing and the cryptocurrency space, it's a lot easier to see movement being organic or movement being fabricated, because you have people who want to make you believe that you can get in and make an NFT and that'll be worth $1 million. Well, it's possible that you can make an NFT worth $1 million, but just like Beanie Babies, just like baseball cards, comic books, most of the stuff is going to be worthless, while there will be some very high value items that come out. That's just the way collecting works. So it's the same with land. There are pieces of land that are worthless because they're swamp. You can't develop them. Nobody can live on it. So it's land, but it's really valueless because you can't use it. So I think this is where, if people are trying to find value, they're trying to find how to create or discover value, there are things about history, there are things about people, sociology. People have to take a step back and get a more holistic view of the landscape.
Yeah, so we have a few minutes left. I'm going to leave this to Tony and Eden. 1 minute resources that people can use to get started. Tony.
Okay, so I do think that there's an easy button for crypto. I'm trying to solve that problem myself. I've been working on it for quite a while. I think for people to get started, the easiest button, if you don't have any crypto now, I would recommend Celsius Network. If you go to Celsius Network, you can, without knowing anything about crypto, you can purchase crypto. You can turn that crypto into productive assets and earn yield on it. So my recommendation for people is to, obviously establish a position in Bitcoin, establish positions in the top 10 cryptos. From a speculative perspective, that's going to cover your growth side. And then you really want to focus on, because when we're talking about land, for this conversation started out with land, any of these cryptos are still property, and they still can be made into productive assets by earning a return on your investment beyond just waiting for the price to go up and down. So you can do that with the Celsius Network with no knowledge. And then you can dive into more decentralized solutions where you're going to be on Binance Smart Chain, for example, or Solana. I think the boat has kind of sailed with Ethereum. But those are the places to get started. Really look at the Binance Smart Chain, look at things on Solana, and focus on learning about yield farming. You can do yield farming with just stable coins, like you have a USDC, USDT pair, where you can take $100 with no risk and start earning yield on it. And so you're establishing a position, a productive asset, and you're earning return. So that's would be my recommendations.
Yeah, and to Eden, in 1 minute, resources that Black people can use, specifically Black people can use, and to get started.
Okay, a couple places I'd suggest. First of all, I'd suggest reading the bullish case for Bitcoin. Great resource, and it kind of goes into why some of these things are important. I think podcasts are fantastic. I will also recommend listening to stuff like We Study Billionaires. They've got a bunch of different content. It's diverse, touches on a bunch of different things in the crypto space. I'd also recommend Medium. I think that Medium is super interesting, and it's medium.com. It has a plethora of different information. The reason why I'm suggesting this is because everyone's going to find the lane that they're interested in. Someone's going to be really interested, like Tony, in yield farming. Someone else might be really interested in the actual blockchain itself, and might want to go out and get a degree, but they won't know until they kind of explore those different sections. This space is massive. So I really kind of recommend figuring out what gets your attention and then deep diving in that, whether that's yield farming, land management, remittances, whatever that thing is. Kind of go broad, check out Medium, look into different podcasts, and then kind of zoom in. I definitely recommend folks, friends said, possibly purchase, but before you do any of that, definitely do the work, be judicious, and do the research, and don't just please don't follow anyone's advice on YouTube. Just do the research and see where that takes you.
Great. Thank you so much, amazing Black blockchain leaders. This has been a great discussion, and we hope our attendees are also enjoying this. Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you, Eden, and thank you, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, this is Deidre McIntyre, and I'm so excited to be at Black Blockchain Summit once again. This is the 4th annual conference, and this particular panel is innovated with this conference from the very beginning. It is the Baraza, also known as a panel called Disrupting Self-Hate, Racism, and Tribalism Through Blockchain Technology. And I'm excited to bring Michael and Kevin, who are going to give a little bit about their backgrounds. And Sinclair Skinner brought this panel at the first conference, and I was a panelist at the very first conference. And what is very interesting about this panel that we hope that we'll be able to convey is that the Western world, including many African Americans, have a tendency to believe that Africa is more like a country than a continent, that nations are analogous to Western European nations. So if I'm talking about, Nigeria, there's one set or two sets or four sets of Nigeria, not that there are 250 different ethnic groups. So we hope to be able to shed some light on the diversity and then the potential for blockchain to provide an economic improvement, not only for the continent, for the diaspora as well. So first I'd like to introduce Michael. Please give about 2 or 3 minutes about your background, your educational background, your ethnic background to our viewers.
Thank you for the great introduction. My name is Michael Abraha. I am currently a product manager at an app development agency. I'm also involved in various aspects in crypto, have been a student, political science undergrad, and I'm wrapping up my master's in business currently. My background, originally I'm from Ethiopia. My parents are Ethiopian and Eritrean, and I came here at a very young age. I was about 4, so I'm an American by default. But aside from that, my introduction into blockchain and crypto has been evidently going to events and learning more and connecting with people, like-minded people. This is my fourth time attending the Black Blockchain Summit, and it's been a splendid time every year, getting definitely better and better. Like to hand it off to Kevin, and you can introduce yourself as well.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Michael. So I am a psychologist. I am the head of sociology and psychology department at Grambling State University. My area of focus is in African-centered psychology and looking at the dynamics of trauma on the psyche of people of African descent, engaging in a discourse of how do we talk about the healing of such. And so this leads to us having a lot of deprivation around identity, and then especially this idea of self-hate, which is created by another condition. Then we'll talk more about that, unpack that, but also a psychologist, a former president of the Black Psychologist, and I am engaged in a variety of issues around travel to the continent to make sure that people have a sense of self-identity, worth, and spiritual enlightenment. So the recent travel has taken us into the Gambia, but we move our people around to be able to have a realignment of who they are, not only in the context of them being, as you mentioned earlier, Michael, American or from some space of Europe, but also to be able to know that they are tied to something greater than that. And you also have that connection. And so doing the African DNA test that we have done in our family, we found that we genetically find people like us in Burkina Faso, among the Bisa, on my father's side, and we find that among the Igbo in Nigeria, there is a connection. So we not only have the identity of African-centered thought, but we have the genealogical connection to spaces there. And so we claim that because that changes how we see ourselves, and it moves us beyond the idea of self-hatred and confusion into being concretized into having identity, purpose, and direction, and which is what comes out of culture. So we will talk more about that. But again, thank you, Deidre, for allowing us to be here. Thank you, Sinclair, for the invitation for this process. And Michael, thank you for being willing to engage and help me to learn it, to grow more in the space of cryptocurrency and so forth. So thank you.
All right, and I am Deidre McIntyre, for those who didn't get my brief bio from the website. I am the founding admin of Black People in Cryptocurrency, which is primarily a Facebook group that I manage with several other people. And for the most part, we concentrate our efforts on education and media surrounding Black-led startups within the blockchain and crypto sector. So one of the first questions I have, for, and I really like this to be kind of a round table that we can ask each other questions of background. It's basically for Michael to give us some insight on, his own heritage and background, and where, if anything, he sees cryptocurrency or blockchain to be a benefit.
Oh, thank you. There are many different aspects of how blockchain and crypto can have a positive impact in the developing world, particularly in Africa or just anywhere in Africa. But right now, like a lot of African countries have not moved from the government side to make it legal or make legislation more accessible for companies to come in. It has just been kind of like a gray area. Nigeria has experienced some pushback from the government relatively recently, like earlier this year. And as you may or may not know, Bitcoin's price significantly skyrocketed in Nigeria due to that. So there's clearly a gap that needs to be filled, and whether legislation is there or not, people are still going to be having access or be moving towards that. In Ethiopia and in East Africa, particularly in Ethiopia, there hasn't been much push from the government to make crypto accessible and or legal tender. What has happened though is, for example, Cardano has partnered up with the Ethiopian government to create identity tracking mechanisms for the education system, which has been relatively super interesting because this is happening at a time when there's a significant ethnic conflict happening in Ethiopia. And that is something that, piques many people's interest because it's, Charles Hoskins was a very pro, I'd say, decentralized and, helping growing communities in developing areas. He is partnered up with a government that is directly, in conflict with another ethnic group within the country. So that is slightly alarming. And we as Africans, or we as Ethiopians, we come into question is like, where could that lead, right? How could we keep major organizations and institutions accountable to working with government, whether it's the government or working with people on the continent, and having ensuring that everybody is equal. The current crisis is, like I had mentioned, an ethnic crisis that has been going on for about 9 months now. And what I do believe where crypto could come into assistance is the ethnic group that have been undermined and has been in the main conflict are the Tigrayan people of the north. And the moral of the story, what has happened could have been prevented, but there has been significant on both sides of the table has been rapid misinformation, some depending on what is real and what isn't real, that has blurred lines. So people have had trouble connecting, understanding what's going on, while back home the Tigrayan region has been in a complete blackout, no electricity, telecommunication services have been shut off, banks accounts have been frozen, assets have been frozen, and things like that. So it's very hard to see transparency in when circumstances are very deep and grave, especially when a lot of people have been negatively affected. And Bitcoin can assist that, because to prevent hyperinflation and to kind of assist in providing access and to people's money and things like that is where I genuinely believe it can have a positive impact. Only problem is accessing that information, translating that information, and then giving people cell phones and being able to send and receive. Because if you don't have internet access, like you're kind of in a situation where you can't participate, right, in sending or receiving money. But there are other platforms that can allow SMS, crypto, sending and receiving through text messages. And I feel like people have to build on top of what has already exists.
So let me ask a question, just for clarity. Are you saying that 88 Cardano's Charles Hoskinson is aligning with the faction that is part of the problem that's going on in Ethiopia, or is he playing both sides, or what was
to kind of give you a bigger scope? He has neglected and or not commented publicly to what is going on in Ethiopia, fearing that it would hinder his relationships with the government. And that's what the conflict is the Ethiopian government is actively attempting to destabilize the Tigrayan region's local government. They're conflicting with, just like how we have states here, we have states there, but the states there have their own militia and they have their own, basically like micro military groups. And that's what the Ethiopian government is fighting against. So if Charles Hoskins and the Cardano Foundation is supporting the Ethiopian government, while other Ethiopians are being neglected and or significantly affected by the conflict, I personally think that's slightly problematic. I still support the Cardano Foundation. I just would like for some sort of accountability. I don't know exactly what that would look like, but it may result in the Cardano Foundation severing their ties with governments that are negatively affecting their own people. That's something.
Okay, oh, sorry. I definitely want Kevin to weigh in on this. I want to give just my 30 seconds from my group's perspective. Our group, Black People in Cryptocurrency, we don't even allow people to post about 88 Cardano just because Charles Hoskinson has, even on his program, aligned himself with making positive statements of a tribute nature to Rush Limbaugh, who was an outright supremacist.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that a lot of times we're spinning our wheels as, especially as African Americans here, even before the Civil War in the United States, you had Black people who had, the first college degrees in the 1850s and 1860s. So we have a heritage of rising despite our circumstances. Mm-hmm. And yet we're not funded to do what the Charles Hoskinsons and others are done. And so as people of African descent, there's no way in the world we would go into a country that is almost basically on the verge of civil war. Certainly has aspects of genocide with human remains, finding their way into Sudan and stuff like that. There's no way in the world we'd go into a situation without consulting at least Ethiopians in the diaspora on the best ways that approach where we can help people. And then bring cryptocurrency, at least to bring resolution or something like that. There's no way in the world. So from my perspective, as someone from an outside and looking in, to me, it's just another case of, what we've traditionally seen people in the West and people in Europe who are more in the white supremacist, white nationalist ilk coming in for their own advantage so they can put, hey, we're in Africa, we're helping, but it's more of an opportunist situation than something that would serve African people. So definitely we're gonna bring this to the PhD in this matter and ask Kevin what his insight is.
Well, what you speak to very clearly is the opportunist identity that goes along with white supremacist notions that we can come in and we can be the parents, the paternalistic nature that they often exhibit, as if Africans and other entities are mere pawns or animals that they need to rescue or to support. And so we don't solidly look at and analyze these particular people as a group, right? To see who they align themselves up with. So Deidre, you mentioned that the alignment process, who does one support, that then determines pretty much how we should engage in those relations. And so this conversation about ethnic discourse, this conversation about economics and potentiality is grounded in the notion of, again, white supremacist ideology, the notion of exploitation of African people and the continent. We know that we talk about cryptocurrency as being one modality of resource generation. We also know that the wealth of the world is predicated on what comes out of Africa. And so the idea of disrupting the identity, the politics of a population allows the oppressor to come in and perpetually control the resources. So we know the wealth of what comes out of Ethiopia, for example, and the resources. We know about bauxite, and we know about tantalite and coltan. We understand even the tea that the Queen of England sipped on this morning did not come from Europe. So we know that it came probably from Madagascar, someplace in the East. And so we are very conscious and cognizant of the need to have a population to see itself as being bifurcated, not only by the arbitrary lines of the Council of Berlin, but bifurcated among the lines that they begin to draw up among so-called ethnic or tribal groups. And so it is always fueled by this idea of white supremacists. And secondly, it gains its advantage in this idea of African self-hatred. And so part of the panel discussion is about self-hate, right? And how do we disrupt that? And when we recognize that there is self-love, it's difficult for someone to come in and to create a moment of discourse among ourselves. I'll say it this way, that once I love myself, it doesn't matter what you have to say about me. And so what's critical to our conversation is to understand, how do we begin to create a condition of a mental or a mind shift of a population, so that it can, one, as you said, critically analyze what's coming into it, right? What's coming into its space. It can also assess who it is and what it is for its own purposes, own merit, and then begin to function on the interest, on the best interest of what it means to be a people. And so that's the thing that is perpetually our problem within the African world in general, is that not for us, many of us that are here, but in general, we this idea of owning our oppressor's identity of who we are, and beginning to uphold that, even when we're talking English, in this conversation, there is a major challenge. So to be able to interrogate those that come into our space, and to be able to analyze what's in our best interest, is the first order of understanding the power of an African identity as an African people first, right? And then the idea of where we fit in these countries, and then where do we fit within our community. So I'm gonna keep it broad there, because I could go on ad nauseum about the various coups that are taking place on the continent, in Guinea and other places that seem to be very, very planned, I would say it that way.
Yeah, I want to swing the conversation to, because we're about a little more than halfway through our panel discussion. Anything that we're observing on the African continent or within the African diaspora that seems to be going well, or seems to be utilizing blockchain or crypto well? I know I have two favorites. Favorites definitely Wide Protocol, which is blockchain protocol that's going to be running solar energy off of its blockchain protocol. I think that it keeps in mind the decentralization aspect, in that the world can participate, but it also stacks the deck enough to address issues in terms of combating poverty on the African continent, and recognizing that in terms of solar energy, those people who live in the tropics, wherever they are, whether they're on the continent or not, should have favored status, because they're the ones that are going to be generating a lot of the power to be able to distribute in this marketplace. My other favorite is actually not led by African. It's Bank U, led by Ashish Gadnis, and it was one in which it was a supply chain issue, in which he was saying that those people around the world who are at point zero and have often been left out of the supply chain, so the miners, the farmers, the recyclers, those in dire poverty, a lot of times don't get compensated for what they're bringing into the next level that counts as level one, not the level zeros. And so he was able to provide SMS type bank accounts using blockchain on the back end, in which the corporations, the brands, the Anheuser-Busch's and all that could say, look, we will pay that miner, that recycler, that farmer directly, because we need the compliance data of what they're doing. And we value that data so much that we will pay them direct. So now they're receiving a type of currency, which when their respective communities allows them to play for different schools, even if maybe they're more pastoralists and their real currency is cattle. So it addressed an issue of poverty in which it was linking people into a currency. And then the person that is the ground zero, the recycler, the farmer, et cetera, they can decide what currency they want to be paid in. So they could be in Kenya and say, no, I want the US dollar, or I want, the Kenyan dollar. So it's not necessarily, it can be crypto, but it's not necessarily crypto. It's using, I think, Ethereum on the back end. But they can say, look, I need this particular country. And usually it's the current currency of their nation, because they're thinking of education fees for children and that sort of things, like, and other type of things outside of their immediate community that need to be handled with currency versus a barter type economy. So those two are my favorites. But is there anything else that you're observing whether it's in, among the African American community or among the Caribbean community or specific nations, anything that either of you have seen that say, this seems to offer a positive opportunity for Black people.
I was gonna mention a couple of projects that I've seen develop over time. BITT has been a huge advocate for blockchain development and banking in the Caribbean, and the developments of the Sand Dollar. Quick shout out to Gabriel, who has been a massive advocate, who's just been appointed to be the ambassador to the UAE of Barbados. He has been making very huge steps and leaps to help provide access to these technologies in the Caribbean, especially. Another product that I've been seeing from the distance, Paxful. Paxful has done major leaps to provide access to Nigerians, and they are, mobilizing effectively to other African countries as well. I seen the founder speak at the Miami Bitcoin conference, and as many many crypto leaders always say, that their emphasis is growing and developing, but his speaking session was predominantly focused on the developing world and providing access. He has also done many great things like build schools and things like that. But those are a couple of projects that I've seen from distance, from over time, that have been developing in the Caribbean and also in Africa.
I wanted to add that there are some individuals in the Gambia that are exploring opportunities economically for powerful ways of engaging in farming and community development using various forms of currency, of course, the traditional, and also looking at the blockchain discourse. Elijah Gaye is one person who's in the Gambia doing such work as that. And then there's also a foundation called, it's a Roots organization that's doing work with youth and economic development. And so again, they have this community-based grassroots concept of building from the ground up and allowing the spaces to the individuals to benefit from wealth generation as opposed to being exploited. I wanted to hinge the conversation just a little bit, pivot on this idea of reparations and repair, because I want us to be able to see that these movements that we engage in are elements of reparations, right? When we talk about economic advantage or taking charge of your space, it's about the repair. Reparations means to repair. We often think about it as being simply economic, that is giving money to individuals. But when you can begin to repair, we ask the question fundamentally, what makes a country or space or people impoverished? And large part it deals with, in that space, especially with Africa, the continent, the exploitation of such. And so then how then can Bitcoin, how can blockchain technology be a part of the repairing, all right, and the repairing to make straight, to make strong? How can one utilize their own economic system to begin to advantage the space? How different groups, on the continent finance certain opportunities. Elijah Gaye, for example, is a brother who's not only doing the he's a financial person who's going into a community to engage in ways of advantaging the community that his father grew up in by farming. He's buying, providing them with farm equipment and so on. They provide them with substance. He talks about then technology and how he exchanges on the market around this. That's a form of repair that is coming from self-determination elements. We have to ask the question, how did we get here? And so seeing this technology as a part of a repairing economically, but also the way we use it is cultural. So it is repairing in a cultural context, because if we utilize the oppressor's modality for exchange, we'll always be impoverished. And also we talk about repairing again, psychologically, right? How do we see ourselves in the process of this exchange? Because we can become exploiters of one another through the same technology that we have been exploited before. So we have to see this as a moment of shifting to repair socially, culturally, and economically. And so that is the excitement that I have in seeing that happening in just leaving the Gambia, but also I'm seeing similar things happen in Ghana, other places like that. So that's where I will park this statement.
I think we could take a few seconds also to talk about the potential of the future. I'm certainly inspired by Kevin's shirt when I say that I think we need to, in terms of baking into the blockchain or several blockchains, what is the artistic and musical and culinary wealth of Africa and the African diaspora. Aside from blockchain, even before blockchain, I had a background in, you probably find more writings about Kemet and Kush that I've written than anything on blockchain. And a lot of the time, I spent a lot of time just kind of countering people in their notions of, even in terms of African American culinary or music forms and stuff like that. I've always been a person that could say, well, the current American belief is that, country music comes out of the white experience, but it can't come out of the white experience when you had Black people in the Carolinas and Appalachia and Virginia with the African banjo and the singing sound being very similar to Senegal, the griots of Senegal, that kind of falsetto voice. And if you look at old footage of plantations from the 1920s, people were still sharecropping on these plantations. If you look at old footage of African American music, they were basically singing country music. So country music comes out of the Black experience. So this whole idea in terms of the future, and we've just come off a marketing riff of NFTs, but whether it's done on the Bitcoin blockchain, Ethereum, Tron, any of the blockchains, idea of documenting what comes out of our experience, and then if people are borrowing from it, proving, there should be some type of compensation. I mean, for instance, the Met Gala just finished, but in the past, we've always had people do runways or red carpets, and they just, throw on a Masai Shuka like it's nobody's business, and yet there's no compensation to the ethnic groups from which these things come from. There's specific types of clothing that definitely tied to specific ethnic groups that people throw on and make tons and tons and millions of dollars, and they just take it without any national compensation. And this speaks to culinary too. I remember at one time, and Michael will probably be able to speak to this, I believe there was a country, I think it was the Netherlands, that was trying to claim that they were inventors of injera or something like that. There's kind of this, putting this into the documentation of, in terms of the future, and how do we prepare what is this massive amount of wealth from various ethnicities of the African continent, as well as the African diaspora. So Michael, you wanted to say something on that?
Yeah, it's really interesting you brought that up, because I read about that years back. Essentially, from my memory, I remember it was some Dutch farming company was attempting to patent the process of growing teef, which is the main component of injera, which is like what we, the bread that we eat every with all our meals. And it's just, it was just very mind blowing how that they were attempting to patent a process that had been existing for thousands of years, and it kind of piques my interest, how they attempted to create a monopoly within their own country, and then wanting to do that for the other countries around them. It's things like this is nothing new to us, as you mentioned. Various distinctions of how our culture or traditions have been adopted and misappropriated. I believe, like, for an example, when it comes to physical goods, it might be a little bit more difficult to demand and or request for distribution of like the money earned, right? But for an example, I can see when things are automated, such as like artwork and music, with the rise of NFTs, we have seen such a runway of opportunities for artists, creators to be able to authenticate and also maintain ownership for the longevity of the artwork, and indefinitely being able to earn from that. So I think we are moving in that direction, where transparency and and being authentic is going to be the leading cause of things, especially when people are getting paid. We can see how that can trickle down to the music industry. We can see how that can trickle down to the arts, which would be super beneficial. Kevin, would you like to also comment on this?
So yes, so there, Deidre, you brought up some powerful points, right? I wanted to revisit this idea of co-opting. We use very sanitized language, right? Talk about borrowing. No, it's thievery, right? And we have to call it for what it is, right? Even human trafficking, rather than slavery, is important. But when we talk about the cattle industry, for example, in the U.S., we know that they are cowboys, and so when white men engage in that work, they were called cattlemen. So we know then that the technology for understanding open grazing in this country comes out of West Africa, or because if you even go to West Africa now, you will find open grazing of cattle. You even find the longhorn. I saw it in the Gambia, the same longhorn that's in Texas. And so this technology of understanding how the West expanded itself economically is an African enterprise. But even what they cooked while they were in the space, for example, the idea of the pancake is an African invention. And so we have individuals benefiting, procuring the genius of African people, building wealth. And so we are missing out on those opportunities. We even know that in Carolina, it was called the Carolina Gold. Carolina Gold was the rice that was grown that when they brought over Africans from the Gambia region, Senegambia region, Sierra Leone, and other places to harvest this particular rice, and they understood how to take the water from the ocean that had salt in it to filter it out to then make it sweet water or fresh water to grow rice. And so this technology of rice in Carolina Gold was called Carolina Gold because it saved the economy of the United States on its own, but also the technology for understanding how cotton is to be utilized in fabrics comes out of West Africa as well. And they imported Africans to engage in that technology on top of the technology to pull the seed out of the cotton was African invention. So the point I'm making here is that the African genius has been utilized across all of these mediums. And so we can talk about the procuring, the stealing, the proffering of African genius that has built the economy. And this is why I go back to, I was saying this idea of reparations is critical. And so we cannot have sanitized language to say that somebody simply borrowed. No, when they come and take your stuff, it's stealing. And we have to be able to call thievery for what it is, and then begin to talk about how do we repair. Two levels. We repair one, by identifying what is within us that has still needs to be tweaked or adjusted, and two, who has done the damage. Now, the order may have to shift depending on what we have having to face, but the reality is that the technology, the genius, as well as the resources that have created this reality for Europeans has come from Africa. And I would close by even saying the Gold Coast of Africa is called such because it was the gold that was utilized to build, again, the foundation of the economy in the U.S. Among other places. So when we talk about Carolina Gold, we're saying the rice saved. We talk about the cotton. Cotton was king. It saved the country. And also the U.S. built its economy on the gold that came from someplace else. So the reality is then that when we talk about this blockchain technology in this conversation, I love it when you say that we have to take it deep and understand the technology. You start off talking about this, the shirt that came from a brother out of Benin, but the iconography, the imagery on it is out of the Ghana region, the Adinkra symbol, but the technology is our stuff. The tie-dye, last one.
We have
they tie-dye.
We have like about a minute left, but we need at least 80 minutes for this particular panel. But just kind of to close it all out and round it out, really addressed some of the issues that the anti-poverty measures that blockchain could resolve, the continuing issue of, very funded, not simply white males, but I'm sorry, very funded that are out, alt-right, white supremacists. Not even talking about conservatives. I'd take a Bush conservative any day at this point. But you have this, right fringing that are the most funded that are coming to Africa and making decisions. They don't do it with the consultation with the African diaspora or even the African American diaspora. It's kind of very paternalistic, as Kevin has said. We know best, and we'll take what we can. And then we've also talked about some of the positives that are coming out of the African continent in terms of Paxful and of course Wive and BenQ and a few others, and then this future need of documenting and actually reclaiming, repairing, as Kevin has said, and bring back that which we own, because it's so many valid points. I think even from the African American perspective, African Americans do not realize how much our food is a survival of African culinary styles. You talk about rice, you talk about the very nature of cows. The cows are only coming out of Africa that became the Texas Longhorn cattle. And then the fact that the original African cow hands, you had words like lasso that come out of Fulani language. We have words that are Americanized that have come out of African language because they already knew how to take care of cattle. Cow weren't even in Europe. So we have all these different things of the future of going back and documenting and getting compensation for those people who are borrowing and taking, well, actually taking our things and going on and profiting from them. Whereas some of the ethnicities that are the originators, such as the Tefgrain or whatever, you're not even compensating nations, much less ethnicities. So we've got a lot of work to do. It's a fascinating discussion. Again, this was the Baraza, disrupting self-hate, racism, and tribalism through blockchain and technology. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Black Blockchain Summit 2021. It has been super interesting, just like, the other years. We have amazing speakers, we have amazing Black blockchain leaders. And the topic that we're about to talk about is really interesting. This is empowering Black communities using blockchain. So now what we want to talk about is how do we do that? How do we empower Black communities across the world globally? I'm currently in Harare, Zimbabwe, and this conferences like this, technology always show us that it is possible to collaborate and work together and, as Black people globally. Again, my name is Tongai Chocho. I'm the co-founder and CEO of AfriBlocks. We are a global Pan-African freelance marketplace. And what we do is we seek talent across the globe, Black developers, designers, engineers, and connect them with remote jobs across the world. And I'm super excited to be here today. And we have Pasa and we have Rosaline. They're going to introduce themselves, let us know, the organizations they represent and the amazing work that they're doing. So I'll leave the floor to them, a minute or two to introduce yourselves. Let's start with Pasa.
I go by Fasa. The organization that I work with, I'm the co-founder of the Presence Browser. I also have an organization called UMI, which is the Upward Mobility Initiative. And the key things that we're focused on is building out a digital infrastructure for our people. We actually believe that economics alone is not the answer. There's a lot of discussion around rebuilding Black Wall Street and creating marketplaces and investing in crypto, but we actually need a supply chain that we can have sovereignty over. We actually need a digital landscape for which we can create jobs and we can control the innovation and the intellectual property that's being cultivated from those resources. The long game instead of the short game. We have a tendency to have to look out for our best interest right now because the world is converging on our culture, on our influence in terms of markets and everything else as well, but we never really have an opportunity to be at the forefront of the actual development and the innovation and having control of our supply chain. So that's something we're very passionate about. And I look forward to talking more about it. Really excited to be here at the Black Blockchain Summit again. I think this is my 3rd or 4th year. It's all mixing together, but just really excited. Thank you.
Great, great. Thanks for that introduction, Roslyn.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Roslyn Wanjiro, currently the research lead at Utafiti. Utafiti is a crypto and digital assets investment advisory outfit. And our purpose is quite simple, that we want people to be able to benefit from crypto as an industry and not just have it as a passing phase, because one of the key hurdles to people actually embracing crypto is simply understanding what it is, away from the hype, away from the government restrictions, and away from the misconceptions that have really kept a lot of people in fear, uncertainty, and doubt. So Utafiti is basically in that nexus of just breaking down these terms, taking away the complex jargon and bringing it home, so that if you are a micro investor, if you are a, institutional investor, you'll be able to consider crypto as part of your portfolio. And, without the confusion that has really kept a lot of people away from that. I'm based in Kenya. My background is in economics, and I'm really honored to be part of this Black Blockchain Summit for the 2nd year speaking. And I really look forward to learning from my co-panelists and the Black blockchain community all over the world.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on. We're just going to get ahead into the discussion. And my first question will be to Pasa, like, what is Black empowerment in your own view, in your own thoughts? And what does it mean to Black people, Black communities, Black-owned businesses globally?
Black empowerment in this space. I got this magazine at the Blockchain Summit 2018.
Yeah.
And inside there was an insert. And when you open up the insert, it has this big thing of a city, but I'll show you, like, it basically shows the landscape of all of the different companies that are inside this digital sphere, this place. And I didn't see a single company of African descent that was really doing, like, that had any type of representation in this image. And I was like, wow, like, they've been building this under our noses. They have this entire thing, which is basically going to be the future, this blockchain technology, but we don't have our own infrastructure to be able to cycle resources or money for our own communities and stuff. So when I think about Black empowerment, I think about having one of these. I think about having a group of entities in the blockchain space that are actually working together in our own world, our own digital infrastructure, and having the ability to support one another in that way, whether it's capacity building, which is a big thing, making sure that we have access to top tier engineers. When you think about it, a lot of our best and brightest have to go work for these companies because these companies can afford to pay them the type of resources that they need to be paid for that work. So we need to actually create this, but we have to first learn to be able to come together. So when I think about Black empowerment, it's first about being able to build an environment and to be able to work together within that environment, and then to create sustainable resources that will allow us to bring our best and brightest to the table so that we can collaborate on our ideas and start to build companies that aren't just apps. It's not enough to just be an application. We need to be building the platform for which applications are built on. We need to be providing the infrastructure and the resources for there to be more people that are being hired than just 2 or 3 software engineers for a particular project. We need to be able to hire a company, an entire Black-owned or African company of African descent that focuses primarily on whether it's the legal behind the blockchain, the graphic design, the engineering, the UX, UI, the back-end development. There's all these different things, but we're not able to get those jobs and get those contracts. So it's a big thing. It's a big point, something I'm really focused on. And that's what I see Black empowerment as, is, us owning our own.
Understood. That is an amazing, description and thought process around, Black empowerment. I'll pose the same question to Roslyn around, that community. Like, it's amazing that, we're here on this call right now in different parts of the world. We are Black people and we're working together and sharing information with other, Black communities globally. So how do we tap into that to continue to empower, that person who just started to learn about blockchain today?
All right. I'd share a bit of my story just to share in this context. So in 2017, I would say I was in a bit of a turning point in terms of career, and I was looking out for opportunities, either paid, employed, voluntary, or, I was just really getting out there. And I was also looking at my personal options, like, should I get into business? Should I, start my own thing? And well, some of the thoughts that I had back then, of course, were premature, but I'll say it was a mix of looking at opportunities within the policy and research space, international relations. I was looking at data science, data analytics, and I was also looking at getting into publishing and, just looking at a mix of my learned skills and my natural skills, right? So it was in this space then that I started to learn about blockchain as a solution to cybersecurity. And I felt that as a young economist, seeing this is where the future of value is going, then I needed to be part of that some way, somehow, right? And in learning about this then as cybersecurity, seeing that, first of all, there were very few women represented, and more so people of color that were just, I couldn't find so many people to connect with. I thought I needed to do something about it. So toward the end of the year, I started learning coding, took up a few classes, and this was building up toward 2018, which was literally my turning point, because I got to meet so many amazing people within the blockchain and crypto community in Kenya. And I didn't exactly get paid work opportunities first, but I got opportunities to volunteer. And in these opportunities, my eyes were open to so many things that to date stand with me on a personal level, not just on a professional level, that there's this whole world that's yet to be created. And one of the biggest shifts for me then on a personal level was shifting from a consumer who is looking for a job so that I can take care of a few bills and live a comfortable life, to being a producer that I have a voice, I have an identity, I have a story to tell. There's a measure of impact I can actually live in, create in my world, and not just leave behind, while I live. And I resonate a lot with what Fasa has just said, that we don't have enough African communities being represented in these amazing companies and building the infrastructure. So for me, it was that I got to connect with these communities through my work in research. And I felt that as a young economist, then I needed to give my voice there. So a lot of the talks that and forums that I've been part of in the last 3 years, I would say, are not only to bring awareness first, but also just to show that this is possible, for us to rally, for us to connect, for us to collaborate, and not just to compete that, I'm a young person who's starting out my business, so I have to, sweat in the hours, be an entrepreneur, do my own thing and build my own empire. And that's it, that narrative lacks the depth of identity, because I feel that for us to truly appreciate empowering the Black community, we can't ignore the aspect of identity, right? And in us embracing then our identity, then we are able to appreciate ownership, which is the next step of empowerment, that I can own my identity. Therefore, in owning my identity, I can own my voice, I own my creativity, I own the kind of relationships that I have, I own the kind of work that I do it with honor. And therefore, I can appreciate what blockchain as a technology then can leverage what I intend to do, because my view is that it's not a blockchain is doing this for us. We are the ones who are doing it. It's just that we have this tool in a unique way as compared to other tools that we've had before in time. Of course, internet itself is powerful, but we're still unlocking what that means, and even now still understanding what blockchain can do for us in terms of community resources and ownership alone. So my key points in that regard is that first is a shift from consumer from a consumer base to a producer base, and secondly, walking into ownership, that we are owning our identity, we're owning our culture, we're owning our expression, and not feeling and not treating it as something that we have to be apologetic toward. There's a lot of I would say controversial reference around the Black Panther movie in I think it was released 2018, but however you view it, my view is that it did awaken in us a sense of being I would say rooted and proud of our culture, because it's so diverse, it's so rich, that it just can't have one dominant expression that this is the totality of Afro culture or Black culture all across the world, right? So it's for us to embrace this diversity and share it as a gift to our world, because really it's time. I'm not just saying that it's time for that, but really it's time for that. So thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts.
Can I just touch on something that she said? A couple of things. All right. First off, thank you for that. You made me have to, I would have notes. I'm going through my notes and everything. You said some really great things. One of them for sure was converting people from this mindset of consumer to producer. See, we transitioned from an industrial age where, the blood and sweat means that you get paid money, and you get some type of value from that. But now the data collected from that blood and sweat in this information age is worth more than any swing of the axe or any actual manual labor that you would be doing, because data is the gift that keeps on giving. Where's that data coming from? It's coming from people. So people are actually producers when it comes down to this digital economy, this information age, but we're only being represented as consumers. And as a result, you get this predatory use of technology that's exploitative specifically towards our community, where we're going to take your data in the for-profit space for market research that's going to drive capital markets, or we're going to, under the guise of community-based participatory research with nonprofits, we're going to collect your data on your behalf to try to get money from the government, which is your tax dollars at work, to be able to bring value to you that might not actually be the value that you need, because the key performance indicators for what's considered to be value exchange are all based off metrics that maybe I didn't consent to myself. That's not value to me, but you're not going to listen to that. And that's where having an opportunity to have data sovereignty, which was something that you're kind of mentioning, I think is extremely powerful. If we don't have data sovereignty moving into this last phase of the Industrial Revolution, I would say it's over for us.
Yeah,
I would say that we actually won't have a chance to be able to build the infrastructure that we need and do a lot of the things that you were talking about, Rosalind. So I really wanted to just give you your flowers on that. I appreciate what you're saying, and that's a really good point. So thank you.
Yeah, and I also really like the mention around, identity and, who we are as a people. We always talk about the concept of Ubuntu, I am because we are, and, this is the part of the community aspect. And I guess my next question to Pasa will be around, both of you guys have been, I think you both mentioned 2018 as a point where, you're really into cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. So have you seen a shift in Black people starting to use and to learn these technologies from 2018 to now we're in 2021?
Yeah, I have to be honest in that. Yeah, for sure. Definitely there's a shift. Blockchain's becoming a thing. Like my cousin hit me up. Hey, I just got my digital wallet. Can you tell me how to purchase some coins? The NFT market has become something of significance, especially because NFT being able to capture expression and culture, like Rosalind was saying, music. Like we really drive markets with our ingenuity and our creativity and resilience. So yes, blockchain kind of fits this, but what I have also seen is a lot of regulation come into play. A lot of different things that I saw in previous summits where people were worried about, those grumblings of the regulation's gonna marginalize our community where we can't afford to get into the space, or we can't afford, that stuff is happening. It's happening, and it's happening in the slightest way. It's not just government, it's really like other organizations and from other communities being able to set a standard without us being able to set some of those standards ourselves. We don't necessarily have that agency. And so that is one of my fears, is that as more opportunity happens in this space, that we don't have enough people that are laboring on the policy side to ensure that we have continued access to it. Because there is a learning curve. It is it's technology dependent. Like you really have to have access, and we have a digital divide, especially in this country, but across the world with our people. So having access to it is something that's important. It's one of the reasons why I appreciate, I don't know if Black blockchain billionaires and some of these other groups that they do a lot of, there's a lot of conversation that's happening even in clubhouse rooms to introduce new people to what's going on in blockchain. I just want to make sure that there's enough happening on the infrastructural side to ensure that we're not getting closed out in the process.
That's amazing. What are your thoughts, Rosalyn, around Black people's participation, from the time you were introduced into blockchain and cryptocurrency to date?
Well, I'll say that the shift has been quite incredible because even among my family, my friends, the questions come in and someone is like, I've been following this particular asset, I've been trying this particular currency, which exchange platform should I use? Which storage platform should I use? And I know then that, they're embracing it one step at a time, right? But on the other hand, one of the things that, as Vas has pointed out, is that the digital divide, it's quite painful because then a lot of people remain in this cocoon of fear, whereby if the government hasn't endorsed, for instance, cryptocurrencies, then naturally they don't want to hear anything about it. And in some respects, you can understand the fears that they have because they don't want to be associated with anything negative, and they just don't want to be in any bad books. But it takes up after some time, they're like, I wish I had listened to you, when you were talking to me about this a year or two or so ago, right? And you have to respect people's learning curve in that sense. But one of the other gaps that I see is that there's yet to be an appreciation of data as an asset. That you find that for so many people, their perspective of wealth or wealth creation and being rich is that you either have land or you have some sort of building, or you have not necessarily even a business as of yet, because that shift from tangible assets to digital assets is yet to happen for so many people. So one of the objections that, for instance, I receive when talking about cryptocurrencies is that they don't have underlying value and they're too volatile, right? But we can argue the same for literally fiat and even land, because just because I buy land in in a suburban area and in a few years some level of development is expected, that's also speculation, because there's no guarantee that the municipality will come and actually bring roads, electricity and water, internet services over there, right? So for some people, they find that you've held onto this parcel of land for 10 years, 20 years, you've even forgotten where the specific land is, right? And it's really painful then when you're trying to recover your resources back, and you realize the documentation that you have to deal with is already a monster of a nightmare for you to deal with, right? So the mental shift that still has to come is in appreciating digital assets as much as physical assets, because we can argue for both benefits, pros and cons either way, whether we're talking about digital real estate or physical real estate, right? So the more we have, person to person, family, barbecue, coffee conversations about this, that's really where the change will come about, because it's not even about generation, but really an issue of safety, that if I put my money in this particular cryptocurrency or this particular blockchain initiative, whether it's community, whether it's someone I know that I don't know, I just want to know that my money is safe, right? So the thing is that the conversations around the usability of both blockchain and crypto have to be as safe as possible for across the divide, whether we're talking about young people, old people. Away from the hype, it has to be a safe conversation so that you're able actually to convince someone to know that their money just won't disappear into thin air.
Utility. I love what you're saying, bro. I'm sorry, bro. That means everything that she's saying. Like, utility is everything. If you can have all these coins and everything, but what is what value is being exchanged? How is it being used? And what's the longevity of that? That's the thing. Like, with all due respect, the NFT market, there's a lot of great things that are happening, but we have to make sure that value is exchanged. We have to make sure that it's pegged to something that's going to still be here in 10 years. we can't afford to look at this industry and pass up the opportunity to build something that maybe starts slower, but has a greater impact in the long run for our community, as opposed to, you know, if we go out here and we just do this art, you know what I mean, with the NFT stuff, which I think NFT and art actually, I think is a great thing, but I would love to find ways to wrap that into building something that leads to us appreciating the true value of a digital asset and what it really could mean for our people. That's, yeah.
Yeah, so here is the question to you. You know, we've been saying, you know, using blockchain. So let's make the shift, like, between, because most people seem like they're only thinking about cryptocurrency. But let's talk about blockchain, the technology, like how do we use that to empower Black communities? Because, you know, if you talk about cryptocurrency, you're just, you know, probably in the space of speculation, probably in the space of, you know, I'll buy this, I'll hold this. But now let's talk about the technology building using that blockchain technology. What are your thoughts around that, person?
For sure. I think one of the most powerful things is when we're talking about utility is the use of a smart contract. I believe trust is something that in our community, we haven't been able to trust anybody. And for us to be able to create trustless systems where I don't need to trust you because there's a smart contract in place that acts as that trust to guarantee that you uphold your end of the bargain and I'm upholding my end of the bargain, whether it's for you know, work that's being done, whether it's for incentivizing a behavioral change that maybe we specifically have an understanding of and other communities might not. Like I think that our family structures are under attack. I believe that there's certain socioeconomic circumstances that we have to deal with that people do not have to deal with. Even if you look at the COVID-19 and how that's changed things. And so I really believe that the use of smart contracts and different applications, that real world applications for the smart contracts that improve people's quality of life by whether it's increasing literacy, whether it's, you know, just looking at a lot of the dependencies that we have that only we would know about, which means that we would have to have our own research facilities that, you know, have access to that data so that we could create smart contracts that actually matter. Like what's a smart contract that would incentivize people that have comorbidities, which is primarily a lot of our people in this country, to be able to do certain things a certain way that would improve their quality of life or protect them from other things in the future. I think things like that would be powerful all the way across sector. You know, they've created these UN SDGs. So one of the things that we're doing, we're working with the Forbes funds, my organization, UMI, to be able to identify the different resilient communities that exist across the UN SDGs and allow those people to come up with the metrics for success. Like, how could we improve your life as it relates to food? How could we improve your life as it relates to your personal health, as it relates to housing, as it relates to education, all things that we suffer from the most? Having and gathering that data in an equitable way, meaning that there's data sovereignty. We're not taking your data, making sure that our people have access to the data first, they know everything's going on and it could potentially even be monetized on their behalf. And then bringing our researchers in and creating smart contracts from that data. That's one of the things that we're doing with them, to be able to identify at-risk, vulnerable communities, is what they say, what we're labeled as, but really being able to address the concerns that they deal with on a day in and day out basis using smart contracts and stuff. That's without trying to dive too deep, I think that's one of the examples.
Sure. Yeah,
Hi, this is Jen. Hi, this
Hello,
is Jenna
Jenna.
Rasco. Hi, how are you?
Hey, Janae.
Great. So Jenna just joined us. Jenna just joined us from the call. Can you just introduce yourself quickly?
Sure. I'm Janae Rasco with Operation Hope. I run our government affairs and public policy shop out of Washington, D.C. And so I work with federal officials around this space, what they call innovation, and also working, 3 decades on Black issues and on innovation and social entrepreneurship. This is a space that I'm near and dear to my heart. I sent to someone who helped me get on this call. Thank you very much, Pascal. An article that's in Hoover, and it's one of the articles that I highlighted by Forbes magazine, and that's really what I'm going to pivot a lot of my conversation around. The Forbes article is called "Why Black Investors Seemingly Prefer Cryptocurrencies Over Traditional Stocks." And as we speak, 44% of cryptocurrency traders being investors of color, and that's up from 35%. That's showing you the trend that people in our community are investing in access to capital opportunities that will grow their businesses and grow in their global community through the Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency space. So I'm really excited about being a part of the summit and adding that kind of input and insight that we've been seeing within our own company.
Great. That's really helpful, because we just mentioned about the shift from 2018 to now, that more and more people are investing and learning about cryptocurrencies and blockchain, particularly in the Black community, which is amazing. My question to Rosaline is around the horrible, terrible pandemic COVID-19. Has that accelerated the growth of Black people in cryptocurrency and blockchain at all, or what has been the shift in thought process within the communities that you work in?
It's the pressure around the pandemic and income has definitely pushed people to consider crypto as an alternative, because with let me just break it down literally to for Kenya, the average income is about $500 a month, because the per capita income, factoring that, and the fact that about only 75,000 Kenyans earn above $1,000, that means like the majority of the population is earning literally less than $500. So within this $500 for someone who has a family of, let's say, 2 kids and or even 3 kids, or even just 1 child, you're taking care of fees, you're taking care of your rent, basic utility bills. You just have about, let's say, $50 to $100 at most to invest in anything that's, that could actually bring you extra income. So for a lot of people, they try, a lot of businesses that have to do with fast moving consumer goods. So selling, I don't know what you call them locally, maybe, but smokies, small sausages and eggs and just quick snacks that someone can buy on their way, or samosas and things like that. And it's as diverse as you might want to consider when you visit these sites. But let's say the average income, the average disposable income someone has to invest is between $50 and $100, right? So within these $50 to $100, best options that might be known are, the conventional investments like mutual funds, unit trusts, which will give you about 10% or 11% at most per annum. And well, those are, typically safe, and stocks will perform, definitely better than that. But looking at crypto, for someone who has that $50, that $100, if they pick a crypto that will give them even 30% return in about 2 weeks, then it's definitely a shot for them. And if they're able to recoup their initial investment within 3 weeks, within 4 weeks, then we're talking about someone who's able to multiply their initial capital to 3, 4, 5 times in a few months. And a lot of young people have actually embraced that, because it's the concept of literally starting with nothing. Because for someone who is in, let's say, campus, and all they have is their parents' weekly allowance or some pocket money that they have from their parents, then that's what they start with. So literally from that range of about, let's say, $10 to $100, then a lot of people are looking at this as, where can I literally multiply these resources? And it's working out well for some. For others, it's still figuring it out. Some have gotten their fingers burnt, but I think one thing I love about particularly Kenya is that the resilience that people have in just trying one thing after another, it's quite amazing. So it works pretty well for us.
Great. So Pasa, can we say that cryptocurrency is helping close the wealth gap, or it's not? You're on mute, sorry.
I was saying, it's all we have. Like this is I hope that it is doing that. It seems as though it's giving us an opportunity to create community, to collaborate with one another. It seems like it's that beacon of hope. We need to make sure that we're working together in how we approach it. You know, we could easily approach it in a very opportunistic way, and maybe there's a few of us that get ahead, maybe not, but we're stronger if we come together and we build an infrastructure, because that's what they did. You know, they went and they built an infrastructure. You have exchanges working with exchanges. You have cryptos working with other cryptos. You have, you know, I have a there's just so many different things that they're doing, and because they understand it's such a big space that they don't have to compete against one another, because they can grow together. And you can be Visa and MasterCard. You can be, you know, it really is something that I hope that we're able to capitalize on the right way. It just comes down to, it really comes down to us being able to come together and get past, whether it's cultural differences, whether it's socioeconomic circumstances, whatever it is, we really need to figure that part out.
Thank you. So Jenna, you can jump in on this. Does cryptocurrency and blockchain, or has it helped close the wealth gap?
Well, you know, I'm going to hit it from the that I sit in every day, and that's access to capital with mainstream financial institutions. Bitcoin and cryptocurrency is provocatively making it better for people to have greater choices who are usually left out with convenient products for themselves at mainstream banks and credit unions even. So I'm excited to see how statistically people of color communities that have lacked great access to capital with low funds are able to make savings, investment, and smart money moves through Bitcoin and cryptocurrency.
Great. That's really helpful. I would like to take this point. Pastor, you mentioned, you know, those as Black people that we need to build these technologies, we need to collaborate and things like that. So right now, my question I'll start with Roslyn, is what are some of the best Black-owned platforms, technologies, products that you've seen in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space that you'd like to recommend to our listeners?
Oh wow, I have so many. But okay, let me just do a quick run through from East to West Africa. So East Africa, the WIVE protocol, definitely melanin solar. Within Kenya, there are quite a number of blockchain communities. My goodness, I think it's better if I send like a list of links.
Yeah.
Yes, I'll send a list of links that people can definitely look at. In West Africa, there's the Africa Blockchain Institute on the forefront of education. South Africa, there's the UABA. I mean, there's so many. My goodness, let me send a list, because I'm too excited to like mention all of them in quick succession. But they're really amazing projects doing amazing things. I think I'll just chime in on the previous thought. Is blockchain and crypto bridging the wealth gap? Right now, no. Why? Because for so many people, they have to appreciate what wealth truly is, right? Because it's not just having a specific set of resources or influence or affluence, right? So for instance, let me pick something that's really cutting across all African countries, that the ownership of land. In some communities, women are not even allowed to own land. So, you know, if you're the only female heir of a man who had, parents who had vast tracts of land, then, somehow you're cut off from that. One way in which blockchain tech can easily become a big win in Africa is literally solving the ownership and transfer of land for so many people, because so many court cases are tied around just that inheritance of that. And away from the inheritance of land, then how is this land used? Because for some people, just having the land idle, just no further value is created from that. So someone may arguably have a lot of land in their name, but if they're not creating further wealth from that, then did they really receive wealth, right? And I think for me, one of the things that I'll really be vocal about in the coming years is a call for us as a community to appreciate data as a resource, data as an asset, and realizing the opportunities that we can create not only for ourselves, but for our communities as we understand how to not only to monetize, but to create further value from that. And one of the key things I'll say is in culture appreciation, because like for Kenya, we don't as of yet have a cultural tour that would take you through the 44 communities that are part of, the entire country. You don't have like a year-long excursion that will take you through 47 counties, and you don't yet have one that will take you through, going from the desert safaris, far up north, far down south, the entire coastline.
Sorry to cut you off. I see our time is running up.
Yeah, so I'll just wind it up with that.
Send through those resources. I'll just ask, 3 recommendations from Jenna and 3 recommendations from Pasa. Jenna can go ahead.
All right.
So I'm going to focus a little bit. Well, the obvious one is the actor, Hill Harper. He's created a digital wallet. It's put a lot of stuff in this space. He's getting a lot of people hyped around that. I'm focused on Black women who have been doing it. There's a Black Women's Blockchain Council that I'm going to be talking about and highlighting as key women, Black women who have invested in the space and are using the platform. So that's what I'm going to highlight. And I will, as a follow-up today, send you the links to those 3 entities.
Great. And Pasa?
I want to throw our hat in the ring on this. I'll say that the presence browser that we're building, all of these things that we're doing, they need to be done in an environment that we can control, that we can own. Everything, what Rosalind was saying about digital real estate, we've actually created that environment inside the meta space, inside this meta layer between the digital and physical world. We're really excited about that. Hopefully we're able to get some information out to you also.
And Bridget.
That's in Presence Browser, Bridget, and with Umi Score for sure. So thank you again for doing this. This is a great opportunity.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. This has been amazing. I'm sure our listeners, benefited a lot from this. Happy to have you on this, and we hope to have you again next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I am Justin Redrick. I go by the Bitcoin Vegan on Twitter, and I am the author of From Bars to Bitcoin. Here today we have Miss Lynn Albright, the mother of the legendary Ross Albright. And we also have brother Russell Schultz III, son of USL political prisoner and Black Panther, Russell Schultz Jr. Everyone, please come off the mic and introduce yourselves. Tell us, a little bit about you and why you do what you do. We can go with Brother Russell first, if that's cool.
Sure. Thank you very much, Brother Justin. My name is Russell Schultz III, and I'm the son of U.S. held political prisoner Russell Haroon Schultz. And my father is a political prisoner since the 70s. He's been incarcerated for those years, and he is also a former Black Panther, former Black Liberation Army general. He's escaped from prison quite a few times, and he's a freedom fighter for people in general of all walks of life historically. And he is embracing his Islamic space now and doing a lot of work spiritually also. So thank you very much for the platform. Thank you very much for you guys being here. And thank you very much, Sinclair and everyone from I Love Black People.
Yes, sir. And we have to save one of the best for last. Miss Albright, how you doing? Share us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, such an honor to be here. And I'm always grateful to Sinclair and the conference and everything. I mean,
2 years ago, you all gave Ross the John Brown Award, which was such an honor. And so I'm so glad to, join forces with all of you. For those who don't know, my son Ross Ulbricht is serving a double life plus 40-year sentence for all nonviolent charges, first-time offender, for essentially his role in a website called Silk Road that was based on the non-aggression principle, which meant that voluntary interaction and was not intended to harm people, but it did allow people to exchange things freely and anonymously, and it wasn't controlled. It was open source. People did what they did, except there were limitations that were somewhat policed. Anything that harmed a third party, for instance, child porn was not permitted because it hurts a child, or stolen property not permitted because it hurts the owner of the property. Violent things, that sort of thing was not permitted, but drugs were permitted, considered a free choice between the two people. And for that, the judge gave Ross death in prison sentence, essentially, which sounds like is what Russell's father has been given as well. I don't know his sentence, but it's been a long time. Anyway, the thing about Ross, and it is so connected to you guys, is that he's has been called the second most important person in Bitcoin history, because the website he created only took Bitcoin as a means of exchange. So it was proven you had to open a Tor account, you had to open a Bitcoin account and fund it and everything. So it wasn't easy, but it brought Bitcoin, put it on the map essentially, because people were using it as money. It proved that it could be used as money. And I personally think that's why they gave him such a harsh sentence. I think that's it. And so, yeah, so ever since, this is 8 years now, it's, I just can't give up on my son, just like Russell's not giving up either. And, we've just been fighting for him. And I'd just like to put in a plug for our website, freeross.org, and there's a petition to sign. And, we're just asking for clemency, asking the president for clemency, at least some relief. It doesn't have to be perfect. You walk out the door, but this sentence is wrong. And so many sentences are wrong. So many people are essentially have death in prison sentences for things that should not be like that. So.
A part of my history as well, as I've shared on a lot of the platforms here in the Bitcoin space, around the world as much as possible. I myself was personally incarcerated in prison for 3 years, and I could tell by the looks on your faces, your two faces, that you're actually fighting for your family. And I never actually got to see what my mom's face looked like when I was locked up. And I was incarcerated from 21 to 24. And just to make it a long story short, there was not many options to come home to except to Bitcoin. And that's where I made my way into. And I've done time with a lot of people who've had those type of sentences, those 30 years, those 4 years. I know a guy who had 5 life sentences and got 4 of them vacated. So I never actually, I never believe it's over for anyone. And that's one of the things I wanted to share, because before I even get into the discussion, I never believe it's over for anyone. I've seen people pull off miraculous things. It's all about somebody waking up on the correct side of the bed. So we're here to help as best as we can, and also provide some type of knowledge and understanding on what a political prisoner really is, and just how they're actually treated differently. Because Brother Russell, I'm not sure, but I don't know if because I actually got kind of mixed up with someone else I had just read about. But tell me, in your idea, what makes a prisoner a political prisoner? Because that's a different distinction. They're even treated differently inside of prison. So what would you qualify as political prisoner, and why your individual respective family member falls under that category?
Well, thank you for, first of all, asking that question, because it's a very pertinent question. And for folks to have a real understanding of it, I think you have to delve deeply into American politics in general. You have to delve deeply into the politics of racism. You have to delve deeply into the politics of slavery and things of that sort, because those things are actually the base for which these categories are built on. So people like my father come under a category of political prisoner due to specific acts and ideologies and ideas that they've held against the state. And so the 60s was the turbulent 60s in the context of people like the Black Panthers and the Black Liberation Army and a gang of other non-secular or people who didn't have as much name recognition as the Black Panthers actually taking arms up against the state. So that's one category of people who actually have made a commitment and have verbally or otherwise said that what the state is doing is wrong and we're going to fight against it. So then you have people like the animal rights movement people, the eco-social justice movement people, and now even our brother now, and his mom here speaking for him, we have people who are taking stances against what the state has leveraged on them in reference to technology. And so this is very, very important that we understand that the politics of technology and the politics of how it is actually deemed a crime and who's targeted for it specifically, because for this matter, for what the brother is charged for, we could probably charge Facebook, we could charge almost Twitter, almost all of the social media that you could, Instagram, all of the social media that you could think of for these same style or type of charges in different ways. You could also charge Disney, porn sites, just across the board for things that are happening in the tech world that charges could be leveled against them, but it seems quite unfair that this individual has been singled out. More importantly than just singled out, one of the things that we see with the animal he hasn't advocated armed struggle like my father. He hasn't advocated for police to be targeted or anything of that sort. That things were normal in the 60s. Those were normal things in the 60s. And with the advent of the COVID era and also with the George Floyd era and that police brutality that's directly tied back to why people would say, take up arms against the police. This is an apple and an orange, but he has worse charges than some of these people who've advocated some of these things that he hasn't advocated, but he has a double life sentence.
It's like It's like he created a website and got charges like he actually committed murder or something. I mean, double life plus 40.
Double life plus 40 is what we call death by incarceration.
That's right. Absolutely. So, I'd like to add to what Russell said, because I agree. I think that it has to do with threatening the state. And I think that Bitcoin was a threat. But also the judge even said, she cited quotes from the site, not proven that they were by Ross, but from the site, talking about attacking the state, saying the state was, I forget the exact wording, but, brutal or wrong. I can't remember exactly, but it was attacking the state verbally and somebody wrote it on the site. And she said, you know, this philosophy, we know you started the site for philosophical reasons, not to be a kingpin, not to be a drug dealer, philosophical reasons. And this is a dangerous and troubling philosophy. And we don't know that you've left it behind. So essentially she's saying, I have to have you die in a cage because you have this scary philosophy that threatens the state. And it became real clear to me because every other Silk Road defendant has gotten 10 years or less, including the biggest drug seller who actually sold drugs on the site. He's out. He got 10 and got out early for COVID. So, and here's Ross with a death, as you say, death in prison. And this is not right. It's not American. It's not something that was done previously to the drug war. That I know of. When I was growing up, you don't get sentences like that. You have a chance. You have a chance to, you know, redeem yourself in, you know, whatever. Life is a long, long time. People change. And this is wrong. It needs to change in the system. Absolutely. And also you mentioned children and how they're, I see that you probably have too many times, Russell. They come in, they're so excited to see their dad say, and then when they leave, they're crushed, crying, shattered. Families are shattered and falling apart. It ends up being a real attack on the family. And these kids often grow up and go right back into the, you know, into prison. You know, they end up not having them. But of course, that's very profitable for a lot of people. And that's the other part of this. It's like they're making money. People are making money off of people being in cages, which to me is human trafficking. If you're making money off of human beings. And this is wrong. It's morally reprehensible. So, but I do think there's a political push about it. And yeah, people being made an example. They said Ross is going to be their example. I don't know what they said about your dad, but I imagine he's an example.
Yeah, it is those quote unquote words of being made an example of are kind of very harsh when you're not the person living through the example. And one thing I do remember about when I was in prison was the fact that someone shared, I think it's in North Carolina, the state makes about $36,000 off of per inmate. So I'm not sure what state your loved ones are locked up in. However, you still start noticing that it is a big money game. I remember working for $1 a day in prison, sometimes 40 cents a day. And you know what happens, the worst part is a mindset cultivates around that. And so with me sharing that, it also sounded like everyone is being chastised for either wanting freedom or creating some type of freedom. And it starts to look a little bit, not even a little bit, it starts getting worse and worse as time goes on. Number one, because no one is coming home from prison. And number two, like how Russell mentioned, you know, if we really are honest, Ross just made a website, you know, and Russell's, you know, Panthers back then were fighting for freedom. The same thing that, you know, America was built off of, they don't want the citizens to do. And, you know, when you have that type of freedom there, with what, like he said, with what Ross created, it was what we know is just a website. And like I mentioned, you have Craigslist, you have people that sell all these crazy stuff. And we know we can actually say, well, why is it that? Well, it dealt with Bitcoin, you know, or with Russell's father, it dealt with on the rise up. So that all sounds like a bit to me of a bit of a terrorist mentality when it comes down to it. And I would love to get, you know, your thoughts around it. Like, does it seem as if the state just says, hey, you know, we want you to be free, but not that free, or we want you to be, you know, industrious or creative, but not to the point that it destroys us, and quote unquote that example. So I'm asking, how does that come across to you? Because to me, it sounds kind of like, hey, it comes across as terrorist, it comes across as plain old, we can have control and you can't. But you know, I want to hear everyone else's opinion about that. You go first, Ms. Lee, if you want.
Okay. Well, I think that it's definitely based on force. And it's something that has evolved to be worse and worse and worse in our country. And a lot of it's been propelled by the drug war, but so that I feel like our values, our American values have been hijacked, really. Those values of freedom and fairness and mercy. And they've been hijacked. And there's a lot of reasons, I think. Jobs program, it employs people. It's become like its own industry and self-propelling. And I don't know. I guess you could say, it's based on force for sure. And I think there's so many, the sentences are so shocking, and there's so much unfairness and destruction that's going on that, it's a terrible thing. Life sentences have quintupled. The prison population has grown 800% since the 80s. If the prison population were its own state, it's bigger than 11 states. It's like its own state of incarceration, bigger than some of the smaller states. I mean, good grief, we're like 5% of the world's population. We have 25% of the world's prisoners. This is wrong. This is like a humanitarian crisis. It's a disgrace. It really is. And if there's nothing about, they call it correctional. I'm not seeing that. I am not. It's criminal training grounds is what it is. And it's just it's grown into this kind of mass incarceration monster. And I just it's got to change. It's just wrong. And I think a lot of people don't think about it because it's easy to forget prisoners. And Russell's dad and my son, we're working, but a lot of people don't have the ability, or they can't do it, or they don't do it. And they're just buried alive, essentially, until they die in there. But meanwhile, there's all these industries cropped up about it, and the private, around the tax money, but the public prisons too. There's lots of little industries. People, whole towns rely on prisons.
Yes,
I mean,
really.
Yeah.
Really. I'm sure that all three of us, even though here's the crazy part, I've never visited someone in prison. However, you've gone to visit people in prison, and you've gone to a town that is dedicated to the prison. Like I was in this one prison called Caledonia Institute in Tillery, North Carolina. If you look up Tillery, they might have a population of 2,000 people. Probably about 30% of those folks worked at the prison, and they were, they've been like almost nepotism into the prison system to go work there. So
I lived in one. Yeah, I lived there to visit Ross in Colorado. Absolutely. And if they ended the drug war and some of these other horrible sentences, everybody'd be unemployed. I mean, it's a whole thing, and it's so wrong. And and when you say terrorism, it's kind of like, it's really torture. It's torturing people. And Ross actually went around to different prisoners and said, okay, if you had a choice between being actually tortured, like, some medieval horrible torture, pull out your fingernails type thing, or staying here, but only for a short time, or staying here for this sentence, which would you pick? And they're all like, pull out my fingernails now. It's so much, I mean, let me just take it now. It's kind of like flogging, get it over with. You might, it's like, it's not right, but at least it's not your.
I agree 110%. I would just like to add quickly that your son, Ross, is in a very unique category, specifically in the context of freedom fighting, specifically in the context of a tech warrior, in the context of just having a different ideology. But this ideology also comes from Silicon Valley. It comes from people who are tech savvy, who are into computers, who love creating things, who are part of this new world that we all live in, that we all enjoy, all of this tech, all of, new gadgets and phones and things that come along with it. But just like Eric Snowden, I don't know if people are familiar with him.
We know Snowden.
Edward Snowden.
Citizen 4, he worked for the state, but he recognized also that we were being spied on through this technology. We were being listened to. Our privacy was being invaded. We were being led down a path specifically that the state wanted, that a lot of people who work in Silicon Valley or work at home in their basement or are just, tech people are forced into a situation where they either have to, for their job or because they're fearing for their lives or they fear what will happen, embrace the state's party line of I won't say anything or I'll go along with things that are unprincipled and not fair to Americans in general. And this has created a whole kind of underground type of movement of people who they work every day for the state or for Silicon Valley or for some large tech person or for themselves, but they have to hide how they actually feel about what the state has imposed upon them. And I think that your son falls into that category, and we have to fight for these people. We have to fight for the Snowdens of the world. We have to fight for the Russells of the world. We have to fight for the people who are standing up or have been caught in the crossfire in this whole
yeah, and I just like to add, we also need to fight for those who are, regular people who aren't maybe aren't educated, maybe don't know about all these things. They are like the perfect victims of this whole thing in terms of how are they, or poor or all of that. They're caught. I mean, your dad and my son are not really unique. There's thousands of people who are being destroyed, and their families are being destroyed with no hope. And this is not right. This is not right in our country. America is supposed to stand for freedom and also for mercy and for, come on. This doesn't look good for, or isn't good for our country. And it hurts whole communities. It's terrible.
It definitely does. And one of the things I wanted to share was the fact that one of the missions that I have, like from bars to Bitcoin, this room I have, or even with the book, I share with someone because Ms. Lynn said it, even the poor people or folks who are not financially literate to be there. Like I know Russell understands where, this whole thing came from slavery, like as far as like this harsh way of getting punishment. And within that, especially within the Black community, I share with someone the real detriment to not having any type of financial literacy is the fact that most Black people I know, most people, even Russell, they go to prison over something with money, right? And in our community, we have a lot of young guys who go to jail over like selling drugs or doing something that drives them insane, because when you don't have the money to be able to take care of yourself, you literally go insane and you do things outside of what is supposed to be done to make it. And I say that because once that happens, you are really trying to commit a crime for some money that'll be worth extremely less when you come home from prison. I noticed one guy I teach Bitcoin to, he got locked up in '89, and the value of the dollar was like 90 some cents or maybe a whole dollar. By the time he came home in 2019, it was worth 85 cents. So you go to prison to try to get money that has no value or even less value than when you come home. And those are one of the things that I try to drive home the most, especially, when I look to try to teach people or even share information that I have with my book, like about the journey that I went through. There's a different type of journey now. And luckily, Ross is in a category where he already had knowledge of Bitcoin before coming home, before going to prison, which is kind of the reverse of mine. Mm-hmm. So now one of the things that I feel that could really drive home is how you use that for wealth. How do you use that to build yourself up? Because like Mr. Schultz Jr., what does he come home to, outside of love and family? But once you really start breaking it down, Ms. Lynn hit it. It deals with a lot of people being poor. And when you don't have that money there, you go insane. Now, granted, again, like we said, Russell or Edward, they were already in tech and noticed something and made a choice to help. or to provide free markets. However, they were still punished severely for, let's be honest, there shouldn't, if it was such a terrible crime, there shouldn't be a way for it to be created, you know, and I really feel that because it is rough, you know, and I always think, what will someone have to come home to? And not necessarily as far as money. I did 3 years in prison and I came home to an entire new world.
Yeah.
You know, Yahoo was cool, but Google took over in 2014.
Ross hasn't been on a computer in 8 years. I'm sure Russell's dad doesn't have any clue. He's been in there so long. And, you know, honestly, Ross knew a guy in prison who said he didn't want to leave because he had nowhere to go. He had nothing to do. How was he going to eat? How is he going to, I mean, it creates a whole population of people that are so dependent on the prison. I mean, it's so sad. And at least, you know, our people have family, but a lot of families turn their back, and these people are just, like I said, buried alive. And this isn't right. It's wrong. And other countries don't do it. We need to change it.
So what do you think, what would you all say is the, because I know you all, well, all three of us individually have our starting points.
Yeah.
And we it's almost like this big goal or this big thing that everybody picks their place to start. You know what I mean? Like you have Russell has the Panthers. I come with this approach to Bitcoin because what I like to create is something as a pathway for people to come to. Like,
that's great.
You know, if you go to the left, what's to the left? I've come home from prison. I've gone to the programs. Some were cool, but they weren't going to change your life for real. They will keep you conditioned to be in this one little box. And I have I'm not trying to disrespect CDL drivers, you know, barbers or anything like that, but I've seen how you're put into a category. All right, so you did time, you didn't die there, so let's work you till you die now.
Yeah.
You know, that's the mentality that's put out here. And, you know, in my opinion, you have to create a new way. And like I said, for me, Bitcoin is the entire new way. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to make it solely about Bitcoin. However, it has to be brought up because when guys come home, I'm going to share this with you because I wholeheartedly believe your family members will come home.
Oh, thank you. We can't lose hope. You cannot lose hope.
It's not over till it's over. When people come home from prison, their mind is still at a point of being told no, not being able to, you know, not being able to take care of themselves, not being able to participate. They're expecting a no. Bitcoin was at for me where there was no one to tell me no as far as just about building myself. So within that regard, like what would be your, like, I know we have a few minutes, what would be your, like, your call to action or your last stand as to, you know, how to really bring people who are untimely sentenced or given the, as you like to call it, you're sentenced to death by prison. What will be your first, what will be your CTA to that now that we can all, you know, push out that message and band together on and really start to make a movement behind this?
One of the biggest calls to action for me is to let people know that, you know, so my dad's from the 60s. And of course, we just come through the George Floyd times, and police brutality is as bad or worse than it was in the 60s. And these people were fighting against police brutality. And we come up to this guy with a boot on his neck for all of us to actually globally recognize what has been happening since the 60s, right? That people already died for. Yes, George Floyd is that catalyst that globally helps all of us to see, you know, which we see in the hoods and the streets all of the time, but it globally with the technology of the phone to shoot it around the globe in a millisecond. So that technology intersection, I think, is a call to action, just like these quote unquote hashtag movements that I'm not always the biggest fan of, but at the end of the day, I recognize that it allows for people to be able to be educated and politically educated in seconds. And so my call to action is for you to become politically educated, no matter what it takes, for you to understand what is actually happening, not just in your community, but in communities globally, to actually have some care, to care about something outside of yourself for once, you know, to look at someone else's situation for once and to raise your voice individually, you know, to care about Ross, to care about my dad, to care about some of these animal rights activists, to care about some of these eco-social activists who are saying, these storms are crazy. They've been saying it for years. So if you don't look up and recognize that the storm is someday going to get you, don't wait until they show up at your door. Don't wait until the cops put their knee on your neck. Don't wait until your house is flooded. Let's collectively come together as human beings and address the human issues. That's my call to action for you, to come out of your closet, to come from under the rock. Don't be afraid. Use your voice. Learn what solidarity is. And I have solidarity with Ross because I understand where he is. I see, it doesn't take a lot for me to understand. Everyone knew the Silk Road. The Silk Road was hugely popular. And not just for guns and drugs. It wasn't just hugely popular for guns and drugs. It was hugely popular because it was the beginning of open source as people really understood it. Okay, but I need you to understand that open source, that was the forerunner to you being able to navigate now on your little navigational tool, be it Waze or Google Maps, for you to get easily from point A to point B, and somebody else to help you say, oh yeah, just right over there, you know, it's right here, you know. Yeah. And you may take that for granted, but that is directly connected to the work that Ross has done.
Well, I totally agree. People need to care, and it's very many people just don't care. Their lives are too easy, and it's too easy to forget what's going on. I can say that Ross has said, when I get out, I am going to fight for criminal justice reform, and my fellow men and women who are in this situation, because this is wrong. And his case actually sets a precedent for terrible sentencing. I mean, they can go, oh, well, we gave the Silk Road guy double life. We can give you double life because it's, you know, and sets this precedent, terrible precedent. And so I think I totally agree that people who care about injustice and who care about what's going on here and how wrong it is do need to support each other, do need to come together and take up causes that, you know, and be loud. And yeah, I guess, you know, Russell and I are doing that, and we have personal investment, but at the same time, yes, it actually affects you personally if these things are going on, because we're all in peril when people are treated the way our loved ones have been treated, and that it puts us all in danger. It really does. It's like, it's so wrong. And so it's not just about them and people you don't know. It's really about going forward, what kind of society are we going to have? And this is a very tipping point in history right now. It's a very important, and we can either go towards more government control and suppression, or we can go towards innovation and all the amazing things that could be created here. And we've got to decide, you know, and also mercy and caring about human beings. Yes, ma'am. You know, going towards that and not like, you know, just the opposite. Yeah. So anyway, this is a tipping point in history. We have a crossroads right here now. And I totally agree. We have to, you know, get together and work together and help each other and make you know, influence here. I think it's happening. I think it's somewhat happening, but it's not. I don't think that what's going on in criminal justice is forefront. You know, it's a lot of noise going on out there, but just keep it going. And we can't give up because we love our people. So even if I wanted to, I can't. And I'm sure that's true for Russell. Obviously, he's been doing it forever. So anyway, yep, I'm on board with that.
My call to action is, first of all, the fact that I actually stand in solidarity with you and your loved ones. I don't know what colors they're wearing, but I'm pretty sure they're wearing some devastating uniforms and sitting on metal all day. And it's not ideal. And on top of that, we have to, I personally believe, you know, yeah, other people really don't care. And the reason being is because they're not actively affected. So what I would say is you have to start digging for the folks there, you know, not the people who have like no skin in the game at all, you know, and even the people that have a skin in the game, they might not all hop on board, but the moment it starts getting real, the moment people are, you know, every movement just keeps taking time. You know, it's like an avalanche. They all start with one small snowflake. The next thing you know, it's just erupt an entire town. So efforts like this today, even just hopping on the call with all of you all, and I would love both of your emails and to stay in touch, because we'll make things happen, we'll make change. Nothing ever happens overnight. And as you all know, however, I like what Ms. Lynn said, there is a tipping point. We are, in my opinion, reaching a time in the world where you might be, I'm not gonna say might, you have an opportunity to do something real dope. Sometimes it's not just about, in my opinion, it's not just about what you actually do, it's about timing. And right about now, you have the whole world just tipping, doesn't know where it wants to go, you know, and it's this thing to where, you know, you have moments to where, let's just look at it with Bitcoin itself. We just went from your son catching the double life for 40 years to it being made legal tender in a different country now.
Yeah.
That wasn't a discussion 8 years ago. Right. So we also have to look at, you know, just how we continuously build these things. And I would love to, like I said, we'll stay in touch off the line. I know we're running up on time here. And any one closing remarks? I know we have a minute left. Whatever you want to say, just say it, and I think we can call it in today.
Lynn, I think you should end with something about Ross.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Well, Ross really stands for a lot of people. Like I said, there's thousands, including Russell's father, who are doing crazy sentences and are suffering, and their families are suffering. Ross is a very compassionate and idealistic person. He's not what you'll read about online. Please don't believe the media about Ross. And I imagine that's true about Russell's father as well, because they love the sensationalism. Ross, and please go to freeross.org, sign the petition if you think the sentence is wrong. And all you have to know is double life plus 40 years for nonviolent charges, first time offender. Done. I mean, come on. It puts us all in danger, as I said. And there are thousands and thousands of people who are trapped in this situation through force and through injustice. And we need to stop it. That's all. It's not acceptable.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, we stand behind that. We stand behind Ross. And with that being said, we are complete for the day. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, that was great, guys. Really wonderful to meet you both. And
we'll be in contact.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. Great to have you. This has been a great conference so far. And, you know, right now we have one of the topics that is, you know, during this year and last year, people have been asking a lot about this. And our topic today is what are NFTs? What are NFTs? And why are they shaking up the art world? And with me here is Louis and Whitney. They're going to help us, you know, dissect and dig deep into this topic. We appreciate you guys for coming on. I'm Tongai Choto. I'm the co-founder of AfriBlocks. We are a global Pan-African freelance marketplace, and this conference has been amazing. We've been seeing, so many blockchain leaders sharing their information, sharing their knowledge for the benefit of the communities, Black communities globally. So at this stage, I'm just going to give a chance to Louis and Whitney to introduce themselves. I guess Louis, you can start off. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks so much. And thanks so much for having me. As you can see, it is not daytime where I am. I'm a few hours ahead of you all. I live in the Philippines. I've lived here all my life. I'm a tech entrepreneur. I got into cryptocurrencies back in 2014, right around the time that Mt. Gox imploded. So not the best time to get into it. But I did get into NFTs in 2017, which turns out, is one of the best times to have gotten into it because I got in kind of at the very beginning. And I'll be able to talk about that journey for me a little bit over the course of this session. I'm one of the world's first NFT artists. In the project that we kind of minted on the blockchain is actually mentioned in the Ethereum white paper that describes how NFT technology is supposed to work. So like we were one of the first examples of this stuff. And it's been a wonder to kind of observe it from then all the way to kind of where it is now, which is like, it feels like it's a real part of the traditional art industry. So yeah, very excited to speak to all of you.
Great,
Nice
great. Thank you.
Whitney. Hi, everyone. My name is Whitney. I'm currently based in Trinidad and Tobago, so I'm outside. So please excuse any background noises. But I went to Howard University, graduated in 2018. And I got into blockchain through the Howard community back in 2018, like late 2018. Actually, I'm getting my years mixed up. Late 2017, where I was pursuing fintech startup at that point, where blockchain would have been able to enable us to do cross-border transactions. Since graduating in 2018, I joined Microsoft early 2019, where I got into a lot of like enterprise private blockchain consortiums. That was the first time I was introduced to NFTs, where we were utilizing it to create like a train ticket or transit ticket per passenger in like a mass mobility application that we were designing. Since then, I got reintroduced to it early this year in regards to art, where a lot of different art curators and artists themselves kept reaching out to me to like design an NFT strategy for them. And also I forgot that I also did a project in gaming with Finite Labs, where we use NFTs for to create like scarcity in that game. So that's pretty much my background, where I'm a software engineer, still working at Microsoft, and I look forward to chatting about NFTs today.
Great, great, thank you. So I think the first question that I can pose to Whitney first and then to Louis is, what are NFTs? I'm sure by now everyone knows non-fungible tokens, but we're trying to get to that really basic understanding of, okay, what are really are they? Because what people do sometimes, they just hear jargon and then they don't ask further because they don't want to act like they don't want, they're not understanding. So yeah, I'll pose that question to Whitney to begin.
Sure, yeah, and I would love to hear Louis' response to this from like an artist perspective. So from my understanding of NFTs, it's pretty much a smart contract, which is like legal, let's say a folder that pretty much takes in a unique asset, whether that's art, real estate, any sort of unique tangible or intangible, digital first or non-digital asset. And it pretty much creates a digital representation that captures who owns this asset. And then this NFT, because it's like created in the digital world, forever holds the person who was the creator, as well as who is the current owner of that asset. And now we are able to enter into a world of trade and transfer of ownership where no one rights taken away from them. And the legal contract that exists in the smart contract is forever respected. So that's my understanding of NFTs.
Cool.
Great.
I'll do a quick one also. So I mean, NFTs probably the worst marketing term ever come up with for a technology that's actually quite good, right? It's actually quite game changing. I'm still hoping that someone will eventually come up with a better word for this stuff, just because it is ridiculous that we have to keep doing these definitions, because it's, it's not great. It's not well named. That being said, the important part of the NFT acronym is just the T. You can forget the N and the F because those are just confusing. The T part is token. That is a digital representation of something. And in this case, the something is ownership, and as Whitney said. And what's really interesting about the token, meaning ownership thing, is that digitally, we've never had that before, especially for certain things like digital art. And the problem with digital art is because I'll draw on Photoshop, for example, I save it, it's a JPEG, and as soon as a friend sees it on my feed, he can just take a screenshot of it, and now he's got a copy. And that's weird because, I guess that means he'll never pay me for it, right? So there's always been this problem with digital art where, there's never been a way for an artist to do a thing where they say this JPEG, this particular JPEG is the official edition, the official artist version of this piece. This is the one I'm going to sell, and this is going to be attached to a certificate of ownership. So if Whitney wants to buy my piece, all we have to check is whether or not the token, the certificate of ownership, has moved. Where is it now? Is it with me? If it's with me, then Whitney has not bought it. If Whitney has it, then Whitney has bought it, and then it's no longer with me. I'm no longer the owner. And that has always been missing from digital art. And that's, I guess, kind of the game-changing effect of finally having NFTs, that the concept of it has been missing from the internet for so long, because there's never been a way to do that before. And that's why it's such a big deal for digital artists. I mean, for all artists, but for the digital artists most especially, because it's always just been harder for the digital guys.
Yes, and I want to follow up on that definition where it's like the key is really ownership, because if you look at the digital world that we live in, you can easily screenshot a picture, right? Or you can copy that picture and carry it. But there's a certain type of individual who wants to actually own it, and there are certain types of benefits that come from ownership. So NFTs just enable that very efficiently.
Yeah, so one interesting question I had was, I was trying to explain to my colleagues what are NFTs, and the question was, if I created an NFT, who's going to buy it from me and why, especially if they are able to get the same image from the internet or somewhere else? What's going to push me to buy your NFT for that value? So I guess it also gets into the space of that supply and demand theory, people buy and determine their own value. So the question to Louis is around what determines that value of an NFT, and why would someone want to buy my picture? We can take the screenshot.
Right. Well, maybe one way to answer that question is to take an extreme example. Let's say that we could all get on planes again. I can't because the lockdown's kind of bad out here. But let's pretend that we could all get on a plane and we can go to Paris, the Louvre, and see the Mona Lisa, right? I've seen the Mona Lisa once in my life. I thought it was wonderful. It was a little small, but anyway, that's beside the point. If I take a picture of the Mona Lisa and you take a picture of the Mona Lisa, in fact, let's all take a picture of the Mona Lisa. Does that mean that we own it just because we have those photos on our phone? I mean, obviously, it's very obvious to all of us here that that's not the case. No one owns it just because they took a photo of it, right? And that's kind of one of the biggest misconceptions when it comes to the whole NFT argument about the whole screenshotting thing and all of that stuff. Just because you took a screenshot of something does not mean that you own it. And as Whitney said it earlier already, there are some rights involved when you own something. And primarily, the thing that is the most important there is that you have the right to resell it. And so when we talk about what is the value of an NFT, and how do we determine that value? Actually, the answer to that is we don't. The market does. The market determines the value. So if one of you guys bought one of my pieces, let's say you bought it for 1 Ethereum, firstly, I would say thank you very much. But like the reason why you're doing that is because you are hoping, perhaps you are hoping at some point in the future to resell it at a price that is greater than 1 Ethereum. And let's say that it was 2 Ethereum. What has happened for you? Well, you've doubled your money. You've made someone else happy because that guy probably believes that he can resell this at some point for maybe 4 Ethereum or something else, right? So the motivation is kind of very similar to traditional art itself. This is, by the way, exactly the same behavior as traditional art. Like the people who spend millions of dollars on a Damien Hirst or any of these other kind of more traditional artists, they're doing it because they need an alternative investment vehicle. And for some, it'll be like just because they love art, right? But generally speaking, artwork is an uncorrelated long-term investment that is good to have in your portfolio because it kind of diversifies you a little bit. So that's the motivation for traditional art. It's the same motivation for kind of the NFT art collectors, I think.
Yeah.
I love how Louis said that it's a diversification of your financial portfolio, because often folks in the Black community, we don't even get to a point where we're like, all right, do we have a very well-balanced portfolio? And sometimes we don't even get to the point of thinking, how do we transfer our wealth to our... And a lot of like the 1% have realized that art is the best way to transfer wealth, because when you hand on this art, you don't trigger like a tax event versus if you have to give someone your 401k or your stocks, usually they have to pay taxes on receiving. And of course, we are getting to the wave of like, it's going to be the biggest generational wealth transfer happening soon, and it already has started happening. So I guess my answer to that question will be what type of person you are in terms of financial management, and of course, just interest in art as well, and where do you want to stand in the long run?
Yeah, I think that what you just introduced is very key, like diversification of your financial investments or portfolio, which is, I think, since the first half of 2021 alone, NFTs have generated about 2.5 billion in sales. But my next question, I'll start with Whitney, is now how do Black people or Black communities globally really use this NFTs in a helpful way? Because in any good technology, there probably some people are doing something bad. Some people are probably just pumping and dumping and things like that. So as Black communities, how do we become aware of all these things? And when we get into participating, make sure that we're participating in a way that is helpful, to anyone in the Black community globally.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think I will tackle that from 2 perspectives. One is the creator rights, where in the Black community, we have like a long history of being like natural creators. We create trends. We are like super talented with our art, all expressions of art, whether it's music, digital art, physical art, painting, and so forth. So one way the Black community can tap into this to NFTs is by, if you're naturally an artist right now, or if you're actually an artist right now, you should be looking into how can you utilize NFTs to become like your representation of your rights, right? And we have history of course, as well, of like losing our rights to the things that we create, where maybe we created the light bulb, right? But right now we have white inventors who get the credit for that. And that white inventor and his family may be getting royalties for generations and generations to come, but the same cannot be said for Black creators. So now that we have a technology that enables undisputed ownership rights and creator rights, I think Black artists should definitely figure out who they can talk to, how they can learn, how they can start representing their art in the NFT space to ensure that let's say centuries from now, they can still potentially collect royalties from that. And the fact that their creator rights will never be revoked from them. And then in addition, the other part of it is for the collectors, where like we said, we have a lot of folks who have made a lot of money in cryptocurrency already, or who is still now being introduced to cryptocurrency. I believe collecting art is more of like a long-term wealth strategy. And of course, you can do quick flips now as well and still like get benefits from them. But I think this really comes with financial literacy, where our collectors out there, or folks who really want to think generational wealth building, they should sit down with themselves or their community that they respect, or their financial advisors, and really strategize if they have room in their portfolio to buy NFT art, and then also learn how to identify the NFT arts that will truly have the value in the long term.
Yeah. Luis, you can share your thoughts on that.
Okay, but I mean, obviously, I'm not as familiar with the context. I guess I could talk about like how we look at it here in the Philippines. We think that NFT art is a democratization, and one of the most kind of powerful things about it has nothing to do with the technology. It's the fact that the buying population of NFT art does not differentiate about where you're from or what race you are or whatever. Most of the people on Twitter don't even know what gender the artist that they're buying is. And I think that is a very liberating kind of that's a very liberating kind of situation. The reason for that is because if you were a traditional artist, you would have to spend years waiting for an opportunity to exhibit in, New York or Paris or Tokyo or any of these art centers of the world. And it might never happen. But now you can put up your work on OpenSea. I mean, you're going to spend a little bit of money, but it's nowhere near, kind of like what you would spend to fly to London, for example. And so what it's done is that it has allowed kind of artists from all over the world to participate very equally with artists from maybe the most kind of the most popular centers of art in the world. So I really like that. I like that is kind of the kind of the most tangible impact, at least to us. And I think that'll just keep happening because people don't care where the artist is from. What they respond to is whether the story is good and whether the work has quality. So it's great.
Yeah, I do like what you mentioned earlier, that the typical art world is kind of exclusive. It kind of has a few people that create this art. There's kind of a few people that buy them. But now what NFTs are doing, they're opening, a typical exclusive art world to diverse backgrounds, to everyone can now be able to participate there without, preconceived biases or anything like that. And it also helps artists monetize their work. But what I would want to ask to Whitney is it been really helpful to artists of diverse background to be able to penetrate into this art world? Because one thing that we have realized is you can, like we mentioned before, you can create an artwork, post it as an NFT, and no one buys it. But we have also seen that, I think the largest to date has been like 69 million for an NFT. It's probably because those people are already in that kind of exclusive place. So how has NFTs allowed more artists to be involved in that art world, and now particularly the digital art world?
I think Lewis hit it on the head. And yes, I will say it has revolutionized the access to the art world, especially the ability to auction art and sell art for Black artists. Specifically, if we look at traditional auction houses like Christie's, Sotheby's, is usually a type of art and artist you may see in those auction houses. And even outside of those like mainstream auction houses, you may, just to get your art displayed in certain galleries and so forth, it is usually comes down to who you know and how much like reputation you have in art world. But oftentimes we see Black creators not even getting a chance to build like a reputation or getting an introduction to get their art featured, right? Even though they may go to like the scads of the world and so on. So I guess long story short, I think even though we are getting access to the world of selling and like the marketplace and auctions and so forth, there is still some element of having to be able to penetrate the exclusive art world that exists, because those are where the big monies will come from. Like for instance, like you said, some folks publish NFTs, but no one buys it, right? So I think my suggestion, or what I have seen been successful in that space, is different Black art correlations coming together. Like for instance, there's Sinclair, who organized the Black art curation on the foundation site. Those artists are all diverse artists. They have great art. They were able to get like the right marketing and the right respect based on just coming together. So my answer to that will be, yes, there's still some inefficiencies you may face due to diversity and who you know, but the best strategy against that is optimizing how you do your marketing and coming together, like finding other artists, becoming collectives, and figuring out how you can mass market or mass spotlight each other versus going about it on your own.
Great. So Louis, what I want to see as a follow-up, to ask as a follow-up to this is, what are the steps? Okay, I want to have my NFT, great, but I also want it to sell, and I also want people to look at it. What would be your steps that you recommend someone who's out there wants to start? And should they do it first of all? What should their motivation be? Besides from the monetary, gains.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, I've done a couple of workshops on this at this point, because like I said, I've had a bit of experience in this space. And the way I usually boil this down is I will say that there's only two things that matter if you are a new NFT artist. The first thing is that you need to have a unique story. And that story could manifest as maybe your art style is just really, really out of this world. Or maybe you come from a background that makes you very just notable, right? And there are many, many different reasons for that. Possibly like where you live, what your conditions are, maybe kind of what your convictions or your beliefs are, right? So that's the first thing. So uniqueness, if you can figure that out, that it's half of the problem. Right? And it's very internal. You need to kind of look into yourself and see what is actually truly unique about you as an artist. The second thing I say is you need reach. So it's uniqueness and then reach. So the reach part is where everyone stumbles, because although you could be a very unique artist for whatever reason, oftentimes you don't know how to find the audience for your work, and you don't know how to communicate with them. And generally speaking, the reason why that is because crypto art as a phenomenon is largely based in Twitter, which already kind of locks out quite a lot of other countries because, for whatever reason, Twitter just isn't a popular social media platform in some countries. So here in the Philippines, it is maybe a distant third behind Instagram, right? So Facebook, Instagram, and then Twitter, very, very low down, right? So it's like most of the artist population here don't have Twitter accounts. They don't know the first thing about how to build a following on Twitter. And they also don't really know much about how to, kind of communicate on Twitter in a way that makes people take notice of you. And, there are a lot of Twitter influencers in the crypto world that are very, very good at this stuff, but this is a skill that you learn. This is not something that is inherent to most people. So yeah, so that's where everyone stumbles, is always reach. One of the ideas that we had was like, maybe we could do something where, you know, kind of we start building it as a community thing where all of the artists in the Philippine crypto art scene are kind of all within this community and things like that. So we've tried various things, but generally speaking, it's an ongoing effort to continue to make yourself visible as an artist and to make sure that people know that you exist. And that's always going to be a challenge. But at least now you don't necessarily have to entrust that to a physical gallery or an agent or a broker or any of those things. Now you can just do it yourself, which is, you know, for some people that's better, for some people that's not as good, depending on their personalities. But at least there is a path for you if you want to go direct, right? And I guess that's kind of one of the that's one of the main recipes in NFT art success. You gotta have presence on Twitter, and then there has to be some unique part of your story to make people take notice of you.
Yeah, I like the mention of art galleries or agents, because now what this technology is doing is it's kind of removing the gatekeepers, because those agents and art galleries are the people who would have, before this say, no, we cannot, you have your work here, but now you can do your own reach, you can do your own selling. And I think that's a huge upside. And I like also the fact that you keep mentioning, you keep going back to the digital artist as a person and not necessarily saying NFT. You keep going back to the person, like, this is what you're doing. To Whitney, my question will be, your own 3 or 5 steps to someone who says, I want to get started. Where do I start? Where do I go? What do I do?
Yes. So I guess my recommendation would be understand how to mint the NFT. So that way you can get in more control of your rights. And then when you understand like what minting is, look at the regular platforms like OpenSea and Foundation and these other websites and see how do they onboard their artists. What are like the different fees that they take in, whether it's like transaction fee, what is the royalties they promise to you on resales. And from there, you'll be able to see what is the benefit of you minting versus using a platform like this. The third one, I will say, is like following up on what Louis said, figure out what is your story as an artist. And therefore, whatever piece or work that you're about to mint, it should correlate with your story. And maybe you can even come up with like a strategy in terms of like, I want to be an artist who produce an NFT every month, or maybe I'm going to create like an art collection around this theme or stuff like that. Fourth, actually mint and get on, when you mint your NFT, publish NFT to like OpenSea or Foundation website. And then from the fifth one will be marketing that. And of course, also getting into different spaces where you can like speak, like on the Black Blockchain Summit or like other places that really appreciate NFT artists or info around that.
Great. That's super helpful. Thank you for that. To Luis, I'd like to ask, some platforms that you would recommend, that you've used, someone who's experienced in this space, and maybe, some advantages and disadvantages of, 3 or 4 platforms that you recommend.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, most people will start with OpenSea just because that's the biggest. That's the one that's most stable. Last month, the month of August, it recorded $3 billion in sales just in that one marketplace. So they're breaking records all over the place over there. The problem with OpenSea is the same problem as a lot of the other open marketplaces, which is that there is a higher likelihood that an artist could list there and they're listing their work that it's not actually their work, because there's some challenges with verifying whether or not the artist is the true creator of the work that they just uploaded. So OpenSea struggles with that. And that is the case for other open marketplaces like Rarible also. Now, here's the trade-off. when you sell artwork on OpenSea, you are not even gonna get charged 3% in sales commissions. It's less than that. And that's really interesting because if you're coming from a traditional art world, you're typically getting fleeced by about 30% from the galleries or the kind of, those types of exhibit areas. So it's a big difference. Now, but then in exchange, the trade-off is that in OpenSea, there is a small chance that there are some artists that are listing there where they're actually fraudsters and that work does not belong to them in the first place. So that's kind of a risk. Now, the opposite of that are the marketplaces that are closed. They're curated. So examples of that are Nifty Gateway and Maker's Place. Both of these places I've sold art at. In these cases, you have to apply as an artist. So you actually have to wait for an interview. They'll establish all sorts of things about you before they'll decide whether or not to give you a slot. And because of that, it's much harder, right? You don't get any fraudsters there because often you'd have to wait in line for months to get a slot in Maker's Place or Nifty Gateway right now. But what they will take as a consequence of that is that they actually ask for something like 20% of the sale whenever a sale happens on their platform. I mean, they'll help you with marketing and promotion for sure. OpenSea will not. They don't have that in the 3% budget. So those are the kind of things you have to weigh, right? I mean, what is important to you? Or can you afford to wait? Or if you're just experimenting, maybe it's not worth the wait, right? Just like get that stuff on OpenSea and then see if you can, promote it enough that someone will buy it. Maybe that's enough, right? So there's lots of different pros and cons to either approach. The other thing I should mention also is that Maker's Place and Nifty Gateway both accept credit cards, not just Ethereum. So it's a very big market when you assume that people can just walk in with their MasterCard and spend $10,000 on art. They don't have to have that MetaMask set up. So that's a big deal. It's a very big advantage. Like the last time I sold on Nifty Gateway, I don't think anyone used Ethereum. I don't actually, probably not. I think it was all credit cards. And most of the stuff that I sell on Maker's Place, at least 50% of my sales on Maker's Place is just credit cards. It's not Ethereum at all.
Okay, that's pretty interesting. Something I didn't know. I would like to ask, someone asked me about Mintable. I don't know if you know that platform. Mintable.
Yeah, I've not tried it. There's so many of them now. There's at least 30 platforms out there. And they are all trying to kind of position themselves in a way that is going to make them kind of the next big auction house of the internet, right? OpenSea seems to be the one that is the furthest in the lead, but like I know that Maker's Place just raised a very, very large investment round. So it's possible that they're going to start doing some pretty big things also. I mean, there's a lot of competition in the space right now, as you know, because there's so much money being thrown around also, right?
Great. I would like to ask Whitney about crypto kitties, because it seems like it was one of the first use cases, if I would say, for NFTs. I'm not sure how they're doing right now, but I'm sure people would like to have some connection between crypto kitties, the way it blew up and where it is now, and the shift to now this digital art.
Yeah, definitely. I would probably say CryptoKitties was probably the first famous example of NFTs, where it was all around the concept of, hey, there's some digital cats, do you want to own it? And they, like, going back to what we spoke about when you want to be an NFT artist, they literally created numerous variations of cats. They were able to like mint them. And then they created this very scarcity model around like, okay, there's literally a unique cat that people all around the world probably wants, but you should come get it first, right? And then by doing that, they pretty much was able to like sell their crypto kitties for like a lot of money. And at that point, NFTs, I'm not sure, maybe I'm misspeaking here, but NFTs weren't really the hype of the blockchain world. It was more around like get into Bitcoin, get into like fintech apps and so forth. But here was CryptoKitties showing how valuable ownership was through cats. And now we are getting like the third wave of blockchain, where you're now seeing more persons realize, hey, I can actually utilize the same mechanism and use that to like sell the work that I already make or like become a digital artist, because I'm seeing even like kids who are exposed to like what's happening in the NFT world. They themselves are creating different variations of like random digital art, and they're getting a kickstart on their artist career or even just financial career through doing the same thing that CryptoKitties did a couple of years ago.
Got you. Yeah, that's a really interesting, use case. And I remember I was like, people are buying these kits because the sun is pink, swine is green. But I guess I was missing the point at that stage. What I would want to ask to Louis, I think you kind of said you don't want to talk about the NF part, but we're looking for a description or an explanation that's really, really basic and simple between non-fungible and fungible. Like, what's the difference?
Okay, sure. Well, I guess we're gonna have to talk about what fungible means first. And what fungible means is that any two copies of this thing are interchangeable. It does not matter which copy you have. So when we're talking about $100 bills, it does not matter which $100 bill you have, as long as it's still, kind of whole, it's usable. Non-fungible means the opposite. Every copy of it potentially is different, and different to the extent that it's like each one could possibly even have a completely different value as the other. So for example, like when you are an artist who does multiple editions, like say I created a piece of artwork and I decide I'm going to sell 10 copies of this artwork. Typically edition number 1 and edition number 10 are more expensive than 2 through 9. And there's no logical reason for that. You would think that it would just be the same to most people, but some people like it when they say, I bought the very first edition of this guy's work. Some other people say, I bought the very last one because all the other 9 had been bought and I was the last guy to scoop up the remaining copy. And because of that, on average, you'll see kind of these different prices for these copies, because every copy is different and there is a different value that has been somehow ascribed to them. And that's it. That's kind of I'm sorry, that wasn't very short. I got too much into the example, but the idea is kind of the same, right? Every copy is different in a non-fungible scenario.
Yeah. I when you just mentioned the $100 bill, I just got an idea. Like I have these 2 $5 notes, and I have this one $10 note. So these are exchangeable. Yeah. Like they have the same value. These are 2, this is 1, but they have the same value. And I guess that's what fungible means. But non-fungible is like you cannot exchange this $5 for anything else because it's unique in its own way. Right. So I think that's the simplest. We're running out of time, but this was super exciting. So yeah, thank you so much for joining us on this exciting topic on NFTs. I hope our audience picked a thing or two. And yeah, this is the Black Blockchain Summit. Appreciate you, Louis. Appreciate you, Whitney. Hope to have you again.
Bye,
Thanks,
everyone.
guys. See you again soon.
All right. Bye.
There we go. All right. And welcome everyone to the Black Blockchain Summit. And this year we've also, gone through so much, but as someone who's always been blazing trails, been in the shining light for all of us globally and throughout the years of this blockchain and incredible journey, we have an incredible brother, His Excellency, amazing Ambassador Gabriel Abed. thank you, good brother, for joining us. I wanted to take this time to give us an opportunity to catch up. You've been doing so much. This is the starting point in our first meetings where, again, we were in rooms that did not look at all like us, and your ability to communicate and to tell the story of people that weren't even in the room and talk about solutions with a level of competency that probably made most of the folks in the room in awe of you. It inspired so many of us, and I'm just thankful for what you continue to do. Now, did I know you were going to be an ambassador? Now, listen, I'm keeping 100. I didn't know, but this shows like how big your brain is. What's going on? Just please want to catch up with you, sir, brother.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a whole new world for me now, Sinclair. Being the ambassador of Barbados to United Arab Emirates is something that if you asked me a year ago if this what my trajectory looked like, I would have probably have laughed at you. But of course, I've had a blessed journey. I am quite stoked to see what's happening in the blockchain industry. I'm extremely proud of my nation, Barbados, and what our government has been doing around this technology and around the attempt to empower our people. And I think that for me is what excited me the most and what led me towards accepting this position to serve as the ambassador of Barbados. And I can't wait to tell you all about it and that journey and what it represents. But ultimately, the blockchain space for us has, since we last spoke in Howard University, and I think it was 2018.
Yeah.
A lot of people back then were wrongfully laughing at the statements we were making at how this technology is going to change the world, because we had yet to see the true utility come out. And today we're seeing lots of that utility come out. We're seeing it actually impacting real lives and following real use cases that were once just vaporware or a promise. It's now a reality. And I think that for me is extremely exciting, because the naysayers have been converted into believers. And what you end up having is less resistance towards this movement, which ultimately means more empowerment of the people that are disenfranchised.
Well, I know you must feel proud and definitely even locally in the community in Barbados, they must be proud. And, that the work that you've done, and coming from a country that has, in spite of colonialism, in spite of so many things, created really a community of folks that I think are just amazing. And you're really, again, we say Barbados, but even looking at the diaspora, can you make the connection to the tech in our journey as a people collectively, liberation, self-determination, like draw those connections where so oftentimes we're giving a narrative of Christopher Columbus discovered something, which is just so bizarre. And then those people who think that way are now engaged in technology. So they're trying to colonize Mars. Like, again, because I'm clear what colonialism is, I would never say colonize Mars. Like, even the thought of that's problematic to me. The fact that you are doing this in this space, representing literally representing a people, how do you see that interplay between technology, blockchain specifically, and that backdrop? And again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm an extremist. So literally, like in a more, I was going to say diplomatic way, how would you frame that technology and civilization, technology and people?
Well, actually, the right answer for this question is the actual theme that Invest Barbados came up with this year as we head into Expo 2020 in Dubai. And the theme is from sugarcane to blockchain. And honestly, I had nothing to do with the naming of that theme, nor did I even know it was going to be our theme until I was asked to join a presentation by the Invest Barbados team. And then when I saw it, I got to say it was one of the proudest moments of my life, because when we speak of Barbados, we do have a colonial history. We were part of the transatlantic slave trade, and 98% of Barbadians come from that ancestral history, and it is boiled into the current or the past form of production that we have, which is sugarcane. And so sugarcane is a representation, if you will, on our colonial history. So when I saw the statement or the theme from sugarcane to blockchain, it stood out to me that we are representing sugarcane's our colonial past, and blockchain is the freedom of our future, our, as you mentioned, our self-determination, our rights to determine what our future looks like. And so on that backdrop, our people are now being represented in a way that's saying that was our past, but this is our future. And our future is based off of us defining our own rights, us defining our own sovereignty. And that's pretty important. And I'll even go as far as to say, what another proud moment for my nation is in November, we're no longer recognizing the Queen of England as our head of state. Barbados would be one of the first Commonwealth nations to no longer recognize the Queen as our head of state. And
all right, go ahead.
Go Barbados, go our government, go the Honorable Prime Minister Mia Mottley. I mean, these moves are very bold and grand, and for us as a small nation, I mean, we talk about India, Australia, Canada, all Commonwealth jurisdictions, but little tiny Barbados, it made this bold move. And what's impressive about that is it's saying to the rest of the world that we are here to define our future, and we are here to define our self-sovereignty. So all around, Barbados is making the right moves that quite frankly is making me proud. It's making our people proud, and it's positioning us in a whole new light.
I think, and the Prime Minister, I'm sure, is proud of what you're doing to make sure that we all are aware of that. Talking about that sovereignty, I think is a good way to segue into the technology and some of the things that you've seen. You know, again, we're looking at, you know, from the NFTs to the decentralization of even being. I mean, I used to think of Eric Voorhees, and we're looking at Shapeshift and just how he was able to do some of the things, and now so much of this stuff is just a part of the landscape. Where do you see that sovereignty, that ability to connect this blockchain technology, Bitcoin? I'm a Bitcoin maximalist. I don't project who I am on other folks. What would you see this technology being, how it should be, or how it's being used globally for that sovereignty you just spoke about?
Sinclair?
I'm right here, bro.
Sorry, I didn't catch your last question. I think we had a big break in the internet.
No, sorry about that. How do you see that sovereignty that you just alluded to, that Barbados is so encapsulating? How do you see that technology, this blockchain technology, connect to that sovereignty? And globally, you know, we're looking at countries throughout the world in the application of this technology. Where do you see that?
Well, I find this question interesting because the way that a country delivers its technological solutions is a form in of itself of a country's own identity. Because when you create a governance solution or you create a product for your nation, you're in essence reflecting the ways of life that were traditionally accepted as the norm through years and years of election cycles, years of development and societal growth. You're now reflecting it in a new medium. So in essence, when a government or a country delivers a new technological solution, that is part of their identity. So what we can expect to see is governments who are adopting this technology are going about it in a way that is bringing to life their own culture, their own image in the form of the solutions that they bring to the market. And in essence, that right there is a way of branding one's own sovereignty and guiding it. If I can go even a step further than that, it's when we see these types of events take place where a government starts to adopt this technology, what they're in essence doing is returning the power to the hands of the people. Because if I can look at Barbados as an example, if we were to use, let's just say, a European or an American solution towards our identity or land titling, we're in essence depending on those foreign nations to define how we go about delivering our solutions to our own people. We are in essence also handing them the rights to our data. We're also exporting our foreign exchange towards those nations, whereas if we start becoming the developers, we become craftsmen of our own fate. And what's important about that is as you see the government go from facet of governance to facet, and throughout all walks of society, you start to create a more liquid government model. And in doing that, you in essence give the people the ability to have a much more fluid ecosystem, one where when I cast a vote, my vote may not necessarily be on a dead system, but instead it's on a live system that has real implementation and real-time manipulation of the state-driven society around me. And what this in essence does is it represents true democracy in the form of how we deliver technology to our people. And this to me is one of the most freeing things when we can develop our own solutions, when we could utilize our own solutions, and when we get to adopt this technology that allows us to take back the power of control in our hands. And this to me is the future where almost every nation needs to go, because what we are seeing more and more is that, yes, in the past, colonization did occur, but it's very well occurring in this day and age through technology. Right now, when we look at the fact that we're using all of these foreign products for our way of life, whether it's Zoom or Google or Skype or Instagram or Facebook, these aren't domestic products. And we're handing off our data. We're handing off who we are. We are moving away from our culture. We're moving away from our identity. So these types of solutions that you're seeing come to the market are now allowing us to take them, borrow from them, adapt them, and implement them for our own way of life. That reinstills a level of sovereignty that we just simply did not have in the past.
I think you when you just hit on those pieces, so often it's almost like a paternalistic thing. And you saw this in some of these early conferences. They would talk about these unbanked. Again, I don't like banks at all, but that's me. I'm not projecting, but literally would talk about groups of people like they were on Mars. Like there was no way to actually have someone from that community on a stage to talk about what they think about this. And I think in a real way, the mining of data, how folks are being, taken advantage of by the same colonial model, like you said, with a tech now utilization. How do we make sure our people have access to the self-determination, no matter if they live in a smaller nation or, as it relates to population? How do we make sure that we're able to empower our people to protect themselves as well as to gain access and not fall prey to some of that missionary, we're coming to save you mumbo jumbo with a Bitcoin symbol? And you'll see it. You'll see like these crazy tokens, made up coins, and they're saying we're going to help them grow food. Like they ain't never even been to a farm. They wouldn't know what a tea leaf looked like, a coca leaf. But they're going to help somebody with agriculture. Like, come on, man. Like, how do we gain the access? We know, no, we are the innovation. they're on our back. So innovation is not foreign. We are the innovation. They didn't come. These are things they've been able to erase us. One of the things that's powerful, colonialism, they'll steal what you did and then erase you like you didn't exist to make it. So clearly we've always been innovative. These people are late to technology. That's why they use savagery instead of enlightenment. My question is, how do we get engaged in that space where we still maintain our sovereignty, maintain the protection of the people who would do bad things to us, but at the same time, not make tech scary or not make these breakthroughs scary?
I think that's a very important question. And it ultimately boils down to one of the key things, which is education. That is the cornerstone of everything, ensuring that our people are educated on what these technologies represent, how they can be adopted, and how they can be put to use within our ways of life. But then more importantly, it's also empowering of our entrepreneurs. One of the key things that our government is attempting to do right now is looking at the government problems that we do face or the societal problems, and then trying to align that with entrepreneurs. And then in essence, what you're doing is you're turning this government expense and this government inefficiency into a new product, a new exportable product that becomes a utility on the way of life. And I think that's one of the most important aspects of how you can empower your own people, by allowing your local entrepreneurs who understand the problem because they're living within it, to then turn around and utilize these technologies, innovate on top of them, or innovate completely from scratch and implement them in accordance to the current problem that they see before them. And that's really important, because what you in essence have, or in essence will get, is a legion of entrepreneurs who are dedicated to advancing their own nation. And I think that is the cornerstone, outside of education, of society's growth, of economic mobility upwards, of seeing a nation turn around. And I think oftentimes we forget that our own people are the tools that are going to advance us. And we turn to those outside of our own nation to say, hey, he probably knows more than someone living locally because they've had more exposure, they've had more experience, they're better educated. But the reality is, humans are all equally smart. The need is to empower, to trust, and to give them the opportunity. And it's oftentimes we don't see the people with money, the government, the corporatocracies, and even our own citizens trusting each other. And it's why I said education is key, because it's in the form of that education that not only do we increase our mental capacity and intellect around a specific topic, but we are able to then turn to the person to our left or our right, give them the opportunity to try and fail or try and succeed, or both. And in doing that, what you in essence get is someone who is entrenched, someone who's already loyal, and someone who's building for the benefit of their nation. And they're looking to create local jobs. They're looking to bring in foreign direct investment. They're looking to do local implementations, and they're looking to expand globally. And ultimately, that is the winning solution, at least in my mind. And I think we're seeing countries like Barbados go down this path of where they're saying, hey, we have a problem. Rather than going to a European agency and saying, hey, can you solve this problem for us? We are now turning to our local entrepreneurs and saying, here's a problem, who wants to try to solve it? And all of a sudden, that problem is no longer a burden on our government as a cost. It now becomes a value add to our society as an exportable product.
No, I think the point you're making is probably, having the love for open source type development in the first place, where you can have access, in ways that, again,
having the love for your own people,
humbly, having the love for our own people, humbly. I think I've seen a disconnect from that, though. I think you alluded to it, where they rather come in with aid to do so instead of empowering the entrepreneur. I've seen even people, when they talk about education, they have no problem talking to like our little kids in our community, but to talk to another grown person about this technology, they get kind of weird about that. So in a real way, how do we make the education something that's useful to an entrepreneur, not and approachable? Let me say another way. when they talk about, and again, I think we got to start young. I'm not taking that away, but those who are now most capable and most in need so they can provide for their family and community are these entrepreneurs. What can we do to better empower them? We can speak to it through the blockchain, but literally
the very first thing that comes to my mind, Sinclair, is pairing. And what I mean by pairing is I may not be a lawyer, but I'm a technologist. And I can create a business, but a business just isn't done by a technologist. It requires a lawyer, it requires a business development officer, it requires a financial controller, it requires an operations manager, it requires a whole team and an army of people. And if we go about this methodology of creating many businesses and many entrepreneurs, and we pair those in society that would have otherwise have not been included, what you in essence get is cross-pollination of knowledge. You get persons who maybe was a traditional lawyer that never had experience in the technology field, all of a sudden able to apply their knowledge in a new business environment. And to me, that's one of the best degrees that you can get. A degree from a new business is, in my opinion, an acceleration beyond a university or postgraduate degree or a master's. It is one of the most fulfilling ways to educate oneself. When you immerse yourself in a company that is attempting to solve a problem, you're spending all day long in your specific field, racking your head to try to understand, how do I solve this? Because ultimately I need to save these people or this area of society. And the way to get those persons involved is by pairing them. Start many companies, be okay with failure, and get people involved, because ultimately those people are going to leave that business that much smarter. And I'm not saying go and join some Fortune 500 company. I'm saying join some hole in the ground, some garage startup, get in the roots of it and grow with that organization, because ultimately that is one of the best ways that somebody can learn. So don't feel that because, man, I'm just not a techie, or I'm not a business guy, I don't know how to get involved. Go find somebody that is a techie. Go find someone that is a business guy and pair up with them. I've seen through my walks of life in my entrepreneurial world where people approach me and said, hey, I don't know where to start. I only know this little bit about this little field. And it's just like, well, look, I kind of need that help actually. And all of a sudden that person in a year's time is just so useful, because they have learned so much about the field. They've learned the application of their own knowledge to that world. And even then they might have picked up some new skills. And I think that's always the best area to start. Don't feel like because you're not a techie, you can't start a tech business. You absolutely can. And it's a myth that you can't do it without the techies. It's a myth that you can't do it because you don't have that level of education. It really boils down to the pairing.
Now listen, look, I know your time is super tight, and I definitely want to add one more piece to this as we get near the end. That was powerful. I mean, of course, it's not for me to tell you. You know what time it is. Now, in this journey that we've been on, there's been so many times where we wanted to have more of our community in these rooms participating. And one of the things that often happens that it's kind of a downer is we get our folks in this, and instead of them seeing so often the tech, they see the multi-level pyramid schemes, and they get caught up in scams and all kind of, I'm not going to name them because I don't want to give that energy, with all the multi How do we make sure, as we, in this whole mythology of wealth, of I'm just going to do this and somehow be now super rich off a hustle scheme as opposed to actually the tech in itself, how do we help address those issues in our community so that the clean glass is what they're drinking out of, not the dirty glass? Literally, if folks are thirsty, will drink out of a dirty glass. It's just the truth. But literally, how do we help them with this choice to the clean glass?
I think it really boils down to changing the narrative of what upward mobility and prosperity looks like and the forms at which it comes in. And that requires shepherds or mentors or guides. And it's those persons in society who have walked that path and who have accomplished those missions to turn around and explain to those at their left and their right, this is the journey that I went on, and this is the journey that you could follow or chart your own path. But ultimately, it boils down to education combined with the right type of mentorship. And it's having those shepherds in society step forward and realizing that they themselves have a duty to guide those less fortunate than them and to help them understand that there is a way towards prosperity, and it isn't following these MLM schemes particularly, but rather one of where you're building something useful for society, and how to go about building that usefulness to society, and how to ensure what you're building is unique and has a utility offering that is different. And it's oftentimes that persons don't see that utility offering, or oftentimes where they feel as though they can't have that utility offering because they feel that I'm too late to the game, or I'm too poor, or I'm too uneducated, or I'm too disenfranchised, or the system's going to hold me back. And it's easy sitting where I am to say, well, you know, there is a path towards success. But the reality is it takes persons like you and persons like me to tell these persons, these young people, look, the path is hard, it's ugly, it's sometimes disgusting, but there is a path, and this is what it looks like. And it may not, my path may not necessarily be yours, but at least let me share my journey with you that might help set off a light bulb so that you can see what my journey looked like and then apply it to your own world. And then the most important thing, and I said this earlier, is arming these kids with the understanding that they're going to fail potentially, and that's okay. You know, I've fallen flat on my face many a time. Fortunately, I've been able to rise above that, and I was able to rise above that because there was others around me that explained to me that when I did fall, that it's okay, you're going to get up, and you're going to realize that it's going to become that much harder to fall the next time. And truth be told, it became much harder to fall every single time I did fall. And I think it's the young persons don't know that, so they're scared of trying something new. They're scared of being made fun at. You know, they're scared of innovating or taking the risk because that word failure has such a negative connotation and so much pressure that society's placed on us that failure means you're going to be homeless, your loved one's going to leave you, you're going to live out of a garbage can. And the reality is that's very unlikely to happen. Failure is just a stepping stone towards your next success. And I think it's very important to have those mentors and those guides who can explain that to you and then help you see a path, but then ultimately understand one of the most important aspects is that what worked for Bill Gates is not going to work for Elon Musk, and it's not going to work for Gabriel Abed. I charted my own path the same way you did, Sinclair. And it's very important that every young person out there understands that their path is their path. And what Bill Gates did is different than what Gabriel Abed did. And I think the culmination of all of those narratives coming together and being explained in a way, and it's not just going to be one session of explanations, it's going to be several. It's going to be an ongoing mentorship game to the point where that person has passed a certain point, and then they could turn around and say, I have marched my path on my journey. Now let me turn around and help the person that's behind me.
Man, that was real. Question, and we're wrapping it up now. So how do we take this now and, you know, wrap up with what your final words for this session, and as well as a way that people can reach you and communicate with you going forward?
Okay. I think if I had to leave this session with one note, it would be to educate oneself, because information is the true power in life. And being armed with the right type of information is the difference required between success and failure. So to the audience listening right now, it sounds like a lot of gibberish, but the reality is get online. If you don't have access to a computer, go to a local library, go to a local internet shop, and go on Google and punch in questions, and start there. Go and find someone that you look up to in society and who you have access to, and ask them questions. And then when you climb to the next step, find the next person in society who can guide you, because ultimately it's that guidance and that source of information that's going to be the great differentiator in your own empowerment. And the way to find me is I'm on LinkedIn. You can search my name, Gabriel Abed. I'll be right there. I'm pretty active on that social media channel, and Twitter as well. My handle is @sirbit, SIRBITT, and I'm always available to educate and to guide.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Your Excellency. I appreciate you, and brother, thank you for all your continued work. And I know this is just one more chapter after this, and I know you're supporting your prime minister, and you're doing one heck of a job, sir. I mean, definitely appreciate you. And again, thank everyone for joining us on this session.
Okay, good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. My name is Isaac Kato, and I'm the managing director of the Filecoin Techstars Accelerator. I'm a serial entrepreneur as well as a longtime investor. I have started 2 companies. I've run 3 of them. I've had 3 good exits. So I've seen the 0 to 1 journey a number of times. I've also been a venture capitalist for about 10 years and a longtime angel investor. So I am super excited to announce that we are spinning up the brand new Filecoin Techstars Accelerator, which will run from March 21st through June 16th in 2022. If you don't know, Techstars is the global network that helps founders succeed, and ultimately we do it really, really well. Collectively, our founder alums have raised well over $15 billion. They include 15 unicorns and have a collective market cap of $52 billion. But notably, of the roughly 2,700 companies that have gone through our accelerators, 85% of them have either exited or are still in business. We really help our companies find success. And in the blockchain and decentralized crypto space, our alums include notable companies like Chain Analysis, TradingView, and Arweave. And my own personal crypto story starts in 2013 when a company I founded, Vern Global, which actually just got acquired for a bunch of money last week. I brought the first Bitcoin miners to Iceland, and for a brief moment in time, we estimated that we had roughly 5% of the global mining capacity in our data center, our green data center in Iceland. So I've been following the space for a while, and I'm super excited to be working with the folks at Protocol Labs to do a blockchain and Filecoin specific accelerator. And applications have just opened, by the way, last week. So if you're interested, I encourage you to apply. But let's get to the topic at hand today. I am very fortunate to have with me one of the members of Protocol Labs, Jonathan Victor. Jonathan is the NFT lead at Protocol Labs, and he oversees a bunch of product management and business development efforts in and around the NFT space. And we'll have a little chat today and talk about what's going on with Filecoin and NFTs and Web3. So Jonathan, welcome. Thanks for joining us today. Tell us a little bit about your personal background.
Yeah, thanks for the intro. So I joined Protocol Labs a little over 2.5 years ago. Prior to Web3, I was working across a bunch of different industries. I worked in finance for a little bit. I worked for Palantir, which is a big data tech company. I ended up working across a bunch of different industries, just hopping around between oil and gas, airline manufacturing, airlines themselves, pharma, insurance, just started bouncing around trying to get as much experience as I could. Protocol Labs, I actually first heard of IPFS and Filecoin way back in 2016 during the first big Ethereum run up. I was following Ethereum and I had a bunch of friends in the space. And I knew it was interesting. I just couldn't tell how it was going to be useful. So I was listening to as many talks as I could. I was reading as many white papers as I could. And that's when I actually first came across IPFS. So while Ethereum took a little bit longer for me to truly wrap my head around, like, what are all the ways that this could be used, IPFS felt much more immediate and a lot more tangible to me. Like, why do we need to decentralize the internet? What would reimagining things in a peer-to-peer context actually enable? And that was sort of like the seed. And so since then, was following since 2016 up until 2019, hit a point in my career where it made sense, joined as what's called a startup operator. Really, it's just I wear a lot of different hats, bounced around from our research team, helping launch the Filecoin proofs in advance of the Filecoin launch, to hopping into our product team and helping out on our ecosystem team as well. Yeah, that's the very quick version.
Awesome, awesome. So I think many people here will have heard of Filecoin and IPFS and Protocol Labs, but may not kind of have a full sense of like the awesome mission and effort and history of this incredible ecosystem. Could you give us a quick sort of rundown of how this all came to be and what was the driving mission? What was Juan's driving mission, and kind of give us at least a summary evolution of IPFS and Filecoin, and then kind of where things stand today?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think it's important for us to sort of frame the problem with, like, how does the internet work today? When you or I are like going to google.com, at the front of that, you'll see like HTTPS, and that's actually saying, hey, I'm going to, like, it's called location-based addressing, but really when you put in that URL, it's mapping to an IP address. You'll get bounced around, but you're going to a specific location to pick up that data. And when you think about how the internet was first originally thought of, it was actually designed to be much more peer-to-peer, but over time, certain trade-offs were made, and we ended up orienting around a more location-based model. And that's led to a lot of benefits. If you think of the evolution from Web 1 to Web 2, location-based models have enabled things like social media platforms to spring up. It allows for much more powerful cloud computing. But when you think of the trade-offs, although they're subtle, a lot of them end up being around power and like, where does it live? What sort of choices do you as an application developer have about porting away from one service provider? And the impetus for IPFS was really trying to reimagine, how do we get back to a peer-to-peer internet? So the big twist of what IPFS does versus a normal standard like location-based addressing is to instead index content and reference content by a fingerprint of the content itself. So unlike saying, if I'm trying to go to google.com, instead of like typing in a URL that will resolve to some machine somewhere owned by Google, instead with IPFS, what you do is you request a specific fingerprint of a piece of data, and you just ask the network to say, hey, who has a copy of this thing? And so long as there's a pathway to that content, it'll get served back to you. And so that little twist is actually subtle, but super important because it enables a bunch of interesting properties. So you think about Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico got hit by a hurricane in like 2017 or so. And there were news stories about Google having to like try to fly satellite balloons to beam down 2G speeds in order to get content and get access back to the network. But when you think about it from like first principles, it's kind of silly that you have all of this infrastructure that lives locally, but because the content isn't actually located on the island itself, you have to have these bridges in order to pass information back and forth. In a peer-to-peer network, you have a completely severable network. So you could say, hey, I may lose connections to some of these peers, but I should still be able to operate with whatever is like locally dialable. So that's important property number one. And when you start thinking about places that are what's the right term here? Maybe a little bit more restrictive. You think of like India turning off the internet in Kashmir. Turkey has a ban on Wikipedia. China has the Great Firewall. When you start thinking from first principles, there's like certain questions where you might start asking like, what should technology enable by default, and what should be implicit in the like architectural decisions? So as we were building IPFS, there was many sub problems that sort of come out of there. And the way that we design our protocols is we want things to be modular and reusable. Everything Protocol Labs builds is open source. And so when we're starting to build like the networking stack, it became super obvious that peer-to-peer networking, while very important for IPFS, is useful in other contexts. So you look at like ETH2, you look at like Polkadot, these are other teams that could also use the same technology. So we broke out libp2p and made it its own protocol. And so the last component to this is maybe to quickly focus on Filecoin. IPFS offers a specific guarantee where if you have a piece of content that's already advertised on the network and someone else makes a request for it, so long as there's a pathway to it, that content can be served back. It solves this one-to-n problem that says, so long as there is between 1 and n copies of the data that you're looking for on the network, it should be servable back to you. It doesn't solve the 0 to 1 problem, which says, hey, how do I know this content even exists? Especially in a peer-to-peer network, you don't necessarily have the same guarantees. And so this is where Filecoin comes in at a protocol level. Filecoin is a peer-to-peer marketplace where you can contract someone to pay for storage. That provider has to put up some economic stake. They have to provide proofs that they're holding on to the data that, one, the unique data that you sent them, and two, the data is being preserved over time. And between those two proofs, you can actually get programmatic guarantees around the existence of that data. And we start thinking about how do you build these things to be truly autonomous. So if you want to be able to say, hey, I'm both going to enable this contract to store data, and I want to know that there's always at least 6 copies on the network and they're stored across different geographies, those proofs become really important to make sure that you're actually able to make those statements with some sort of like knowledge. And then you can combine that with IPFS to say, if I know that I have different copies of this data that are distributed around the world, I can guarantee that I'm able to actually make this retrieval request and have someone be able to serve the content back. So really, all of these are sort of building as different layers of a part of like the same overarching vision. Really, all of this really stems from the IPFS side, where it's like, when you do this content addressing, you start realizing there's 1,000 different layers to this onion that can be broken out and be reused elsewhere. And that's sort of how we got to IPFS and Filecoin as two complementary protocols that sort of help hand in hand.
Yeah, amazing. Now, obviously you start with the first principles of IPFS and Filecoin around decentralization and you go there, but when you start to pull on that thread from a very tangible and practical standpoint, there are some pretty major advantages that Filecoin and IPFS offer in storage around immutability, around some cost implications. Can you talk about some of the value prop that Filecoin offers people who are building decentralized apps or any kind of Web3 thing, tools, infrastructure, whatever, that they wouldn't get from a traditional sort of Amazon or Google storage cloud?
Yeah, I think there's 3 properties that maybe I'll highlight. So the first is this notion of content addressability. As you sort of touched on, this also enables like immutable references. So if you want to reference a piece of content, there is a way of verifiably doing so, where even if you're a client, if you get back some content, you can check to see if it was the thing you actually thought you were asking for. So from that, that's like one very specific thing that actually has interesting implications when you start thinking about like CDNs and like better caching. So from a technical side, that can also improve performance. So mutability is like one important component. Important component number 2 is cost. Filecoin has 10 MB of storage. It's growing extremely rapidly. This is kind of the power of blockchains, where you can create incentive mechanisms that can help create and incentivize actions that you sort of want to exist. In Filecoin's case, it incentivizes hyper cheap storage. Right now, it is, I think it's something close to like 1/1000th the cost of storing on S3 to store things on Filecoin. So when you start thinking about like public good data sets, when you start thinking about like storage at very large scales, is just incredibly cheap to store on Filecoin compared to like traditional alternatives. And then the last bit, which sort of goes hand in hand with this content addressability, is the portability side, where when you're using something like IPFS or you're building on Filecoin, everything in that market speaks the same language. Whether you store with one provider or in the future you decide to switch to another, your application doesn't need to change. Like you can still be referencing IPFS : your content ID. And if under the hood, all of this stuff is being moved around to optimize on costs, it doesn't break what's happening in the front end. And I think that's like the last important technical side of this. Yeah.
That's, there's so many, there must be now hundreds, if not thousands of of companies and projects developing on the back of IPS and Filecoin. On the immutability point, I think some of these heritage projects, which are just stunning. I don't know if you want to talk about some concrete examples of how people are taking advantage of, in particular, the immutability principle. I just think it's so fascinating.
Yeah, of course. So I think we're seeing, so two on the immutability side, we're seeing a lot of interest from folks who are doing things in the archiving space. So there's a project called the USC Shell Foundation. They basically preserve evidence of genocide. They do video testimonies. There's testimonies, obviously, people who are trying to deny like acts of genocide or other like horrific things. They will want to say like, oh no, this has been altered, doctored, whatever. Filecoin offers a really interesting answer to that, where you both know when the video is created, what is that CID of the content, as well as here's a way of proving that this thing hasn't been modified over time and is intact. And so you get both sides of that. The other actually is the Internet Archive. When we start thinking about like who has large amounts of data, the Internet Archive ends up being the backstop for many nonprofits. If you look at like data repositories and so on. So we're actually working with the Internet Archive to start moving parts of their archive onto Filecoin to take advantage of the super cheap storage costs. Right now, it's a nonprofit. It is basically funded by Brewster. But when you start thinking about how do you make sustainable models that can actually empower not just one organization, but truly, hopefully, all of us, and by all of us, not just America, like humanity, I think that's where like incentive design really comes in to create scalable systems.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, it's almost it's a way to preserve truth that heretofore was not quite available. It always relied on a central authority, among other things. But some of the heritage preservation stuff that's going on Filecoin is really amazing. I encourage people to take a look at it. Okay, so well, we're here today to talk about NFTs. Everyone's talking about NFTs. It is quite the rage. I think most people here probably have a general sense of what an NFT is, but just in case, maybe Jonathan, you could give us a quick primer on what is a non-fungible token and what are these things, and then maybe we can get into where you think it's headed. But what is it? What's an NFT?
Great question.
Why do I care?
So an NFT are, well, technically, they are two different standards that exist not just on Ethereum, but that's where they started, and they've been now replicated on many other blockchains. But it's really just a standard of creating a token and linking it to some additional metadata. So when you have an NFT, if you look at like on Etherscan or any of these blockchains, what you'll see is it's literally like a contract to mint a token plus some URL that points to some metadata that describes what that token actually should represent in the real world. That second piece of metadata could be anything. It could be an image, it could be a legal document, it could be an AR or VR asset. Literally, it can be anything. And so what's interesting is you've seen, especially in the last year, sort of like a huge explosion in the ways in which people have thought about how to use that very fundamental technology of creating an on-chain anchor to off-chain assets. Yeah, so that's the very quick version. I think the cool applications that I think we've sort of seen, art was a really big one. And especially when you start thinking about digital artists and thinking about digital scarcity and how to do that in a real way. Blockchains have this unique property where there is a digital source of truth, which just doesn't exist in like the digital space unless you trust a specific institution, which of course then leads to difficulty about like how do you make that portable across different systems. So blockchains as this like public infrastructure, as this ledger of truth, enable digital scarcity, which enables all of these NFT use cases, including a whole class of art that just previously was not monetizable. I spoke with someone who happened to have a floppy disk that contains some digital art created by a very famous artist, and that artist's other work goes for like millions of dollars. But because it's digital art, that floppy disk, when he tried to auction it off like 5 years ago, no one would buy it because it just, I mean, yeah, it's like cool, but like what's the value of digital art? And I think this year has been like the step change of like digital art has value. There is a way to create and support artists that are creating actual work because we have this provenance mechanism. The other interesting things that we're seeing inside of the NFT space, I think you're seeing many more utility NFTs. This idea that like, how do you better create like infrastructure for things like ticketing? NFTs, because they're built on blockchains, give you the ability to write logic behind the NFTs themselves. So if you want to create a ticketing platform where if someone tries to scalp the ticket and resell it, all the proceeds go back to the creator, you've completely re-incentivized what does it mean to buy a ticket to this event? Is there any actual value in the like a scalper trying to like arbitrage on fan enjoyment? You hopefully can create a much better experience for fans just by taking that incentive entirely away. We're seeing community NFTs as well, things like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, where communities can like find each other online, they can create their own culture, they can use it as like a signaling mechanism. And then most interestingly to me at least is like the intersection of like people call it like the metaverse, but looking at like NFTs plus all of this DeFi stuff and then tying that to gaming, where you see like all of these different trends that have separately had their own waves being pulled together into like one massive trend of what does it mean to build on like gaming economies that are tied to actual like economies, which actually is only really possible when you have all of this public infrastructure in place. But that was a lot to unpack, so maybe I'll pause there.
Well, so I want to put a pin on that because I was on the board of a company called CCP Games, which is the developer and publisher of a well-known MMO called EVE Online. And even back in 2016, we were talking about the need and the importance and all the incredible things that would be unlocked if you could really have this true sort of verifiable, unique digital title to any kind of digital asset, be it art or a digital sword or whatever. So I do want to talk about that, but just can we take a step back? So is it fair to say that the real unlock of an NFT is that it does sort of solve this notion of a unique digital title and entity? Like there is a digital thing, but this is the one that counts. I mean, the big problem with digital art, at least, but one of many, is you can copy it. So what is an NFT? What real world problem does the NFT solve that now opens up all these new markets?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so it's interesting. If you think about like Sotheby's, they've been doing auctions for NFTs. I think they sold like 100 something Bored Ape Yacht Club NFTs for 21 million or something. And so when you think about it, it's kind of silly, like in the sense that all of these things exist on chain. You could do the same sort of sale. There's no need for an auction house. So what is the value Sotheby's is bringing? Well, they're bringing legitimacy. And I think like a lot of NFTs end up being about social consensus, because like if I create some digital art that's like a picture, you could take my picture and you could also mint it. But if people know that I have a specific wallet address, is there value to the NFT that you've created that does not come from that same wallet address? And I think this is where like this idea of like creatorship and ownership and provenance ends up being more directly traceable, where it's not possible to falsify and say like you are me. Like you could try, but I could easily use other social proof to show that like this is not a thing that you created. And so I think when we start thinking about like lineage and also even derivative works, because you have this public infrastructure that you can look at, if someone creates a derivative work and somehow that becomes much more popular, I know on TikTok that's like a big thing, especially for dancing. Like when you can show that the original actually came first from a different creator, there's a way of at least showing like who deserves like the spillover effect of like fame for actually being the social creator of this idea. So I think like this public database is such a powerful concept. Mostly because otherwise it's just like what is in our collective memory, and this provides us like the technical means to actually embed that in something that we can reference.
Yeah, no, totally. And it does feel to me like we are in the absolute nascency of NFTs. Obviously, it's like ridiculously on fire right now, but I've also seen a fair amount of criticism that there are a lot of things that NFT, at least the current NFT infrastructures, maybe don't necessarily support when it comes to all of the things that fall under the general rubric of title. So certainly we have the verification and the authentication aspects of it, but there's a whole bunch of other things that often go with title around, rights management. I have this thing right now, it just points to a space, but what can I do with it? Can I copy it? Can I go publish it and sell it? To your point about derivative works. So what else do you think, if anything, has to be built from an infrastructural standpoint? I probably see 2 pitches a day on people who are talking about improved NFT infrastructures. What do you think needs to be built to continue to make sure that this becomes robust and hardened and ultimately useful for the world in many different applications and realms?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think to me, at least, the biggest challenge, and I think there's like many things that will break what currently is thought of in like how we think about rights. And like, I think part of the magic of technology is like you have this white space and like laws will exist in like the real world. And so there is a question of like what should be like enforceable just through like our legal proceedings and what should be like enforceable on the blockchain. And so from that perspective, I think there are going to be challenges that I think it'll just have to be worked through, where I don't know, if you're Taylor Swift and like you technically signed away your music rights, like at some point in time, what does it mean for you to mint an NFT of an album? Like, do you have the right to do it? It won't be in any of the contracts because that wasn't a thing. So I think there's just going to be a lot of discussion about what does it mean and what is the value. I think what's interesting is NFTs, because they are from a purely like fundamental thing or like view, like worthless, like they are only valuable because we as a society ascribe them value. Because I believe that because Taylor Swift autographed this thing digitally, that this thing matters. There is this question about, yeah, like even if you stole someone else's art, like can you dictate other people don't value or like, yeah, if she were to sign her own music, like can Universal or whoever like dictate that people don't buy this thing? There's a question, and is it like a new work? So I think there's definitely going to be hard things there. The parts that I would focus on though is I think it also unlocks a lot from the perspective of like artists and being able to like more directly engage with fans and more directly like show or like get support from fans. You can imagine, and we're seeing this on platforms like Audius, like you can have NFTs of your content and you can like share that with your community. And it like creates literally a community that doesn't require like in the classic crypto sense, it doesn't require like middlemen of like labels or whoever else. Like you can use all of the tools that are behind you, whether it be social media to create your own platform, NFTs for fans to be able to signal how early they were to you, or even to directly help fund your work so that you can actually like build your art. I think I view NFTs as a much more like community management tool. And so I personally am like happy with the fact that there's currently not a ton of like very rigid rules, because I don't think we've seen all the experimentation and ways in which NFTs will be used. Like a very concrete thing, you could imagine someone issuing an NFT as like a ticket, and that ticket, like NFT ticket, could be used as like a backstage pass. Like in the future, like, do you want to resell that? Do you want to show that you actually were at some specific concert, like early in someone's career? I think there's like a bunch of questions about like who owns what and like what can be NFTified and like where are there other potential concerns. But I think a lot of this ends up circling back to when the technology itself doesn't enforce like a very rigid view of like how monetization should work and all of this other stuff. It really comes down to like a less extractionary, like if you want to and support these people, you are like voluntarily like committing capital to do that. And I think that's why there was a lot of initial skepticism around the idea of like, can NFTs hold any value? Because people question, like, it's a JPEG. Like, why would you pay money for that? And I think a lot of it is just like a fundamental misunderstanding, both of like social dynamics, but also just like, yeah, social dynamics, yeah.
So let's double click on that, because that was the question I wanted to ask. Like, as you said, it's only worth what sort of the market and the world decides that something's worth, just like money, whether fiat or crypto, right? But what is it? How do we kind of sort of continue to build trust and faith beyond? I mean, certainly you're talking now about some real applications that have utility beyond just the numismatic or collectible value of a crypto kitty or whatever. But how does trust get established here? Like what? I totally am with you. Like this is very much still in the experimentation phase. It's still very much in the, hey, let's figure out what we can do with these. But how if you're wanting to do something around NFTs, how does trust get created? How does a belief that this is something of value get built?
So I think my observations, at least, are it comes from a couple things. So one is I think some tie to like there's this notion in crypto of like everything should sort of be like pseudonymous, but I think this idea that you can tie it to some entity, whether it be your actual like personal identity, whether it be like a digital pseudonymous like version of yourself. Like I do think some of this comes from like, who are you as an entity? Are you trustworthy? Like, do people have, like, are you a cultural leader in some form? So you take a look at, I don't know if you're familiar with this guy, Lumok. He's like a crypto trader. He's a part of like, a DeFi fund. He just minted a bunch of NFTs. His fans are all like super eager to have them because they want to change their profile pictures to them. And like, that's a way that you can create value where it's like, you're literally taking social value that you already had and then turning that into a thing that both like strengthens your community and like helps build a stronger relationship. But the other way that you can do it is by like building actually, whether it's you or like the community itself, you look at something like the Bored Ape Yacht Club, where being a holder of this group or this token, as more and more like utility is added to it. So they're like working on like merchandise, they're working on all of these other things and trying to turn it into like a brand like Supreme. I don't think that's how they would pitch themselves, but that's my analogy at least. Where it's like, if this becomes a real brand, you being one of the scarce 10,000 holders of this thing, you are in the in-group and like it becomes its own little private social club. Which yeah, is like a different way of like creating that sort of like value. And then Steph Curry goes and buys one, and now everyone wants to be in the same group as him.
Yeah, totally. I like most things. It you know, reputation is built through you know, through a variety of things, including association and you know, who you're hanging out with. But one of the things I think is so interesting about NFTs, it's true of sort of tokens to begin with in general, and then NFTs sort of turbocharges, but it does open all kinds of new forms of monetization for people who might historically not have had access to it. One of the fun and really like admirable things that I've seen recently, there's a Techstars alum called Pass It Down, which has historically done software for museums and other heritage institutions to simply make themselves more digitally visible. But they're now adding a whole NFT infrastructure and platform, which will allow these institutions to hopefully thrive and frankly get into a better financial position than they have been historically. Something like 35% of museums are financially strapped, and it's only gotten worse during COVID. So I'm really sort of encouraged by all the new sort of ways of compensating and remunerating and bringing sort of financial stability to people that didn't heretofore exist. I don't know if there are any other examples like that you've come across, but
I mean, one of the cool things, just like charity NFTs in general, I think is just such a fascinating way where like, even just as like a very direct funding model, I've seen a bunch of folks who are trying to do innovations between like NFTs and DeFi, where like there's a DeFi protocol called Charged Particles, which allows you to load money into an NFT. That money can be like lent out to generate interest, and that interest can be used to like pay the charity or whoever. But then with the NFT, like both you have like a bond of like this cash, where like if you want to send the NFT back, you can get back your principal, or you can just like hold on to the NFT and use it as a thing to just like showcase your support for this group. But like when you think about it from a funding side, it's just creating these like little revenue streams that add up over time, which is super cool. Of like, how do you basically allow anyone in the truly crypto way, like be your own bank, doing like banking type services in order to generate like donation revenue for these charities.
Yeah, it's awesome. So then let's put on our let's pull out our crystal balls here. I think you've already started to allude to some of it, but you know, look 5 to 10 years out, and there's a lot more infrastructure around NFTs in terms of making them more powerful, providing more sort of utility and application around them. What does the world look like? And I guess I'm thinking specifically, if you open the funnel more broadly to Web3 in general, what does the world look like in terms of all the cool things that start to become enabled?
Yeah, so I see, well, I'll give you two. So in the sports arena, I think two things that seem extremely reasonable and like highly likely to me is this idea of like NFTs as just like attendance and like proving fandom. So like whether you go to an event and like the ticket is like a proof of attendance, whether it be like, I don't know, you go to like a local club or whatever else, I think having these events, which can signify your like fandom for a thing, seems like something that, as we increasingly see more and more people go online, will become more important. Like if you, and it also makes sense from the perspective of like teams, like if you're the Mavericks and you want to like reward your biggest fans, like how do you know who your biggest fans are? Like NFTs might actually be a really reasonable way of being able to figure out that sort of question. Where there's like a metric of like, here's literally they show up for every game for the last 40 years. Yeah, that's probably in the same way that like a frequent flyer program may reward those like highest flyers, you might want to do the same for those fans. I also think for like streaming, like when you start thinking about like, how do you get more people to participate and engage? Like you could reward people who aren't even in the game for like watching the game live. You can imagine like an NBA Top Shot type thing where literally when I was in college, I went to Duke. There was a game against UNC where Austin Rivers had a buzzer beater 3 where we literally won by 1 point and the whole campus went crazy. Like imagine if while watching that game, you had an NFT of that moment that's just dropped as like a digital collectible. Like I think we've already sort of seen that market get validated where like people really like and enjoy having these like digital memorabilia. As you see more and more like metaverse spaces, I think the value of being able to create and like curate those types of spaces will become more important. And then the other direction entirely is just, we were talking a little bit about like EVE Online. I think gaming is already validated. People spend like 300 billion on like skins inside of a game that like can't be transferred elsewhere. And I think there's an interesting flip that NFTs potentially answers that, or ask of that question, which is like between NFTs and DeFi, if this can be connected to other games, what does that mean for the value of the asset itself? And what does it mean for the game itself? I think one of the most interesting experiments in crypto has been like this loot project, where literally, if people aren't familiar, it's just NFTs that are of like words. And the words all look like World of Warcraft style like loot. It's like boots, hammer, like helmet, whatever. And then there's communities that are all building their own games because they've activated a user base. They have 20,000 people who all own these different loot things, which are users that can come play the game, whatever game it might be. And like whether it is like your specific version of a World of Warcraft thing, or you decide to create like a Space Odyssey, like all of those same users can take their NFTs into those games and see whatever version you've painted for them, which I think is totally fascinating. And then tie that to like a resellability thing, and I think there's a lot that's there.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the realms that this will open up in and around the virtual world space, games and otherwise, are incredible, because something like EVE Online, it has an amazingly vibrant and large virtual economy. Okay, and I always felt like, so in the game you are a space captain, and I always felt like if you gave the rabid fans of EVE Online a way to actually make a living playing that game, at least a third, if not a half of them would just quit their day jobs right away. And this takes us a major step closer to saying, hey, you can actually manufacture digital assets that you hold title to, that you have the rights to, and you can actually get compensated for them. There are already kludgy ways to do that, but I think NFTs and DeFi take it much more, take it a major level up, and particularly around portability to other systems and tying different virtual worlds together. It's going to be mind-blowing. Okay, so one more question for you, and then I think we're coming close to the end here, but for all the founders out there, where do you think the interesting innovation, just throw out some ideas. I know there are millions of them, but what are some of the interesting opportunities for innovation? Where would you like to see people dedicating their sort of development and entrepreneurial efforts to move this whole ecosystem forward?
Yeah, I think honestly, gaming to me is like one of the places where I'm spending a lot of time looking. I think we are seeing the beginnings of it with things like Axie Infinity, and like for folks should just go look at like Axie's like trajectory. I think coupling that with like AAA style like game studios, plus like there are teams that are already building the separate parts of this puzzle for like really robust like NFT markets as well as like DeFi markets. I think whoever has I think that will be the way that we get like the first billion users onto crypto, is like through games. Just because like we already know games, people like games. So that to me at least is like the most interesting. But I also would give a plug to a lot of the ways that people are tying NFTs to like more, I guess, like traditional like funding models for like artists, I think it tends to end up meaning that you can like use the same tooling between artists, charities, from like a social good perspective. I think there's a lot there. And one of the interesting components of crypto is like working to help support the public good does not have to be a trade-off with like being able to build like the sustainable business, which is where I think, yeah, I would heavily encourage founders to also keep an eye out.
Okay, awesome. Well, I would be, to wrap this up, I'd be remiss in not doing a little plug for the thing that Protocol Labs and Filecoin and Techstars are doing, which is the new Filecoin Techstars Accelerator that I mentioned at the beginning. We would love to see any founders who are building on and around the Filecoin and IPFS storage infrastructure and transport infrastructure to think about applying. It's great for anybody who's got an early stage company playing in the decentralized space. We're a mentorship-driven accelerator where you get the best of all worlds of Techstars, as well as the experts from Protocol Labs and the Filecoin ecosystem to help you on your way. Certainly tons of amazing network opportunities and ultimately investment capital. So if you're interested, please take a look. Just do a search for the Filecoin Techstars Accelerator. It'll quickly pop up, and then I'd love to have a chat with you if you are a founder doing a startup in the space. And with that, I will say, first of all, thank you, Jonathan, so much for sharing your incredible insights and experience in this stunningly vibrant and interesting space. It is the wild west, but in like a really exciting and great way. And I want to also thank our hosts at the Black Blockchain Summit for giving us a chance to talk about NFTs and Web3 and Filecoin. We really appreciate it, and we're happy to be supporting this awesome conference. So thanks everybody for taking the time to hear us today, and hope to see you somewhere out there in the world. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, and again, welcome to Black Blockchain Summit, and we have two wonderful guests that are coming to us to give us some very important information about a topic that's been recently discussed about the introduction of Bitcoin in El Salvador. And we've seen a lot of discussions, but not enough discussions with the actual El Salvadorian folks that it impacts. And today we have been blessed to have an opportunity to have Sister Carmen and Brother Charlie come here to share with us their experiences and some of the feedback they have about what's been going on in their country. Just like to start off, I guess we always start off with the Sister Carmen Rodriguez. Could you just introduce yourself to the folks and let them know a little bit about yourself, and then we can get into it. And Brother Charlie Hernandez, you can do the same.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for this invitation. It is a pleasure for me to be with you and to share with you a little about what's going on right now in El Salvador and why some of the Salvadorian community diaspora people are concerned of our people in El Salvador. I'm a journalist based in Washington, D.C. I'm a correspondent for La Prensa Gráfica from El Salvador. Also, I'm a correspondent for Anadolu from Turkey. Anadolu is Spanish version. And I also work with the Americas program that is part of the International Center for Journalism in Washington, D.C., that is based in Mexico. I'm a correspondent authorized by the State Department to work as a correspondent here in the U.S., and I cover mostly all the U.S. Politics through Latin America, especially Central American countries. So it's a pleasure to be with you.
All right, thank you, sis. All right, good brother Charlie Hernandez, what we got, sir?
Hello, everybody. It's an honor for me being in your talk show. I'm right now from El Salvador. I'm in San Salvador, in the capital. I am 41 years old. My name is Charlie Hernandez. I'm an architect, and also I'm a radio DJ, and also I'm an actor. And I'm a regular citizen here in El Salvador. I have lived here in my whole life in El Salvador, so I know from the first hand all the history in the past 41 years here in El Salvador. So thank you very much.
Well, great. Now, I think, I wish we had the time. I know y'all short of the history of El Salvador in the 80s and the Contras. There's so much history that so many folks in America and outside of your region, we just don't know. They just don't know about what's going on. But let's kind of for the sake of time, talk about what's happened recently with the introduction of Bitcoin. Can you talk about what the system was before? Because a lot of people don't understand the dollarization. And then from there, talk about what you see now. Brother Charlie, what was the system that you guys were using before they talked about this introduction of Bitcoin?
Before we have Bitcoins, we have already dollars. You know, El Salvador, we have like 20 years, right, Carmen, in 2001?
Yeah.
So
2011. 2001,
no,
yes.
2001, we had 20 years
Yeah.
of having dollars. So it was very difficult because we used to have colones here, and when we changed to dollars, everything goes more expensive. And we used to use them. So let's say that we are used to have dollars right now, but everything it's very expensive here in El Salvador, also more than the United States. Like the basic things like your grains, your fruit, your things that you have to eat are very expensive here. If you want to go to a restaurant here, you're gonna spend for example, $20 per each. But the minimum salary here in El Salvador is $365. So it's very difficult for us to go outside and do something for fun, because you're in the United States, you win like $11 or $12 per hour. We win that per day. So it's very difficult for us. The life is very expensive here. So now with the Bitcoin, it's going to be more difficult because a lot of the people here in El Salvador, like the 80% of the people, doesn't understand how to use a bank account, for example, because the people is very poor, and they are outside of the main cities. Like there are like three here in the country. It's a very small country. For example, it's the half of the territory of Florida, for example. It's a very small country, but all these people doesn't know how to use a bank account, and the government is putting this Bitcoin, and how the people here in El Salvador are going to use Bitcoin if they don't know how to use a bank account. It's very complex, the problem we are going to have here. Also, that if you're going to receive your salary in Bitcoin, for example, if you have $365 is the minimum salary one day, you know the Bitcoin is very unstable the next day because it can drop. And for example, you have the next day $300, but where are your $65? You have the past day, so you have to eat, you have to pay your bills, and it's very hard for us here. They using this Bitcoin. It's a long story here, and I don't think you can use the Bitcoin for these kind of things, the things you're gonna pay daily. You can use Bitcoins for other things. You can use it for big things or for millionaire people that are going to have it for a long term, but no for daily payments. It's very difficult for us.
Okay, now thank you, Brother Charlie. Sister Carmen, I think along those lines, you talked about some of the ways that folks even heard about this new change, and how it wasn't actually something that came from the ground up, but more like the top down, and people didn't even know it was about to happen. Can you talk about how you found out about the change, Carmen, with the Bitcoin and what impact that has?
Yeah. In order to get to that point, I wanted to show you a picture of who our president is. We have a type Trump president in El Salvador, in a poor country. Uh, he has been spreading misinformation the last 2 years. He has been spreading attacks on journalists and medias that are criticize his politics or his plans, but at the end, he has not plans for anything. And it is you can you see Trump, you see Nayib Bukele is his name. Um, he came outside and was like, "Oh, all these critics is because these people hate me. All these critics is because these people don't love me or they don't like me." And it's not that simple. We knew this here in the U.S. So Bukele has talked about a lot of promises, and around the last week of August this year, there was a huge thing on social media, because we knew on social media, on a Twitter, on a Twitter of one of these Bitcoiners. I don't remember his name. Do you remember, Charlie, his name? Jason or Jack something. It's a Bitcoiner, a famous Bitcoiner here. So he posted on his Twitter that he was attending a Twitter a Bitcoin conference. Everybody started following him, and then like the same day, he said El Salvador is prepared. I mean, this is not in a wrong way. It's like a white guy that was in El Salvador for a couple of months with a lot of money to spend in El Salvador. Um, so he came out on social media and said El Salvador is ready to adopt Bitcoin as a national currency, as an official currency. And everybody was like, "What? How? Wait. You said that?" And everybody was what's up, like craziness in social media. So then after he said that, the President Bukele appeared on a big screen on the conference, talking about everything is ready to approve a law, a Bitcoin law, that will take to El Salvador to a different level of economy. So the first thing you ask is just like, how is that possible? We have many economic problems, and you are talking about that with a single currency we're gonna fix the whole all the problems in El Salvador. And then when everybody started to ask, we have been dealing, journalists and a lot of people in El Salvador have been dealing with all this. The government is hiding all the information. The government is locking all the information, even the information related to COVID, even the information related to vaccination. We don't know that because the government is hiding everything. And we have been dealing with this president like you don't have the right to ask, because if you ask, you are against me. And that's the narrative the president has built around all the Salvadorian people. So we didn't have the right to ask about what was going on with Bitcoin, because if we asked, we were against the president, and we were against development, or against economic growth economy in El Salvador. So it wasn't that. But I wanted to focus also on there's a social impact in all this Bitcoin thing. First of all, we have a group of white people coming to El Salvador, teaching Salvadorian people about Bitcoin. But you have in El Salvador a population of 6 million people, 6.5 million people, and only 20% of these people have access to internet, and only 15% of these people are familiar with all the technology. The rest of the people in El Salvador, 80% of the people in El Salvador, they don't have access to internet. They don't have access to education. They don't have access even to a smartphone to use to learn how to deal
No,
with Bitcoin.
no smartphone. Hold up, Charlie. Charlie, you got a smartphone. Charlie, don't come on. You got a Charlie. Look, you exercising. I know you got a smartphone. You on this call right now?
I have a smartphone. I have a smartphone already, and it's an iPhone 6. But all the people who have a smartphone, there's a lot of people that don't what is an
Uh-oh.
phone without
Charlie,
internet.
You cut up, Charlie. We need to hear this, brother. You giving us the real
It's
deal.
difficult for us because a lot of people doesn't know how to use electronic bank, in the internet, with their computer, with all these things. And you say how all these people are going to use a wallet for Bitcoin trades if they can use a computer. it's very complex for us. And Carmen was right about this thing. And the problem is that Bukele buy like $25 million in bitcoins the past week in $52,000, and this week is like uh, from less than $41,000. So we have lost like $11 million just this week investing in Bitcoin. So for us, it's like a loss. But he's playing. He's gonna play with his money, but he's playing with our money. So it's very complex for us.
But he's playing. The president is playing with the money's people. The president is buying bitcoins with the taxes, the money from the taxes, the taxation. He's cutting budget on education, and he's cutting budget on healthcare to use it to buy bitcoin. It's like, and we have El Salvador has this problem dealing with access to health system care the last 20 years. So you have a president that is cutting the small budget from health to put it on Bitcoin. And at the same time, you have a president who is hiding all this information, because we have known about this because of journalists, because of investigation of journalists, not because of the president. So the critics are not against Bitcoin. The critics are against the way how the government, the Salvador government, is doing the implementation of Bitcoin as an official currency in a poor country. And
So what would you say would be a way that something like, since you already are starting off with the dollar, like some people were concerned that you had your own sovereign currency. But right now, if you're using the US dollar, that's controlled by the Reserve Bank, which is literally a private entity in itself. So there are people who are leftists who are in the United States that don't trust the US dollar, and they don't trust the US government either. So I'm just saying there's people who think that the United States government is just looking out for wealthy people with the USD. Like when we have problems with our economy, they always bail out banks, but they don't bail out people. So there's people who also are skeptical of the US dollar. What would you say to, and this is either one of you, what could have been done differently, if at all? Now look, and this is again, I'm not trying to get y'all to say to support Bitcoin or anything. I'm saying for the betterment of your country, betterment of your community, if they want to introduce technology, what would have been a better way to introduce this technology, if at all, so that the people.
I want to answer that first.
Okay,
and I'm gonna give you back a question. What will you have done if you have a president who tried to implement a new currency, a digital currency, without information? And the president and his brothers, they have built Bitcoin system as a private company managed by them, not by Salvadorian people. That's the point. I mean, how can we trust in these people? It's the same system at the end of the day. It's the same as dollar, but the dollar is property of the national bank here in the U.S. Bitcoin in El Salvador is property of the president and his brother. So how can we trust in this system?
Yeah, I think, and this is the unfortunate, in America, most Americans don't know where none of their money is. If you even ask most Americans, how much money does the government have? They don't know because they print the money. So I think Americans, I've been to over 60 countries. People who are from countries the size of yours, like 6 million, 9 million, 12 million, oftentimes y'all know more about what your government does than most Americans. Most Americans are really ignorant. If you ask them how much money do we spend on education, most Americans don't know. If you ask them, most Americans, how is a dollar made? They wouldn't know how a dollar made. You ask most Americans, where's El Salvador? don't know where El Salvador is. So my point is, I think really your people are probably more sophisticated about world affairs because world affairs impact the people in ways that sometimes Americans are kind of so in a bubble that they're not looking outside. So I think what your point though is well made. Everybody who's a citizen that pays taxes should know what's going on with their government. So full stop, I get your point on that. I think I'm trying to get to the question of like it seems like if there could have been a better way of presenting it, but it seems like there was a small group of people who were trying to figure out how to make money for themselves and make it look like it was something good for the people. Like I'm picking up what y'all putting down. Like literally, if this was so good for the people, why weren't the people involved from day one? Like if it's so good, why weren't more of the like community? Did they have people like from like the universities involved? Like, was anybody involved?
Is only the president, his brothers, and the Bitcoiners from the US, the white Bitcoiners. So that is not inclusion. That is not for the people.
That's not.
That is not for our communities. That is not for our development. That is only for a small group of people that wants to do more money with money that is not of is not their money. So
Right.
we
And
cannot
I think that's a
about
good point. And
inclusion.
I think that was a good point you even said. It's actually the taxpayer money. And again, we could talk about, should people be taxed or not, but it's taxpayer money that they get to use and manipulate and purchase. And they didn't even get consent or discuss or engage the community. And they literally are trying to say it's for the community, which in itself is sorry about that, Charlie, in itself is a problem because if it's really going to be for the community, you would have got the community involved. And Charlie, since you in the community today as we speak, I apologize for not keeping my connection with you. We were just talking about, is there a way where they could have done this differently that would at least made you believe at least a little bit more that it was really about the people? Because I'm clear the way they did it, it was about a handful of people taking advantage of their power. But again, I don't want to impose that. But tell me, was there a way that they could have done this differently, or no? What do you?
Absolutely. There's a good way of doing the things. You can do it well. The problem is that we are passing for a very hard situation right now because we are a pandemic, a pandemic due it. So from the past year to now, he have stolen more than $5 billion in everything, in any excuse. $5 billion in any excuse. Only he asked for money for a hospital. He stole $90 million, and it is not a hospital. I'm an architect, and I can tell you I have an experience in the construction of hospitals in El Salvador, and that's not a hospital. And that's the problem. He's playing with the money of the community, the money of the country. So for us, it's very hard. A lot of people is dying due to COVID. Right now, we have a hard wave of cases, and doing nothing. And for us, it's very important. And now he's playing with $25 million in Bitcoin. So for us, it's like, dude, you are the president. You can do the things right, but you are right now coming to do this with your brothers and your friends, stealing money. Come on, that's unfair for
And
us.
there's I would like to say like to use this example here in the US. Everybody has access to a smartphone. You can go, if you have a credit card, you can go and buy it. If you have the cash, you can go and buy it. uh, Everywhere you can connect to internet. We use our phone to do everything, to pay on the supermarket, to put an order on on a supermarket from internet, from our phone, from our computer. But that is not the story in El Salvador. I mean, and in El Salvador, it is difficult just to use your bank account on the computer because there's no app uh, 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 related to use it on a smartphone. So we have everything here, and we have here on our hand everything. We can do everything and pay whatever we want to pay, but that's not the story in El Salvador. And the difference is also there's another different. Like here, if I want to put $50 in Bitcoin, I can do it because I can work tomorrow and I'm gonna get this $50. I know that I will get the $50 because I will work, but that's not the story in El Salvador.
Do y'all have mobile money? Like, I've done projects and work in Zimbabwe and in Kenya. They have literally like money that you can use to buy things with your phone, with credits, basically. Even a basic phone, not a smartphone, a basic phone. You can send people, like you can send people airtime. Like you want somebody to load up their phone and data and give somebody data. Can you do that in El Salvador?
I think you only have PayPal, right, Charlie?
Sure, you're on.
It's frozen.
I'm here, but I can hear you very well.
Okay, I'm
Can
sorry.
you please
Do you
repeat the question,
do
please?
you have mobile money like in Africa, in different countries like Kenya and Zimbabwe, where you have poverty, but you also have a educated class? They have what they call mobile money. So you know how like you top up your phone with data, somebody sends you data, they can send you money using the telco company, so you can buy things using the telcos. Do you have that? Like when you need to get data for your phone, how do you get it?
You go and buy in a store a card with a code, and you put it on your phone. Or if you have the prepaid, you paid monthly. You can buy internet, but you need to go to a store to buy it.
Everybody gotta go. You can't do it online. You can't do like you can't add credit to it.
Can you
Somebody
do
can't
it?
send you.
Can you do it, Charlie? Now? All right.
What? What do you want to do with your phone? Buy some
No,
plan
que
for
si,
something or what?
let me say it in Spanish
You
to
can have
get.
you can have a plan
No,
on.
que si podés comprar internet desde el teléfono. If you can buy,
Yeah, sure, you can do it.
you can
How?
do it from phone to phone.
You spend your data. You can ask for the company to buy you
Oh, to
to
share
sell you.
that.
Sorry,
Mhm.
yeah, to share. Yeah, and you can buy more. It's not a problem here.
So
But
Puedes
like
comprar
I
más
was.
internet si se te acaban los datos. That's the question.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no. The question is everybody can buy internet data everywhere, or you can do it phone by phone, or you need to go. I was explaining him that you need to go to store to buy $5 of data, like to buy $5 in a plan for 1 giga of internet.
Yes, you can. You can buy 1 giga, 5 gigas, 10 gigas. You can buy any
But can
internet
you
you
do it
want.
over the phone? Do you
From
have to do it, or do you have to go to a store?
No, you can do it by an application here in your phone from the company, and it's very simple right now.
So let me. The reason I brought that up was that that's something that I've seen in Africa, where the people were able to not even have to deal with banks. They just use the money through their phone. So again, what I'm trying to be clear is that there's a difference between technology that can be helpful, like our phones, and technology being used to take advantage of people. So what I'm trying to be very clear, so people, because it's easy to dismiss people saying they're anti something, right? Just because you're skeptical, because you think they might try to hurt you, because they will. Because sometimes they make it seem like something wrong with you. I guess I wanted to say that there's been adoption of technology by folks in El Salvador already, but when these things are introduced, it literally helps the people. But what's going on now wasn't even introduced in a way that helps the people, but it was introduced in a way for a handful of people to take advantage of something new under the guise of being helpful. So I think I just want to say this with Bitcoin, when they move that money, you can track what they're doing as a government easier than the US dollar. It's harder for them to hide. If they start moving stuff in Bitcoin, everybody, not I don't care who you are, you can go and see every transaction that's ever been made on the Bitcoin blockchain since the very first Genesis block. So if they start moving Bitcoin and you know what their account is, you can actually track where the money's going. I just wanted to FYI that, as far as even as a journalist, there's things that you can do to follow the money that they've used now that they have Bitcoin. I just wanted to say that out loud.
The thing is, okay, I would like to say two things. First of all, the thing is the government is controlling the app to use Bitcoin, their app. So, and for now, it is hard to use a different app or an app from here, for example. They only have one app, that is Chivo app, is the app that the government, the president's brother, created to use it. So at the beginning, he offered $30 to every Salvadorian people to download the app and to use that money. But when you do that, you realize that the $30 you cannot move to a different wallet. You need to, yeah, that's the lock. So that's the thing. It has, I give you $30, you can do with $30 whatever you want to do with them. But if I tell you you only can use it to buy from me, that is not fair. And that is not inclusion.
Wow. Listen, the one thing about this technology, once somebody sends you Bitcoin and you have your own private keys, you can control it better than the US dollar in a way. Like when my wife lives in the Dominican Republic, I was in Zimbabwe. I literally sent my wife Bitcoin from Zimbabwe. I'm talking about Zimbabwe. It was like 4:30 in the morning in Zimbabwe, and it was about 10 o'clock at night in the Dominican Republic, like thousands of miles away. I didn't have to worry about an ATM. I didn't have to go to a bank. I was literally able to send my wife Bitcoin almost instantly using Bitcoin in a Bitcoin wallet. I would only say this, and I think you've really made the point about how powerful people can exploit technology to keep on it colonizing and exploiting us. I just want to also say that the technology to make a wallet is not as difficult as they try to make it, and that in real ways this software is what it is. You don't have to be rich to actually make the software. The code is literally open source. Like it's not like Microsoft, where Microsoft covers up what they do. The actual Bitcoin blockchain is open source. Everybody can see it. That's why you see so many people coming up with different coins. Everybody takes what they see in Bitcoin, they change a little bit here and there. And what I'm saying is, I know there's an activist community in El Salvador, and I think oftentimes we have to do better to have activists who care about the people understand this technology so that we will be empowered and not let these people, because they can use Bitcoin to exploit it. So I'm trying to be clear that this technology, though, also could be used by us so that we don't have to go to the banks. Now, again, when we talk about African slave trade, all the colonized places, they made money for these big banks. What we try to tell people is, with this technology, I don't need a bank to hold my money. I can even do jobs online, and people can pay me anywhere in the world in Bitcoin. They said the best way to get Bitcoin is like do something. If I'm a graphic artist, if I'm somebody who can do something online, one of the ways they can pay me is to use Bitcoin. And what we did in Zimbabwe is we told them we would just use Bitcoin to move the money from another place to Zimbabwe. But as soon as you get the money, you could convert it into dollars. Let me say another way. Instead of keeping the Bitcoin in Bitcoin, like people always talk about holding it, Holding it is a strategy if you have a lot of money. If you're using the Bitcoin if you're using your money, no matter what form it is, to do daily transactions, you don't have to keep it in Bitcoin. As soon as it's sent to you, you can convert it right into your local currency. You don't have to, like, because it's going up and down, you can almost spot it in one place. Like, if at this moment it's worth this, I can send it to you and you get that value. So if it goes down, you don't care because it's locked. You got the money based on what you agreed to send it on. I'm just saying these things because there's people who would take advantage of our ignorance on purpose. They don't want us to know. It's not this financial inclusion stuff is a lot of it's a lie. The reason why they want to exclude us is because they want to take advantage of us. If they really wanted to include us, it don't take much. People want to learn stuff. It's not like people don't want nothing new, but if they want to use sophisticated ways to exploit us, they're going to introduce some technology and say, oh, these people just don't want to change. No, people just don't like being disrespected. Like, like on everything. I don't care what it is, new or old, don't impose things and then treat me like I'm crazy.
Exactly. Don't impose that and treat me like I'm an idiot.
So how do we do it now? How do we, if we were going to help? Now listen, and again, and there might be a movement to push it back.
I would like to tell you, I have clear this in my mind right now. We have, all of us are happy with technology. I love technology because that makes my life easy. That helps me because I work with media outlets outside the United States. That makes my life so easy because I move my money through technology to have my income here. But when you have in a country like El Salvador, poor, with only 80% of the population, with only 20% of the population with access to internet, and you have a government that using institution from the government create a private company to move Bitcoin in the country and use the government to approve a law that is going to help only your people, your small circle. That is not inclusion. Yeah. And besides that, you are using the money from the taxpayer to play with that money.
I think the point you're making is the part about just being transparent and fair. But when you brought up being a journalist, and I'm just going to say this on technology, there was a time if you wanted to really be a journalist, there were just a few newspapers. And those few newspapers were controlled by Europeans, controlled by men. And literally, unless you did what they told you, you couldn't get access to people. Now we have technology where literally we can tell our story. Now, they may still control so much of the airwaves, but now even us getting together now, like just imagine when they were coming to try to colonize us, if we all had something like this where we could communicate and say, don't let Columbus off the boat. He's a devil. Don't let him come. Like if we had communications to help each other, we could have prevented these folks from colonizing us. I guess my point is, just like in journalism, this technology has allowed more of us to have our voices heard globally. The understanding that people try to say about Bitcoin is that no longer do you have to go to banks in order to move your money. You could move it because it's yours. The bank doesn't do anything but keep you from it, tell you it's closed, ask you for your ID, tell you got to do this, this, and that. And if you don't, it's closed. Or they might even, in some countries, the banks take your money. Like straight up, no more money, it's gone. So some people make the argument that if I get to hold my own value or gold or whatever, and I keep it, and the government can't take it from me because I secured it offline, you can't even take it from me anymore. Like you could take my dollar. Some people make that the point that's why there's none of this perfect. All this, the dollar's controlled by private people. The technology, if in the wrong hands, can be controlled. I think at this point, and again, if the people don't want it, I get it. But I do also want to be very clear. There's some opportunities that we can use this technology to help ourselves. That does not it does not mean that people with power shouldn't exploit us. Like at the end of the day, the point you made about who's creating these wallets, my only response is that you could actually make your own wallet, and we could have a freedom wallet. And I'm trying to get that. No. It's your country. Y'all need to do what the hell y'all want to do. That's on everything. If y'all say damn Bitcoin, I'm damn Bitcoin with you because it's your country. That's just full stop. I'm just speaking to there's ways that you can also use this technology to be helpful.
You mentioned one important thing, and then I'm gonna give Charlie the word. You said in the apps that you use to move money in Zimbabwe and to your wife, you have the key. The thing is, in El Salvador, the government has the key. You give your money to buy Bitcoin to the government of El Salvador, and the government of El Salvador owns your money. That's the point. And that's the thing, the main thing. I mean,
No
you are
way.
giving them your money
I
and you lose the right.
I gotta take my glasses off. You're telling me your private keys are held by the government?
The problem
Yes,
is that
it is.
the problem is not Bitcoin here. Bitcoin has exists for many years, and it's a good uh, option to do things beside the banks, because we know the banks have a lot of commission of things. They charge you a lot of things, and you don't want that. Okay, and then comes Bitcoin, and it's okay. The problem is that the government is it's doing that. You must use the government wallet. It's called Chivo wallet, and the problem is if you get the Chivo wallet, you are giving the permission without do it of have access to all your contacts in your phone, and also you can open your microphone to the government, and they have the keys of all accounts. And what's the objective of or the mission of the Bitcoin, that don't have the governments don't have the control of Bitcoins, but right now in El Salvador they does. If Nayib Bukele wants, he can do like a switch or off and on of the application, and having he was telling us a few days ago, like, oh, the Chivo application is not working, we're gonna put it off, and we're gonna fix it. And we were like, what? But you can do that. You can put the application off and on, but you are the owner of the application. You are the president. You are the government, and you're gonna have the control of our money. That's not okay. You
Hey,
can do
bro,
that.
that's not okay. Charlie, that was nice. Listen, and since you're a homeboy, since you there, I don't want you to say anything to get you in trouble. But bro, what you just said, that's some powerful. Like Carmen, I'm glad. Listen, sister, I was going the wrong direction. I didn't even know where I was going. Listen,
I'm gonna tell you something very simple. Everything you can hear about El Salvador and its wonderful things is a lie. The wonderful things here, we have good beaches. You can come for summerless vacations if you want the whole year. We have good food, because it's true. We have good food. We are very nice people like Salvadorans, but the things the government is doing right now with us, everything is a lie. Everything, we are having a mess here. We are having a autocracy government. He is having he's I don't know how to say it in English.
no, but you said it. You said it. I don't want you. Look. And Carmen, this is why I don't, because I've been in these movies now. I don't want Charlie. I'm picking up what you're putting down. You've been very clear. Because Carmen, I don't want nothing. Look, I don't want nothing weird to happen. I'm like, look, Charlie, I get what you're saying, and you just broke it down. If the government's controlling your private keys and they can turn the app off when they want to, that's all bad.
Yes, for
You're
sure.
you're giving them your money, and you don't have the right to ask if your money loses. So that's not right, and
And you know
that's why
that's a policy of
we are
Bitcoin.
criticizing this.
If you lose money with your Bitcoin, it's like, oops, sorry, you lose it. But you can do that with your money of your salary. It's very serious right now.
But I'm saying
And
but even what you're saying, if the government's controlling it, they could even say, "Oh, it's because of Bitcoin," even if they stole it, or even no, even if they did something, they could almost make it so it looked like it was the Bitcoin's fault, but it might have
Yeah,
been somebody doing it.
absolutely.
This is weird. Like I'm telling you, no one's. Again, I need to do better, but no one's talking about this way.
and then the other thing is they don't want to open the market for the rest of the wallets. There's a lot of wallets that works here in the US that they
I
don't
have
work
mine.
here in El Salvador.
Yeah, now again, like my company has a wallet called Bitmari. We make a wallet, and we allowed folks to use it, and then we had a contract to use it in Zimbabwe. But then when they had to change the government, they said they no longer. We were doing it for remittances. We allowed people to send money. Like in Africa, it was like 20% to send money from the United States to Zimbabwe. 20%. I mean, the craziest fees for in Western Union, MoneyGram was making all the money because they had like a duopoly. The only two people that can allow you to send money in Zimbabwe was that for a long time was just Western Union, MoneyGram. Then now it's been more, but literally they were using it
There's
to.
another there's another story. There's another story,
But
Sinclair. The
I
thing
want
is
to ask
like
you something, bro. I want to ask you something. If you have just $100 this month, to live, are you gonna put it in a Bitcoin account, knowing that maybe tomorrow you're gonna have $50?
Now, let me say the difference. Because you guys are dollarized, you're using the U.S. currency, so it's already controlled by the government. If you were using a local currency, like in in Malawi, they call it the kwacha. In Botswana, they call it the pula. Most people don't want to hold their money; they rather have the USD. Like if you go to any country, like in Africa, and you ask them what money would you want to hold your salary in your local money, or would you want USD? They always say, "Give me USD." Now, USD is not their money, but because they know the power of the U.S. government, they say, "Give me the USD." My only point to you is, I think there's pros and cons because you guys are using the USD, which its value is so high, it makes things expensive, but it's the international currency. If y'all still were using the cologne, you might say, I might not want the cologne. Like the cologne might be too funny because the government manipulates the cologne. You know what I'm saying? If they want to print some more colognes, they'll just print a bunch of colognes, and then your cologne ain't worth nothing. So what I'm saying is, I definitely get what your point is about the dollar being stable. But let's be clear, they be printing dollars like they don't even know how many dollars in the world. Like if you ever ask the U.S. government, literally, how many right now dollars are there in the world? They would be like, I don't know. But I get your point. Sister Carmen.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say this. The thing is, you have a government. We have a government that is hiding all the information, and you don't have the right to ask because they don't like to be asked. And you give your money to this government, to this group. It's not neither the government. It's the president and his brothers. It's a small group.
It's a family.
Yeah, it's a family. So you're giving them your money. You don't have the right to ask. You don't have the right to know what they're doing with your money. They control your money. They don't give you the information you need to put your money in the Bitcoin. And they don't want to open the market for a different wallet. So that's not inclusion. And that's the point that a lot of us are criticizing this action. Not that the critics are not against Bitcoin. The critics are against how the Salvadoran government did it in a wrong way and how this affect and has a social impact and communities in poor communities in marginalized communities. So that's the critics. The critics are not on Bitcoin.
No, I think you guys listen. I think you guys have been very clear about how governments manipulate us using the USD, using Bitcoin. They can use, if they're not really trying to help us, they can use technology or no technology to exploit us. And I think if we were going to wrap it up, because I know y'all both busy and got to go, what do we tell the Black blockchain community globally? What can they do to be good allies and supportive of, of y'all as brothers and sisters in El Salvador? What can we do to be better? Like, we got to stop being divided. And how can we be supportive? I know it's your country, so we're not asking anybody to do anything to your country, but how could we amplify your voices? How could we be supportive?
we need we need to put all this information that we share with you everywhere, because we need the truth come out. We need everybody knows that we are not against Bitcoin. We love technology. We want to have technology. We want to live with technology, but we need inclusion. We need access to internet for our people. We need education for our people. So for me as a journalist, the most important thing is we need to have or to put everywhere this information, because there's a lot of information around what's going on in El Salvador with Bitcoin right now. There's only the information that the government wants to be out there, and there's information like we're sharing with you right now. It's small. It's almost none.
It's the tip of the iceberg.
Tip of the iceberg.
Mhm.
Well, brother Charlie, go ahead. You and your iceberg. Now, look, I've never seen a real iceberg, but look, if it's the tip of the iceberg, Charlie, I want you to give us the rest of the iceberg and close it out. You got the last word, Charlie. I'm gonna cover my mouth.
First of all, pray for us because our country needs it. And after that, I think what we need, like Salvadoran people, there are a lot of people here that we are very intelligent, so we are good people. We just want to live in peace. We want to have the option to decide about the things we are going to do here in our country. No more wars, no more corrupt governments. We are tired about that. I have lived here, like I told you, 41 years, and I'm very sad to see my country like this, that we don't have a break. We never had a break about all these things. We want all the people outside in the United States, hey, you live in a great country. You don't have our problems. Maybe the problems you have are the option if you want to get vaccinated or not. We have more problems than that. That's very simple for us. You don't want to get vaccinated, okay? If you want, okay, then. But we have bigger problems here. Maybe I can be dead tomorrow if the government wants. I can they can disappear me for being talking here if they want. So uh, I want you, everybody outside of the United States that is looking this talk show, to tell every Salvadorian, every people in their communities, in your communities, that we need to have an option like Salvadorians to be free to can decide what we are going to do with our country, because we want to be in peace. We are not problematic people like they maybe know about Salvadorians outside in the United States. Like they say, hey, they are from a gang and they are from Latin America. No, I'm an architect. I can speak 3 languages and I can do a lot of things. And there's a lot of people smarter than me. So,
Hold on, Charlie. You said you speak 3 languages. What language
yeah.
do you speak? What languages do you
Well,
speak?
I'm speaking in English. Puedo hablar en español. Parlo italiano anche. Posso parlare in
I
italiano, ma
barely
per
speak
me...
English. Look, bro, I barely speak one language, but God bless you, man. All right.
And, and,
Parla
and just
italiano
to
anche per...
and just to wrap up, I would like to say something that is for us, for people like Charlie and me, seriously, people like us that are trying to put all of this outside and to have our voices here. We are we've been threatened by the government. We are being threatened by people from the government, and that is not good. That is not right. So we need the help of our all of our sisters and brothers to have our voices be heard. So that's what we need.
How can the people reach out to y'all? Do y'all have I know
have Twitter.
website? You got an email, Twitter. What can we do? How can they reach you?
I'm on Twitter as La Rodriguez as my last name. CJ. We can share with you. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put it. We can put them on. So
I'm
people can see.
Charlie5480 in Twitter.
I heard that. Yeah,
5480.
what was that?
Charlie
Say
5480.
5480. 5480. Go ahead.
Charlie5480 in Twitter, so you can follow me. I'm I I write in Spanish, but if you want something translated, I can do it. So that's the important thing to hear our voices, because we are good people and we want a good country, and also we are not a menace for you in the United
And
States. We are great people.
Yeah,
and
look,
we need support, and we need to
Yeah.
support people as Charlie that are in El Salvador right now because the government is targeting them. The government is trying to arrest them just because they are speaking about this. The government, they don't want to they don't want to have us to speaking out loud about what's going on there. So we need support in El Salvador.
no, and I think that's something we don't see enough of. Not enough Americans, like literally, the United States government supports many countries that are doing bad things to their people, and we need to do a better job with these policies. Like literally, hey, hands off the brothers and sisters in El Salvador, and if some folks from El Salvador want to come to the United States, they should be treated no better and no worse than somebody coming from London or Paris or Rome. If you don't,
I want to say you something. For me, it's like very sad. See people in the United States don't uh, don't use the opportunities you have. You are in the top of the world. You are in the United States. You have all the opportunities you want to be and have the life of your dreams. I don't have it because I'm Salvadoran. It's a geographic situation that I think, man, if I was in the United States, I can eat the world. You can do it. You are in the best country of the world. You have the opportunities to study, to work, and you don't do it. Come on, man. That's not an excuse. I'm a Salvadorian, and you know something. I used to speak this with my friends in the United States. We don't do an extreme sport right now because being a Salvadorian is an extreme sport. Every F day,
You
like
have to
that.
fight for your life in El Salvador.
You have to
Yeah,
fight for
you
your
have
life
to protect your
every
life.
day. And they are telling me, you don't do snowboarding and you don't do surfing or you don't do bungee jumping. Why? I'm a Salvadorian. That's an extreme sport. And you are in the United States. You have a lot of opportunities, man. For God's sake, it's very ironic you don't use them. I want to have them, but the only thing that I don't have them, it's because I live here, and it's very unfair because we don't have to do the things like that. I want to have more education. I want to have more opportunities. I want to be an actor and go Hollywood and do a lot of movies. But I can do it because I'm in El Salvador.
I got no, hold on. I'm not. So there's no. Y'all can't do your own movies in El Salvador. You know they do like in India. They got their own movies. They got the little Indian.
You're talking about 1 billion people, and they have the industry. We are only 6.5 million. I already have the the movie industry like Hollywood or Bollywood. So it's different. It's different scenery. So for us, we don't have the opportunities to do a lot of things. You have it
Now
in the
listen,
United States.
now the fact that you done put that out there, my prayer is, man. You said prayer. Prayer is real. I pray somebody hears you today, Charlie, because we have some famous actors and folks who's going to be participating in this actual summit that we have, and they're going to see you, Charlie Hernandez, and be like, we need to cast that guy in our next movie. So they're going to see you, brother Charlie, and we're going to send that energy to the ancestors, the God, and they're going to see you on this, and they're going to say, man, I remember that guy. So this okay, you gave him the Twitter. Sister Carmen, thank you for being a journalist. Thank you for putting this all together. And I thank Sister Jackie Reyes. Thank you, Jackie, for your love, for putting this all together. And appreciate everybody. And thank you for joining us for the conference. Thank you so much, both of y'all.
Hey, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the program. My name is Jeremiah Chapman. I am your artist in residence for this Black Blockchain Summit of 2021. Really excited about the content. I'm going to be making some NFTs and trying to diversify my financial portfolio after hearing all of this incredible information and education from from everyone that's presented here today. So I'm gonna play my album, which dropped today, September 24th. It's called Spirit Bomb, and so the way I like to describe it is an Afro Odyssey of everything from the continent to here in the United States. I'm here in the Bay Area. To the Caribbean and back again. So I hope that you all enjoy the music. I'm an activist by trade. And I want to give a shout out, of course, to Sinclair Skinner, who's my mentor, and also the founder of bitmari, who is putting this wonderful convention or wonderful summit rather on. And so a lot of my music is inspired by that activism that Sinclair inspired in me as a young man. So it's called Spirit Bomb. He's got everything from your activist fight songs to your Afro beats and Caribbean dance hall vibes. So I hope you all enjoy it. Thank you so much.
I want to let you know I love you, and I'm so you have no idea. I mean, just my cheeks hurt just smiling, thinking about how wonderful you're doing and how much you're changing the trajectory of this country and holding the attack of the enemy. So I really am so blessed.
Spirit bomb, fourth and long, I'm Kaepernick trying to tell me that I'm wrong, This the end days, we in the end game. Quarantine stir crazy, got them insane. I just pray, I'm just trying to wish you a better way. Better days if we only take the pain away. I'm out of time, see corruption on the dotted line. I ain't lying, they polluting for a fucking dime. It's controversial, but the power's always turned away. Until the earth is bare and the skies are gray. What we doing, they pursuing such destructive means. So I grow, then I surely burn myself some green.
Hey, Jeremiah Chapman, this is your mother. I'm just calling to say I hope you have a blessed day today. I hope you guys wow the audience and that you get more voters. This is going to be a successful day for you. I love you. And I'll see you tomorrow about 9 o'clock. Okay, later. Bye.
Time keeps slipping. Black folk broke and the white folk tripping. Cause the world keeps changing. Time keeps slipping. Black folk broke and the white folk tripping. Cause the world keeps changing. Time keeps slipping. Black folk broke and the white folk tripping. Cause the world keeps changing. Time keeps slipping. Black folk broke and the white folk tripping. Yeah, I can't hesitate, no, I can't stutter. Wish my life was as smooth as the butter. Shout my mother, she the realest queen you ever seen. Only dream is to purchase her the finer things. Living dreams, she remind me I'm my only child. Pray to God, hope the homie let me stay a while. Make her smile like I plans for a better time. Better rhymes, take me higher, that's a better climb. Every sign, fire mine when I take my time. On the grind, pay my dues like I caught a fine. I ain't lying, plenty truth when the beat drop. Talking about when the feds let the heat pop. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. What? I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see our blood splatter. Yeah, need an old school beat just to break down. Up with the Vietnam, had a breakdown. Came back, tried to eat, but his skin black. Hate the truth, cause I'm spitting all these real facts. Just to come back, give you real hip hop. On time, every time, like a wristwatch. Getting missing, getting lost, like a good cop. Busting hard on these beats, like a hood spot.
You don't get freedom. Freedom is never safeguarded. Anyone who is depriving you of freedom isn't deserving of a peaceful approach by the ones who are being deprived of their freedom. And begin to see that the only way you can get freedom is to get it the same way the white man in this country got it from England.
Yeah, lately I've been feeling like I'm Malcolm. Speak the truth, gotta put it in the album. But who am I? Another brother in the rat race. Light skin, but to my kin, I'm in blackface. Colorism got me questioning my own path. For my people, I will suffer our own wrath. Body bag till I'm dead with a toe tag. For my people, for the block where the folks at. They can't kill us anymore, give them roast back. Get them roast back. They can't kill us anymore, get them roast back. Get them roast back. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. No.
He says he got it from England. He was willing to pay the price for freedom. And when you're willing to pay the price for freedom, then you get it. But the Negro in this country has never been willing to pay the price for his freedom.
I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. No. I just pray my life matters. Pray my people fight since they wanna call it savage. What? We just hope our lives matter. Wanna see us dead, wanna see the blood splatter. No.
All of the price that we've been paying in the past has been freedom for the white man. We fought abroad so that the white man in America could be free today to sick police dogs on us, to beat our people in the heads with police clubs, and to turn water hose on little women and children and babies simply because they want to walk down the street like decent human beings. That's now the only way you can have peace is to eliminate those injustices, and the American white man is not going to eliminate them. He's going to talk that pretty talk, but he'll still continue to practice those inhuman deeds.
See, I had to make the song cry. Hella high in the sky where the gods lie. Yeah, see, I had to make the song cry. Hella high in the sky where the gods lie. We the people, we the earth, trying to make a change. Trying to save the planet while they trying to cop the fame. I just do it for the block where them days go. Pressure folks that got the power and to say so. Times hard when you trying to keep your rent paid. Pay the master, but ain't talking about no sensei. The lights, plenty nights, couldn't make do. Sacrifices in the life, but we came through. I ain't tripping on no pressure, make a diamond. Punch a clock, you can call it perfect timing. Dare to dream, I'm just living what I'm rhyming. Plenty mountains, yeah, you know we get to climbing, yeah. Cause whose life is it anyway? Here today, gone tomorrow, pray for better days, yeah. Cause whose life is it anyway? Here today, gone tomorrow, pray for better days, yeah. Cause whose life is it anyway? Here today, gone tomorrow, pray for better days, yeah. Cause whose life is it anyway? Here today, gone tomorrow, pray for better days, heart and soul's cold. I've been translating verses like a Morse code. Upbringing, no father, but we don't fold. I'm a product of my mother and them southern genes. 80s baby section 8, then he set the scene. Taken back when my auntie had to sell the crack. Feed my cousins any means, yeah, I'm speaking facts. Mom worried, she concerned, wonder what I learned. Street fighter all night, I had to wait my turn. Sleeping head to toe just so we can make it room. Granny cooking in the kitchen, finna eat soon. But it fade away, this life seemed to fade to black. Lost some people in that time, we can't get it back. Cousin Duke locked up, cause he sold the sack. Aftermath, this my craft, got me on the track. Cruising through my memories like a Cadillac. Memories like a Cadillac. Memories like a Cadillac. Memories like a Cadillac. Cruising through my memories like a Cadillac. Cause whose life is it anyway? Here today, gone tomorrow, pray for better days. Yeah, cause whose life is it anyway? Here today, gone tomorrow, pray for better days. You remind me of the summertime. You remind me of a better time. You remind me of my favorite rhyme. You remind me, yes you do. 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 You remind me of the summertime. You remind me of a better time. You remind me of my favorite rhyme. You remind me, yes you do. You remind me, yes you do. Yeah, she remind me, got me thinking now. Talk that real, got me really sitting thinking how I can change. To be honest, I was plenty wild. Rather see you smile, rather build a home, rather be a king, queen sitting on the throne. Girl, pick up the phone, babe, I'm coming home. Pick me up around 6, probably cop a zone. Feeling bougie at the job, probably at the stone. Had to make a mind, had to make it known. Had to take her home, had to make a moan. Had to make a mind, had to make it known. Yeah, had to make it known. You remind me of the summertime. You remind me of a better time. You remind me of my favorite rhyme. You remind me, yes you do. 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 You remind me of the summertime. You remind me of a better time. You remind me of my favorite rhyme. You remind me, yes you do. You remind me, yes you do. You remind me, yes you do. You remind me, yes you do.
Hi baby. I called again on purpose so that I could leave a voice now. Just saying that I really, really miss you. And I know we're gonna be okay, and I know I'm gonna be, clean off and blah 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 blah. But I just, I wanna be with you. I really just wanna be with you. Not even sexually, I just wanna be with you. I mean, that's just, cause, But yeah, I just wanted to say that I miss you a lot. I'm on my way home right now, so call me whenever you see this. Bye. Te quiero mucho. Kisses. Bye. Oh, I miss you.
Seasons change, winter coming. New music, yeah, I know you hear it thumping. it up. Haters big man, tell them they can give it up. Got me stressed, so lately I've been rolling up. They still holding up, ain't no holding us. Money shot, ain't no stopping, yeah, we finna bust. Yeah, we finna bust. Haters mad, money shot, yeah, we finna bust. Yeah.
Baby, come to me, 'cause you know that I need ya. Bring my heart again, you know I couldn't leave ya. Take me into your hands, bring my heart again, again. Baby, come to me, 'cause you know that I need ya. Bring my heart again, you know I couldn't leave ya. Take me into your hands, bring my heart again, again.
Everybody ring the alarm. Go make we ring the alarm. I miss the ring the alarm. Mr. Quick come here so pick it up and stamp. I miss the ring the alarm. Mr. Ring the alarm. I beg you ring the alarm. We come pick it up and stamp. Everybody ring the alarm. Go make we ring the alarm. I miss the ring the alarm. Mr. Quick come here so pick it up and stamp. I miss the ring the alarm. Mr. Ring the alarm. I beg you ring the alarm. We come to kick up and stamp.
Coast to coast with the truth, yeah. For the people, gotta do it for my roots, yeah. I'm on the grind, I'm just trying to see the money signs. Sunny gold for my people like I found a mine. Finish climb, yeah, you know I take it to the top. Cream of the crop, watch the album drop. Spray bomb, get some shit, and move too. Going crazy on the beat like a screw loose.
Baby, come to me, 'cause you know that I need ya. Bring my heart again, you know I couldn't leave ya. Take me into your hands, bring my heart again, again.
Time for the beat one time. Make a song, yeah, we mash up the rhyme. Every's born when we talk all these signs. Happy all on the grind, happy all on she mine. One time for the beat one time. Make a song, yeah, we mash up the rhyme. Every's born when I talk all these signs. Yeah, we all on the grind, happy all on she mine. One time for the beat one time. One time for the beat one time. One time for the beat one time. One time for the beat one time.
Things that we as AfriBlocks started to do early on was to tell our story right. There are a lot of amazing people, amazing talent, and amazing cultures on the continent of Africa, but people don't know about them because we don't tell our story right. So that's one thing we say, you know what, let's tell these stories about the amazing designer, the amazing website developer in South Africa, in Zambia, across the continent, and share their work and connect them with remote jobs across the world. We are AfriBlocks. We're a global Pan-African freelance marketplace. And what we do is we seek talent across the continent and connect them with remote jobs made in USA, Canada, and the UK. And one thing that is amazing though is there are over 200 million people in the African diaspora and over 2 million Black businesses, you know, mainly in North America and the UK. And if we manage to connect this African diaspora with the continent at the level of professionalism, connecting and working together, that graphics design, that small business card grows into, software development, grows into amazing things. And that's part of our vision and mission, to keep connecting Africa with the African diaspora. And this is a huge opportunity. One thing people, think is that this is just a small or niche, but it's huge because there are 1.3 billion people in Africa and over 200 million in the African diaspora. And the role that the African diaspora plays in the growth of Africa, the exponential economic growth of Africa is immense. And it is evident, when you look at things like money transfer right now, there's a lot of money coming in from people who live and work outside Africa into Africa. So now what we're saying is that work that you already do, and be it in the UK, the same work, that website development, you can give it to your brother or sister back home, and channel in funds and, be able to support talent on the continent. So that's what AfriBlocks is trying to achieve. And what we're doing right now is building that technology infrastructure that allows those transactions to occur, that allows someone to post a job, connect with someone who can do that job, a freelancer, be it in Ghana and in Zimbabwe and South Africa, and work on that job, collaborate until the job is done. And the platform also facilitates a system that allows people to accept those payments, because right now payments are extremely difficult for freelancers across Africa. So we are building that technology infrastructure. Our vision is huge. We're not just thinking about one country or two, we're thinking about covering at least the Southern African region to start with, and then we go into other emerging markets as well within Africa.
Been a long time, baby, I'ma do right. Spread your wings, I can take you up to new heights. With the fight, baby, I can make it better, Be your man, baby, we can get the cheddar, yeah. You the one, baby, I can put my trust in. Sing your love songs to you like I'm Justin. Move you out of state, know that you adjusting. Need attention, gotta give it so she function. Feel your pain, I can feel it on the inside. Intuition got me wishing I could heal mine. Read the sign, make a smile through the bad times. Call your soul, baby, think I need a landline, Girl, you're my fantasy, never been my enemy. I can feel your energy, got me waiting patiently. You are the one I love, you are the one I need. I don't possess your soul, I only want you free. You free, 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 you free.
Delegation of officials consult Wrath, a time traveler from the future. His goal is to assist the officials in stopping the rise of pan-African unity that exists in his reality. The officials questioned Wrath, unable to see the logic of how a group of people that were being oppressed socially, politically, and economically could rise to overcome their entrapment. They sat back and scoffed at Wrath's insistence that their current moment was of vital importance to the future of their status as oppressors. However, with each rebuttal, Wrath's explanation slowly turned the officials' surety into doubt. Looking into the coin, Wrath could see etched into its surface a story about the fragility of power, arrogance, and opulence in the face of self-empowerment. Their shoulders sank as they became filled with worry. Unable to take the feeling of doubt, they demand Wrath tell them how this horrid future could ever exist. Wrath explains, in the year 2054, Africa leads the world, having experienced exponential growth due to the advent of Bitcoin. The resource-rich continent benefited from the ease of trade and currency exchange Bitcoin brought and leapfrogged past competing regions. The rapid economic growth led to a renaissance for all African states and eventual treaties that unified the continent, with the de facto African dollar being Bitcoin money and lack of access to funds no longer being an impediment. The betterment of Africa and her people became a focus of all governments. Food, security, infrastructure, development, health, and education became cornerstones of the movement. This Pan-African movement is the downfall of my time. They ask Wrath how it will begin. Wrath sees the moments flash in front of his eyes, the rise of the black women farmers through bitmari's creation of blockchain-based accelerators. With access to local, national, regional, and international markets, these women fed the nation that would change the world. The only way to stop them, Wrath explained, is to create a temporary flee from banks and an overdependence on hard cash rather than digital currency which we will control. This will deepen the impression of an unsafe investment climate, allowing us to negotiate with other corrupt officials for the little trade we will allow them to do. This plan will work. In Zimbabwe, a future bitmari freedom fighter has come to explain the benefits of cryptocurrency to local farmers. She comes spreading the word of decolonization through the use of technology. Through education and investment, she tells them of a future where they will be the forebearers of change within their country and the world. Just then, our freedom fighters' warning device rings. There's an attack on the bank, and it looks like Wrath and the officials have begun to make their move. The hero calls to assemble the rest of the future freedom fighters. The team assembles at the steps of the bank. Seeing their approach, the colonial goons along with Wrath come charging their way. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the freedom fighters concentrate to channel the empowerment which radiates from their connection to the mystical powers of blockchain. With strength, agility, and endurance, the freedom fighters beat back Wrath. Our heroes wear the scars of battle with ease, filled with self-determination and empowered by a unified future. The future freedom fighters stay vigilant. They know the past which lay behind them, the hard labor of foundation building their ancestors did to allow them the powers they now use. The future is what they want to protect, to ensure the African continent develops and grows the way it deserves to. After all, the future of the world depends on it.
Africa. Many stories begin and end on the continent. A center of the world's resources, Africa has been the source of advancement around the world. The history is tainted by centuries of enslavement, colonization, and manipulation. Affected by the transatlantic slave trade, societies around the world have populations of African descendants. From their continued oppression, an ideology arose: Pan-Africanism, a movement to promote unity and solidarity among Africans around the world. Its core belief being that all Africans across the diaspora share an ancestral heritage and fates forever intertwined. These Africans uphold Ubuntu, a deeply rooted sense of unity through humanity towards others. The purpose of this unity being social, political, economic, and cultural progress.
Our tour and our focus is around Black people in general. We think that if we leverage, everywhere I've gone, unfortunately, the people that look like me have been at oftentimes the bottom. And we think that we need to do something to reconnect ourselves.
Mr. Christopher Mapindera and Mr. Sinclair Skinner have traveled across the African diaspora, seeking to enact their sense of Ubuntu through economic education, organization, and investment. They believe that technology changes the world in ways that politics, militarism, and economics cannot, and that Bitcoin will be the technology that unifies a United States of Africa.
Utilizing a different technology. We're using the blockchain, Bitcoin technology. We have our colleague here, Brother John Karanja. He's from Kenya. So bitmari is truly a Pan-African tech company, a tech startup, where we're leveraging the brains throughout the entire diaspora.
See how you can relate it to Rome, and then you relate it to the rest of Africa. When someone says Africa is the new frontier for economic development and so forth, let's not be left behind. Let's find ways.
Bitmari, a fintech startup, comes as their approach to building solutions for Africa and the African diaspora by leveraging cryptocurrency and blockchain technology. Wanting to create deeper economic ties between the diaspora in the effort of mutual Pan-African support, Mapindera and Skinner created Bitmari in 2015. Bitmari is the only Bitcoin-based company working with the African Central Bank, and they have worked through local bank partnerships to lower the cost of remittances in Africa. Leveraging on blockchain technology, Bitmari has drastically lowered the cost of remittances to Zimbabwe, which is the beginning for its minimum viable product.
Black people! I love Black people. We love you. I love Zimbabwe.
We think out of all the tools to change the world, politics, economics, all these things, we think technology is the most beneficial, efficient way to change the world. So we want to give a context to the world that Bitmari looks at, and I'm going to give you a little snippet from a video.
In 1890, the people of present-day Zimbabwe lost their land to a group of imperialist settlers known as the Pioneer Column. A series of protracted struggles followed thereafter, sparked by the first Chimurenga, which the locals lost, but they made a comeback with the second Chimurenga. This protracted struggle ended with the ceasefire agreement signed at the Lancaster House Conference in 1979, and this served to rectify the imbalances of the land distribution. 20 years on after granting Zimbabweans their independence, the British government hadn't fulfilled their end of the bargain. A new regime led by Tony Blair had reneged on the Lancaster House Agreement, and the Zimbabweans got frustrated. They took matters into their own hands and took possession of their land. The period thereafter hasn't been without its fair share of challenges, worsened by the punitive measures imposed against the people of Zimbabwe. Without NGO handouts, these heroic people have already proved their mettle. In the aftermath of liberation wars fought to end colonialism, most of the African countries reeling from conflict, despite enjoying a measure of political independence, are still slave to economic and monetary systems. But one nation that is the center of attention has defied all odds and carved a legitimate state of self-rule and is entering an age of advancement on the foundation of a civilization that existed thousands of years before the advent of colonialism. Having done away with the nationalized flat currency, Zimbabwe currently uses the rand, the dollar and the pula as a means of trade. With one of the greatest mobile telephony penetration statistics in Africa, many of the unbanked are turning to mobile banking and are the driving force of this economy. Zimbabwe stands to benefit from an economic vehicle just as disruptive as its independent national spirit, introducing bitmari, an immensely disruptive concept that has the potential to restore our economy to being one of the most powerful on the globe.
Bitmari is a Zimbabwean remittance platform that aims to make it easier for members in the diaspora to send money back home through the use of an incredible technology known as Bitcoin. This will aid in transforming the Zimbabwean economy by eliminating the middleman and the traditional financial transactions, and also introducing a cashless nature of exchanging goods and services.
So how it works? Bitmari.com is integrated with Bitcoin. Customers can send their money using Bitcoin from anywhere in the world through the Bitcoin network. Bitmari has partnered with a financial institution in Zimbabwe which will facilitate the disbursement of funds to the recipients through its network of branches.
If we can link through financial systems that don't rely on a former colonizer to control, we don't need anyone else. There's enough black folks throughout the globe that have access to stuff that we can work collectively on. And I'm not saying charity, I'm talking about mutually beneficial and everybody get paid. I add value, you add value, I compensate you because I appreciate you and you compensate me. This doesn't have to be built on a colonial model. One of our catchphrases is decolonize your life. Whatever you think of color, race, whatever, we say, look, fundamentally, colonialism is a form of predatory capitalism. Fundamentally, the colonizer never was willing to compensate the folks he was doing business with. Man, you didn't have to kidnap me, man. You didn't have to come shoot everybody. We could have negotiated this thing. We could have did some equity. You don't have to just blow my head off and rape my wife. You know, this is on that. But again, the system has evolved. So it doesn't have to necessarily have the blatant tactics of the old colonialism, but that system of not wanting to compensate, but wanting everything we have, it's still there. And as long as those who coveted and wanted and desired what you have are around, your freedom, your liberty is always in jeopardy. This thing is not a destination. We got to be vigilant. In America right now, even with a black president, we had the police killing us.
In October of 2017, Bitmari launched the first of its kind I Love Black People Transatlantic HBCU bus tour to promote Bitcoin and Black liberation. It would include over a dozen stops within the United States and 8 in Zimbabwe. It also included stops at churches, student associations, black banks, and businesses. Kicking off at the historic Howard University in Washington, D.C., students participated in fintech hackathons, focus groups, tech job recruitment, and so much more. The tour moved further south to the University of the District of Columbia, Morgan State, Coppin State, North Carolina A&T, Tennessee State, Florida A&M, Tuskegee, Spelman, Morehouse, Clark Atlanta University, Jackson State, Texas Southern University, Prairie View, Paul Quinn. At each stop, bitmari collaborated with campus leaders, local businesses, and change agents to evangelize the benefits of STEM education, entrepreneurship, and blockchain technology. bitmari founders Sinclair Skinner and Christopher Mapendera, who are HBCU grads themselves, agreed that the global African diaspora is in dire need of financial empowerment. So they took the second leg of the tour to Zimbabwe during the month of November. Those stops included the University of Zimbabwe, Midlands State University, National University of Science and Technology, Bandura University of Science Education, Africa University and Great Zimbabwe University, and Harare Institute of Technology. 3 points have been stressed throughout this HBCU transatlantic tour. The first, buy black. The second, bank black. And the third, build black. By incorporating these 3 principles, bitmari believes it will help create institutions to fortify communities and build wealth for future generations. This has been a clarion call for the global black community to step up and support its innovators and entrepreneurs. The theme also challenges business leaders to collaborate more in an effort to promote financial growth and collective wealth throughout the diaspora. Over 3,000 students participated in the events. Through this tour, young black minds of tomorrow were able to get what they need, the tools to financially empower themselves and build stronger foundations.
Somebody from home will say, hey, send me $20. Okay? If you send $20, MoneyGram will charge you $10. That's 50%. Okay?
So if you send $20, they'll charge you $10.
Right.
Wow.
Okay? So most people are discouraged from sending money home, this little amount of money.
Okay.
I heard some people I was asking people here, what will you do with the $20? He said, okay, I'll buy meal, $4. I'll buy cooking oil, $2. I'll buy soap, $2. I'll buy sugar, I'll buy flour, and so forth. So for the family of 4,
that's you see where the $20 is getting you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
It's a lot of money.
That's right. Okay, so we are addressing the needs of our people here.
Reeling from the effects of El Nino, Southern Africa has found itself in a precarious position and in the last 8 months has seen a deterioration of the nutrition situation in a number of countries including Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe has land as well as farmers and therefore the capacity to alleviate food shortages and in the process get its economy back on track. There are a total of 237,000 resettled farmers, a lot of who are women, and there are up to 11 million hectares of arable land that has the capacity to produce enough maize among many other crops given the inputs. But women farmers need finance to activate their potential.
Tine chinangwa chokuti maisandro yese iwane mbeu kubva kwatiri ichibva muzvihuta. Tirikuda kuti titange nezvihuta zviri papoint of layer. Each day tinge ichiwana about 300 and something eggs. Tichinohechesa. Tahechesa tinenge takutoziva kuti rimwe gurupu rakutotanga kudi rakutanga kuwana tinokurumidza kuwanda.
With very little resource, so much has already been achieved. With a GDP of $13.9 billion in an agro-based US dollar economy, your investment in a woman farmer in Zimbabwe will go a long way in helping not only improve her productivity, but also the earning potential of the agricultural sector in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is currently experiencing a cash crisis that is affecting industry drastically, but in Bitcoin technology is a solution that will go a long way in alleviating the liquidity challenges.
Bitcoin really is the world's first peer-to-peer
digital currency that is based on cryptography, which is essentially mathematics. And I think to really understand the potential or the disruptiveness of Bitcoin technology, you really need to understand what exactly money is, right? So when you look at money as a fundamental concept, it's really a language. Here in Africa, we're in Zimbabwe, if you go back to the pre-colonial days, money was essentially an exchange of value. So you could have one person who has a cow, and he goes to his neighbor, and they exchange the cow for 4 goats, right? And in that instance, the cow and the goats, which are essentially assets, become money because they become a language to express value. So, of course, that moved over through the evolution of man to things like cowrie shells, to salt across the Roman Empire, to coins in Greece and Persia and Africa, other parts of Africa, where coins were made out of metals. And then eventually we moved about 70 years ago, actually 200 years ago in England, to what we call paper money, fiat. So we now live in a world that has transitioned into technology, and particularly digital technology. So it only makes sense that it becomes now possible to express value and money through a digital form.
We're very familiar with Bank of America, there's Barclays. These banking institutions have their origins in some of the things that have been the most horrific parts of our history. When you look at banks like Barclays, how did they get their money? How did they become so vastly wealthy? And much of that wealth has come from the slave trade and enslavement of our ancestors, the stealing of our wealth in Africa. And these institutions have made, incredible amounts of wealth off the, exploitation of our people. And part of the reason some people get involved in this cryptocurrency, because it's one of the first times in history that we don't have to depend on these large multinational banks in order to control our funds. And of course, in America, we've been redlined. There's a concept that was used in America where they prevented black folks from getting loans in America just because we were black, just because they were racist. Now we no longer have to depend on these institutions. We can create our own peer-to-peer transactions using the technology like Bitcoin and the blockchain. When Zimbabwe got rid of their currency, they got to the truth. The truth of the matter, these currencies in Africa are used by Europe and America to manipulate economies. They're not for sovereignty's sake. That's why they're pegged to other people's currency. If you go to the Francophone countries, the CFA, 60% of the cash reserves in Francophone countries are in Paris. That's not freedom. That's not liberation. You're still a colony. Now they call it neocolonialism. They may let you pick your president, maybe, and if they don't like you, what? They have a coup or put sanctions against you? They'll do all kinds of things. My point is, if we really want to have an honest conversation about the economies in Africa, they still are manipulated and controlled by Europe. Now, we can put lipstick on it and we can dress it all up and try to say who's doing better, but all of them are doing whatever they're being told by Europe. Our militaries are controlled by Europe, our economies, our policies, everything's dictated.
Yeah, we're at Western Union Chinoi branch, and we've just been informed that there's no cash, and there hasn't been any cash whatsoever for the past week. And they were expecting cash to come in on Friday, but it didn't come through. So we have some elderly folk who have been coming, and they're in a queue, and they're just hoping that the money comes through today. And if it comes through, then they'll get somebody who's in South Africa or whoever to send the cash immediately, and then they can collect. So the person in South Africa is on standby to find out whether the cash has come or not. So these people are in the queue just waiting to hear that the cash is there or that the cash has come. The moment it comes, they then communicate that to the person in South Africa. So they can spend the whole day there and the cash doesn't come, and they come back the next day and still stand in that queue just to wait for the cash. So they're saying they hope it comes today. It was supposed to come on Friday, but still there's nothing so far.
Wanting to find ways of funding and investing in socially conscious ways, Bitmari built a relationship with the Women Farmers Land and Agricultural Trust. The WFLA identifies and assists female beneficiaries of the Revolutionary Land Reform Program, especially those who have very little access to funding and investment. Bitmari launched the Agro-Tech Accelerator and secured funding for these farmers. 100 women farmers across Zimbabwe were identified and given Bitmari Bitcoin wallet. They were able to redeem digital coupons for farming inputs with suppliers. Zimbabwe, like most African countries, has an agro-based economy, yet because of neo-colonial middlemen, has not fully realized the value of their produce. Proceeds from the export of produce would be essential for reinvestment in farming activities, yet they are siphoned by middlemen. Bitmari, through this initiative, has shown just how blockchain technology can be used to solve these challenges being faced throughout Africa. The pilot program was introduced in Zimbabwe and continues into 2018, and it will be expanded throughout Africa.
The whites understand the wealth in this country, in Africa. All the oil, the gold, the diamonds, everything. But most of the black people are not exposed to what goes on in Africa.
I remember one day at a meeting when we were talking about the issues of land, and unfortunately it was in a meeting that people did not quite agree with the land reform program. And I said to them, to me, at long last, justice has been done. Now I have my own piece of land, and now I own Zimbabwe. So it really feels good to have land. And we do not make an apology about it. The reason being that if all things were equal, we'll be able to produce as much as even those, and even surpass those who were on the land before. We did a study in our organization to find out how the land is being utilized. We found that about 15% of the women farmers are fully utilized in the land, and the rest are not. But not because they do not want to use the land, but it's because they do not have the necessary resources to do that, especially the implements and the financing part of it. Because from studies that have been done before, we know that the former commercial farmers were being funded to do the agricultural work that they were doing on their farms, which is something that we are not getting. We are not getting the subsidies. Yes.
Where we come in as Bitmari, for farmers, we want to help Zimbabwean farmers to access markets and get payments in Bitcoin. Because Bitmari, as you know, is the Zimbabwean version of Bitcoin. We want to facilitate the transfer of money or payment of money to the farmers through our platform, wherein our farmers in the country, after selling to export markets, they can be paid in Bitcoin through Bitmari, and then Bitmari pays the farmers in US dollars or whatever currency they prefer. We want to actually replicate that to actually other business units, not just farmers, but the entire economy, even covering remittances from Zimbabweans in the diaspora, sending money to their loved ones back home. So Bitmari is the fintech that's going to revolutionize the Zimbabwean economy through transfer of money from the diaspora using Bitcoin, the cryptocurrency.
You guys control the country from top to bottom. So even when we go meet with bank people or Reserve Bank people, all the people look like us. When you go to Kenya or South Africa, it's very different. People whose interests are different than what we're trying to do and as it relates to elevating the quality of life of black folks. And we think the fact that you guys have that gives you a cultural edge over so many people.
In terms of agricultural production, particularly this part of the country, Mashonaland West, Mashonaland Central, this is the hub of agricultural production in terms of your cereals, this is where it happens.
I like to be a woman in Zimbabwe because with these black Americans coming in, having noticed the problems faced by their counterparts, countermen or women in Africa, together we can do wonders for the world. We welcome their partnership. As women and the girl child have been left out in the cold for a long time, I think this is going to improve our working systems in the fields. We are not to play with the land, because the land is where we get what we want, be it the money, the food, but food is more essential. For someone to operate here and there, it should be well fed. We do welcome them. And if they can spread their wings all over our country, then we will be home and dry. Thank you.
We're going to set the agenda. We're going to use this in ways to empower the people that we're very concerned about. We've done a project in your country with women farmers. That's why we have the WIFLA here, where we use Bitcoin as a digital token. We use it as a digital coupon to help get funds to the different farmers in like 9 of the 10 provinces. We would have never been able to send that amount of funding as quickly and cheaply without the advent of Bitcoin. They all had our wallet, we were able to send it to them. We then pre-funded accounts at the different suppliers, and they took their Bitcoin and redeemed them for supplies at the local vendors. So we were able to get, and we did crowdfunding. We actually got African Americans, professionals just like yourselves, to send money. We crowdfunded. It was a small project, about $25,000, and we supplied inputs for the farmers, as well as foot pumps and some other things. But again, it showed the power of technology and how we can work together as black folks without going to NGO or anybody else. Just, professional black folks on both sides of the ocean working together to actually build something. And this is not a handout. These are folks who are investing in the brilliance and the land of the folks here on the continent.
Bitmari is a payment platform that significantly lowers the cost and increases the speed of remittance payments throughout the African diaspora using Bitcoin. Using Bitmari, the African American community and global Pan-African diaspora are given a chance to become owners of their finances. And this serves as a catalyst for financial empowerment in the global Black community. Bitmari is challenging the neo-colonial banking infrastructure and building itself into a market leader, spurring genuine social and economic development throughout the African continent.
Prophet X. Spirit bomb. Check it. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely life. Baby girl, you're my only wife. Let me try, let me love you right. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely life. Baby girl, you're my only wife. Let me try, let me love you right. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely life. Baby girl, you're my only wife. Let me try, let me love you right. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely self need to manifest. See you wrong, baby girl, and I know you blessed. Never pressed for the sex, she got bigger plans. When she stressed, cause you're smoking on a bigger gram. In the sand, blowing bands on vacation time. Home girls hating on you, hate to see you shine. In my line, baby girl, gotta live your life. In the next out of mind, yeah, they out of sight. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely life. Baby girl, you're my only wife. Let me try, let me love you right. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely life. Baby girl, you're my only wife. Let me try, let me love you right. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely life. Baby girl, you're my only wife. Let me try, let me love you right. I don't wanna be alone at night. I don't wanna live a lonely life. Baby girl, you're my only wife. Let me try, let me love you right. Yeah. Check it. Don't wanna be alone, wanna share the throne. I've been plotting for a minute, trying to take her home. Now we gone, gotta dance until my newest song. Gotta touch it on the body when they turn it on. Slow wine, baby girl, trying to make you moan. Got me feeling like the weekend, got me in my zone. Smoking strong in the cup, probably hit the bone. Mrs. Right, be my wife, never do you wrong. But do you wrong, yeah. Do you wrong. Spirit bomb. You make me feel alright. You make me feel okay. You shine your inner light. You make me feel away. Away. You make me feel alright. You make me feel okay. You shine your inner light. You make me feel away. We've been out of state searching for a good time. I've been in the stew trying to write a good rhyme. She get mad, she get anxious, wanna spend time. Got me rolling in the deep, it's a steep climb. I'm so focused on the next, trying to be the best. Had some verses in my mind, get it on my chest. Hella stressed, but reminded that I'm always blessed. Hold me down through it all, that's the only test. You make me feel alright. You make me feel okay. You shine your inner light. You make me feel away. You make me feel alright. You make me feel okay. You shine your inner light. You make me feel away. Feel away, got me thinking I'm a better man. Mastermind got me thinking of a better plan. Understand, baby girl, we can build a fam. Taking trips across the world to the motherland. You a star, baby, I can see you shine bright. Take the time just to listen to your insight. Birthing children, baby girl, when the time right. See the future, she the one in my eyesight. You make me feel alright. You make me feel okay. You shine your inner light. You make me feel away. You make me feel alright. You make me feel okay. You shine your inner light. You make me feel away.
back again. Say the pussy black them. Everybody know how the thing been. Selector, me beg you play it back again. Pull up that, play it back again. Pussy black them. Tell them this a yard man anthem. We are gone from 1 back to 10. Pull up that, play it back again. Say the pussy black them. Everybody know how the thing been. Selector, me beg you play it back again.
Broke it off, shake it off, shake it off. We a win, never lost, we the boss. Pay the cost, not the chef, but that's where we got the sauce, yeah. She go down, but she always on the come up. Man, them, she don't like, but they run up. Yeah, she funds up, now she done up. Girl, one baby girl, take the sun up. So girl, hope you taking the time. Body language got me reading, she signed. She a killer, not talking any crime. Praise God for making she fine. See a smile that my mind made up, yeah. Got your dick back it up like a truck, yeah. Champion got me feeling like a buck, yeah. Like glue, China Paul, yeah, we stuck, yeah.
Play it back again. Bossy blank them. Tell them this a yard man anthem. We are gone from 1 back to 10. Pull up that. Play it back again. Say the bossy blank them. Everybody know how the thing been. Selector, me beg you play it back again. Pull up that. Play it back again. Bossy blank them. Tell them this a yard man anthem. We are gone from 1 back to 10. Pull up that. Play it back again. Say the pussy black them. Everybody know how the thing been. Selector, me beg you play it back again.
Yeah. Prophet X. Play it back again. Play my track again. On attack again. We don't make a friends, but got dividends. Then we make amends, and we set the trends. Now they can't defend. We the better man. Plenty chance to spend. Shelly have a son. She got plenty friends. Yeah, the other 10. Is not making sense. I can't play pretend. What you recommend?
All I pull up and play back again. All I pull up, beg you play back again. All I pull up, beg you play back again. Selector, turn up the big tune them. All I pull up and play back again. All I pull up, beg you play back again. All I pull up, beg you play back again.
Yeah.
Selector, turn up the big tune them.
We been out of sight, we been out of mind. She respect the grind, I respect the time. Ain't no sense of line, I just keep it real. Making music every night, yeah, I like the feel. We just let it heal, we just let it flow. Drop the album, make them dance while they at the show. Put you in the know, I just hope you grow. Do it for my people while they do it for the dough.
Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the rude boy selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the rude boy selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector.
Rude boy, when them see me in the streets, yeah. A white man, why you mad? Bust the heat, yeah. I stole the king, then you bring him across the sea, yeah. America, tryna be what I'm gon' be, yeah. A little man, no, you can't try with me, no. I fight the villain, but they never call me hero. I do me penance to me bank account zero. I'm the realest rude boy that she know. Yeah, yeah.
Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the rude boy selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the rude boy selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the rude boy selector. Big up all the jungle is selector. Big up all the jungle is selector.
city, got that lock flow. Voice of my generation, got that pop flow. Hair long, now they saying I'm a roster. Growing up, we was drinking on them shots. I'm too blown from the sights. They be plotting insurrection, it ain't right. I be going off the top, I'm just trying to make it right. We be painting all these stories, shedding light from the fight, yeah.
We talk about love. Let's talk about love. Tell me about your life. And then you girl, can we talk about love? Let's talk about love. Tell me about your life. And then you girl.
Yeah. Prophet X. Very bomb. Yeah, she's so fine. It's a slow wine. Educated 2 degrees, and she blow minds. Baby, slow grind. Make them legs shake. Having sex in California, this an earthquake. Baby girl, change the world, she the whole truth. In a white coupe, hope we spend the night, boo. I got plans, heavy sipping rose petals. Backstroke like I won a gold medal. I've been riding, I've been cruising, laying next to you. Yeah, it feels so good, only when the sex with you. Out in Cali, blowing trees, cause ain't shit to do. Laying nigga thoughts, thinking when I fuck with you. Had some other bad chicks, if they ain't shit to you. I support you, yeah, anything you going through. This the anthem when you fucking with a real one. This the anthem when the love is on a million,
We talk about love. Let's talk about love. Tell me about your life. And then you girl, can we talk about love? Let's talk about love. Tell me about your life. And then you girl, can we talk about love? Let's talk about love. Tell me about your life. And then you girl, can we talk about love? Let's talk about love. Tell me about your life. And then you girl.
Prophet X. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. She a queen, I'm a king, better bow your head. We just do it for the kingdom, keep the people fed. Black love, know them kisses, revolution. Put my trust in her mind, she solution. We been vibing for a minute, trying to take it there. Take her out, and you know they probably gonna stare. She aware, but she humble to the core, She the one I adore, Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. 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 Bring it back, baby girl, you my whole life. Let me love you, let me show you how it's done right. Take a chance, baby, I can make you dance, yeah. New music, I've been vibing in a trance, yeah. Tryna holler for a minute and she holler back. Fly across the country, know I'll probably blow a stack. Smoking good on that wood like a lumberjack. Got a vibing to the beat when she hit the track. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. Slow wine, fast wine. Queen girl, yeah, you one of a kind, yeah. One of a kind, yeah. One of a kind, yeah. One of a kind, yeah.
Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Oh. Ready for them because of your problem. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Oh. Ready for them because of your problem.
I've been ready, we broke the levee. Ride the wave like Rihanna do she Navy. Prophet X with the message, not the savior. Big up to the people, to my neighbor. Jah bless, Jah smile, Jah provide. I make the music, never treat it like a side note. We pray to heaven that we live and never die. Yeah. be with the people showing face, yeah. Shoot your shot, play your game, run your race, yeah. Run your race, yeah. Shoot your shot, play your game, run your race, yeah.
Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Ready for them because of your problem. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Brr. Ready for them because of your problem. Brr. Ready for them, we say we ready for them. Ready for them because of your problem. My sound are the people's sound. My sound are the heavyweight sound. My sound is a jungling sound. My sound make the crowd gather round. My sound ain't afraid of no sound. Brrr, come and say kill all sound. My sound make them run out of town. Brrr, kill every sound. My sound where the people them love. My sound it a play rubber dub. My sound it a play one drop. EDM and me say jungle on up. My sound, yeah all style. Come on sound and me say bigger than the wine. Come on sound and me say well versatile. Bang diddling 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 diddling.
Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Vamos a vacilar un montón, ton. Dale, dale, dale. Dale, dale, dale. Dale, 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 dale. Dale reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Dale reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Vamos a vacilar un montón, ton.
This that reggaeton, this that put you on. This that vibing in the club when you hear the song. This that better life, we ain't going back. This that play it back when you hear the track. Travel across the states, yeah we living great. Wrinkles hella mad, yeah they gonna hate. Calamari Poppy better know the name. Jordan in his prime, yeah I'm taking aim. Here to learn the game on my money train. Future locomotive, never been the same. Do it for me, hit they never backing down. Ecuatoriano in your speakers now.
Dale reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Vamos a vacilar un montón, ton. Dale, dale, dale. Dale, dale, dale. Dale, 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 dale. Dale reggaetón, reggaetón, ton.
Por mi raza, en mi casa, por la playa, making music, yeah, all we make is fire, yeah. Dominicana, colombiana, mi bachata, por mi raza, en mi casa, por la playa, making music, yeah, all we make is fire, yeah.
Dale reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Vamos a vacilar un montón, ton. Dale, dale, dale. Dale, dale, dale. Dale, 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 dale. Dale reggaetón, reggaetón, ton.
is fire. Dominicana, colombiana, mi bachata, por mi raza, en mi casa, por la playa. Making music, yeah, all we make is fire.
Dale reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Tira reggaetón, reggaetón, ton. Vamos a vacilar un montón, ton. Dale, 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 reggaetón, reggaetón, ton.
Feel your body thick up, shit cook, yeah. On fire, baby girl, it's a look, yeah. Do your thing, never do a body book, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Love your wine, baby girl, love your wine. Make you mine, baby girl, make you mine. Take your time, baby girl, take your time. Yeah, yeah, take your time. Love your wine, baby girl, love your wine. Make you mine, baby girl, make you mine. Take your time, baby girl, take your time. Yeah, yeah, take your time.
I'm on my fly shit, popping off for candies. Just my second win, bitch. I get paid on scholarship. I'm on my fly shit, popping off for candies. Just my second win, bitch. I get paid on scholarship. Know you got shit to say, but I'm just too tired to address it. Drop that shit, don't press it. Know that I just get restless. Straight out from the top, I fall off, get back up. I top off, drink that up. I'm up on cloud nine.
She can get it, yeah, only if she want to. Bring your friends, yeah, I'm sure they tryna flaunt too. We've been eating by the beach, now it's time to chill. Got me feeling ecstasy like I'm on a pill. Play this song while you're looking at your windowsill. Good job, shawty smart, but she keep it trill. Now she dancing to my music, got me in my feels. Yeah, yeah, got me in my feels.
I just need a little bit more of your love. I just need a little bit more of your love. I just need a little bit more of your love. I just need a little bit more of your love. stress it. Drop that shit, don't press it. Know that I just get restless. Straight off from the top, I fall off, get back up. I top off, drink that up. I'm up on cloud nine.
Yeah, it's that real shit. Yeah, if I die, I hope you dance when you hear this song. Living better, swear I'm only trying to right my wrongs. Putting on old school with a two-step. I'll be gone till November like I'm Wyclef. Love song, but you know I'm talking real shit. Hella smart, shorty humble, and she real thick. Now I'm fading on the island that she come from. She my baby, she my hero, she my unsung. Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, yeah. Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, yeah. This that love that we dream about. Plenty thoughts, but these feelings got me speaking out. FaceTime till we sleep, got me reaching out. Flights to you since you know I hardly see the south. Said she wanna move, said she wanna go. Take it slow, baby girl, you already know. Living by the beach, wine in the sand. We forever, baby girl, I can be your man. We can always stand, we can always shine. We get with us, so you know I had to make a mind. Never out of time, baby, me and you. Got me letting loose, doing what we always do. Yeah. Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, yeah. Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, Make it better, we can weather any weather. Getting cheddar, always better when together, yeah.
Oh, look what you've done to me. Oh, look what you've done to me.
Yeah, as I think back to this warm life, did I live right? Use my insight. Did I thank God? Did I thank mom? Did I stay calm? Glow like napalm. Am I living better? Am I living true? Had to grow from pain and become anew. Rocking under rules at a younger age. Pop one around, had to turn the page. Had to turn the page. Yeah.
Oh, look what you've done to me. Oh, look what you've done to me. Oh, look what you've done to me. Oh, look what you've done to me.
What you done, what you done, yeah. What you done, what you done, what you done. Seeing better days, had to change my ways. Run a better race, hope I beat the case. Back in Louisville, had my hands up. Cops tear us down, but we had enough. We just living up, never giving up. Keep my head high when it's getting rough. Yeah, we gotta smile, know it's been a while. Cops steady stay acquitted when they on the trial. When they on the trial. When they on the trial. Yeah. Cops steady stay acquitted when they on the trial.
Oh, what you've done to me. Oh, look what you've done to me.
Need the cocoa so the green keep a steady burn. Need the cocoa so the green keep a steady burn. Keep a steady burn. Keep a steady burn. Need the cocoa so the green keep a steady burn. Yeah, plenty pain on my window pane. Mental health decline, so I gotta speak my brain. Yeah, doubt myself, then I doubt you too. Auntie said you know better, you don't play the fool. That was right before we falling out. Family conflict, so I guess I gotta lead the South. Tables turn, guess we lived and learned. Need the cocoa so the green keep a steady burn. Need the cocoa so the green keep a steady burn. Need the cocoa so the green keep a steady burn. Keep a steady burn. Keep a steady burn. Need the cocoa so the green keep a steady burn. Gotta be the best. Gotta see your worst. Gotta put in work till your demons hurt. We all trying hard, trying to take it far. Shining like a mug. Mama, I'm a star. 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 Trying to be the great, trying to change my fate. Do it for my race, gotta beat the case. Gotta hold it down, mix with black and brown. Making music every night, say they like the sound. This that real talk, steady real talk. This that real shit, like a dirty stall. This that break 'em off, this that break it down. Smoking green, food for thought, I'm the baker now. This that break 'em off, this that break it down. This that break 'em off, this that break it down. Smoking green, food for thought, I'm the baker now. I'm the baker now, I'm the baker now. I'm the baker now, I'm the baker now. Disco oh so hard. Press play, let me start. Man, them want no This go oh so hard. Press play, let me start. Man, don't want no pause. Real bloke from the start. This go oh so hard. Press play, let me start. 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 Yeah. Word. Yeah. Pops left, had to learn to become a man. There's some things in this life we don't understand. Make a plan for your fam, gotta hold it down. Keep it 10 toes, only keep the real around. This a lesson from the street, I just took it far. Fear the pain in my verses, feel it in my bars. When you broke, it'll push you past your limits, I was hungry, switch it up, making digits, yeah. Gotta reinvent yourself if you want the wealth. I'm in the trees, rolling sweets like a Keebler elf. New ideas just to complement the vision, New hustle marathon, that's the mission, yeah. In this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. Yeah, in this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. In my bag, but I can hardly find myself. Expectations, degradation to my mental health. I was living through a screen, thought I knew my dream. Posting for the likes, I was such a fiend. I've been humbled by the life, got a lovely wife. Things are going left, yeah, she the only right. Gotta love your own, watch it slip away. It's more about your actions than the things you say, yeah. In this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. Yeah, in this life you gotta take it far. Even stars bear some scars when they working hard. And if you fail, you just pick it up and shrug it off. Keep it trill, keep it real, do it for the cause. Yeah, do it for the cause. Yeah, do it for the cause. Do it for the cause. Word. Yeah. In this life, you just gotta focus on you. Don't pay attention to all the nonsense, all the hearsay. Everything that you're working towards, everything that you believe, you can manifest. Word. Yeah. Yeah. Prophet X. In the booth, feeling like I'm about to blow a fuse. Captain Planet, level up, hope we never lose. See, it's all about the change now. Corporations stuck debating, they deranged. Wow. People dying, people crying, raise your eyebrows.
trying to ball. We may falter at the altar, but we never fall. Swear I just gotta keep it real. Young hitter making waves, I don't need a deal.